Daniel says, could you let us up, please? Daniel?
Right, that's it.
Hello and welcome to the University of Warwick's coverage of the 2024 US election. Today, Americans went to the polls in one of the most crucial elections in recent history, as they have decided their next president. But winning the most votes does not guarantee the presidency. Each of the 50 states allocated electors based off their population, totaling 538. One of the candidates must receive 270 or more of those electors to secure the keys to the White House. Harris and Trump have focused their attention on key swing states. These states could go either way, so important batting grounds in securing those electors. Tonight, we will bring you all the latest on the stories of the election, as well as discussion and analysis on the key issues and the unique nature of US politics.
Hi and welcome again, and for those of you who joined us, or 5 of you, to the 2022 midterm elections. I still don't have a clue, but this time I'm bringing actual experts into the room. I'll be your host for the night, asking all the questions that you probably don't know or got from Scandal. Spoiler alert, there's not going to be a secret organisation. We're going to do the comparisons with the UK, and we know that at this time of night, it'd be exit poll time, which is a lovely segue into our first expert, Millie.
Brilliant. So the exit polls have just come out, 10 o'clock UK time. So they're not really the same as the UK exit polls. A lot of you may be aware that we get a pretty accurate prediction as to how the night would go in the UK from the exit polls coming out at 10 p.m. Very good idea of where kind of areas will be voting. But this time in the US, it's definitely not like that. It's more looking at demographics and how people are voting, what the most important things to them, how the genders are voting, how races are voting. So currently, the look of the exit polls is that 35% say the state of democracy is the most important topic to them. 31% say it's the economy. 14% say the abortion. 11% immigration, and 4% say foreign policy. This is all coming from NBC's exit poll. Looking just at that, we could get a pretty good idea. Well, this is a lot of speculation as well, but a pretty good idea maybe of which way it could potentially go. 35% saying the state of democracy is the most important issue.
Yeah, that could be really key for Harris. Few will have forgotten the events on January 6th. Last time round, when the transfer of democracy was interrupted by rioters on Capitol Hill. Since then, the Democrats have done a really good job of tying that to Trump, placing the blame on Trump, and hearing now that 35% feel that the state of democracy is the most important issue they're voting on, I think will fill the Harris campaign with a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
So behind you is a lot more technical map this time that we've got. How do we get to the winner tonight before we ask about the first key issue of the day, which I know everybody wants to know about, and which I think is going to kind of almost provide that key insight into the way the different groups think about Squirrelgate. So who wants to go first with, because that looks like we have predicted which way is going which. So I'm going to get Jamie and Millie to also nail some of their predictions to things. So
yeah, so with the US election, like I was saying, the swing states are the key. We know, for example, that California will almost certainly be a Democrat state. We also know that Alabama will almost certainly be a Republican state, but it's the 7 states where the polling is too close to call that will decide this election. That's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. It's in those states where the race is too close for pollsters to predict, and where their electoral college votes will be crucial in getting one of the candidates across that 270 line.
I think in the vein of predictions, I always think polling in the US is just the most interesting thing in the entire world. It's very, very hit or miss. It's usually polls have about a 3% 3% sort of leeway in right or wrong. And then they also are within about 1% for a lot of the swing states currently. So we've got a lot of room for manoeuvre here. I think a lot of the swing states in the Rust Belt, which means so that's Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania up at the top. They're looking slightly to go for Harris. I'm not literally, this is like 0.1% to Harris. This is so close, so close to call. And then classically Sun Belt route, so that is Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia. Those do tend to lean more Republican, but we also need to look at Iowa as well, where a very recent poll came out, usually calling the election quite closely in Iowa. That put Kamala up 3%, 3 points. So I think if we're looking at polls like that are usually quite reliable, on states that aren't usually polled like Iowa, which is usually pretty solidly ruby red, this could spell something more interesting for the night to come, because states that might not have been focused on polling, might not have been looked at, could actually be, up for play more so.
Yeah, for sure. If states outside of those 7 swing states are being called in a way that we weren't predicting, we know that that person is going to have a very good night. That Seltzer poll that you mentioned in Iowa put Harris ahead for the first time. And if she were to win Iowa, she almost certainly would win the presidency. The key state we're focusing on is Pennsylvania. Out of the swing states, it has 19 electoral college votes. That's the most of any swing state. And the president has won Pennsylvania almost every time since 1936. So it's a good indicator of who will go on to win. Lots of different demographics that are going on there. A high amount of Puerto Ricans living in that state. Following on from the comments of a comedian at a recent Donald Trump rally, where Puerto Rico was described as an island of garbage. Those voters could be in play today in winning Pennsylvania. But yeah, it's those swing states that we're looking to watch tonight.
Okay, I am going to bring in the expert. Well, I'm going to bring in the views of the expert, Alan Nickman, who is the election prediction specialist, who is standing by his prediction that it will be a Kamala Harris win. I'm going to shamelessly steal his opinion, but we're just going to think about some of the issues as how the American election works, because actually it's not the only election that's going on today. There are loads of other elections going on. Do one of you want to explain?
Yeah, so alongside the presidential election, a lot of other elections in America. So one of those is the House of Representatives, which the entire House is going up for re-election today. They have 2-year terms, so they're up for their re-election. You've also got roughly a third of the Senate up for re-election, who are sitting on 6-year terms. So those races will be interesting to watch, because if you're looking in a place like Texas, with the senators that are up for election there, looking at the swings in those races, if they're called before some of the other states, will be interesting.
So Texas is Ted Cruz?
Ted Cruz's state, yeah. And if those sort of states have swings that we weren't expecting, either Democrat or Republican, that might give us a better picture of what's going to happen in the overall presidential race. It's a high likelihood that the race won't be called this evening, and it would be interesting then instead to look at those different races to infer what might happen.
Yeah, and it's really, really important to watch these races, especially as a student. It'll be really important to watch these races, because if you look into American politics and the actual structures, the president really doesn't have a lot of power, and it does lie a lot in the legislature, which is the House of Representatives and the Senate. So the people, and if they are aligned with the president, which whoever wins the Senate or the House, whoever gets the majority, if they align with the president, if they don't, that could kind of spell either success or disaster for whoever gets through. Because, if you're not working in kind of coordination with the president, then they're not going to be able to get a lot of the policies and stuff they've put in their manifestos through the actual, legislative process, if they don't have Senate and the House on side. So really, really important to be watching those races as well.
So 2 questions following on from that. Most people who don't know American politics usually know the squad, which are, let's get this right, AOC, and I have absolutely, someone help me out off camera. Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Presley,
Omar.
and yes,
Right.
right.
Yeah.
So they're the people who you tend to know. And then the other question is, how united are the Democrats? So even if they win the House, how much support can Harris expect from the Democrats? And also, you said that the president had, what about executive orders? All Trump loves a executive order. And by the way, all Trump is the cloakism and nothing about his age, even though he's now the oldest candidate ever.
Yeah, so like you said, the president does have an extraordinary amount of power depending on how they wish to use the office. Executive orders are a way of the president effectively circumnavigating the legislature to enact laws without their approval. He can't do that on everything. The Constitution limits some of those powers, but that is one way he can do it. In terms of the unitedness of the Democrat Party, I think since Kamala Harris has become the candidate, you've seen the party really unite around her. People like AOC, as you mentioned, appearing at the Democratic National Convention with a ringing endorsement of Kamala Harris. Whether or not that will last into a presidency under Kamala Harris is more difficult to ascertain, but I think if we're looking at the party as it is currently, it's never been more united around a candidate.
Because AOC is an interesting one because she's always presented herself as a bit of a rebel. You know, I think the biggest comparison we would have with her would be Zara Sultana. But AOC seems to, for want of a better expression, get in line and toe the party line a lot more.
What you've seen from AOC is a transformation from 2020 at the height of BLM movement and etc. and this idea of wokeness. Where AOC was a real figurehead. And since then, not only have you seen a decline of those sort of woke issues, but also you've seen a moderation of AOC, almost as if, like you say, she's come into line with the party machine. I think that's 2 things. Like I said, it's to do with the fact that issues aren't as important as they were in 2020, and also in terms of working within the party and getting stuff done. It often means that you have to conform to consensus, whatever that may be.
I think that she realised very quickly the influence that she's going to have, and I think she realised the voice she had, especially amongst young people. She's very savvy on social media, very good at getting the viral moments. So I think her learning that and then understanding that sometimes you've got to push the party, your own personal beliefs, and you've got to push the party first. And that is the way to make change ultimately. Because, the people in power, the president, etc., if you've got them on side and they know that you are partially responsible for getting that election result because of, the work you're doing, the canvassing and the social media and the endorsements, then they might be more likely to push through a policy or two that you might be interested in. So I think she's a very smart woman. Yeah.
So I'm going to return to AOC in a bit, but I'm just going to bring in a question from the audience. And also if you could actually explain what this is, because we're not all going to know. Will there be much split ticket voting? Thank you to whoever asked that.
Thank you. Question.
Excellent question, Sam.
We study you already.
So essentially, for those that don't know, split ticket voting is, as we say, there's multiple races going on at one time. So you can go into the ballot booth and the polling booth and decide who you're voting for the House, who you're voting for the Senate, who you're voting for the President. Now, oftentimes, people may feel differently about those candidates. They may, for example, really respect their local Republican candidate, but not respect the presidential candidate, which in this case is Donald Trump. In that instance, they may then vote for their Republican Senate candidate, but vote for Kamala Harris as the presidential candidate, essentially splitting their ticket.
I think this year is really interesting to see in the US because these like localities in these smaller Senate, these smaller representative districts can really get won over by different personalities. And I think that's so interesting to see that in the US there is still some level of, local politics to an extent. That they can, win over people who might otherwise be quite heavily partisan, or people who have voted Democrat their whole life, and they see this candidate come in who maybe doesn't align with their normal views, but locally in their local aims, like that's absolutely what you want to see. So I think it is possible, but I think in the US, partisanship is so much more rigid than in the UK. I think that people really stick by their parties, and I ultimately think while split ticket voting does occur, I don't know how common it would be. And obviously, everything's private in the ballot box, so you don't massively know. But I think it's possible, but not as likely as I'd like to think.
So thanks so much for questions. So let's just go back to AOC, this idea of personality politics, because you're saying she's quite a smart woman, but I feel like she has become, particularly for those on this left, this kind of lightning rod on the Democrats' issues, on certain, like the Middle East, on women's rights, and it seems more out of order squad. She seems to be the one that is perhaps putting personal and donor relations over what would have been her personal politics. So there's been on TikTok some quite high profile videos of her being quite performative, like crying when she didn't vote against it, and then going like, guys, I'm really sorry I didn't vote. I am going to caveat this with I am quite a fan of the squad, but no one is above critique, the very public one where she stamps her foot. We stand a good stamp for in a politician. So is it that AOC is being clever, or is actually she's just a really shrewd politician and just kind of goes, this is the way it is for my own personal brand in the long term, because the Trump camp has pushed the Democrats right, a bit like we saw with in the UK, the way the fall of the Red Wall pushed Labour further to the right. Has Trump managed to push AOC to the right?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, touching back on the Democratic National Convention, to hear in AOC's speech no mention of Kamala Harris being a woman or a black woman. And you take it back to 2020, and that speech would have definitely included at least those two characteristics. I think she definitely has had a shift, and I think often when politicians shift in their policy views, it's ultimately for electoral purposes. And I think that's definitely what's happened here. I think the Democrats have united along these key issues, and when that hasn't aligned with AOC's personal politics, she has fallen into line.
I don't know. I would recommend it a lot. The documentary "Knock Down the House" that kind of focuses on AOC and a few other women's kind of journey to try and get elected. It's all based around this charity trying to get normal working people to the White House, getting normal working, because obviously it's so much dominated by big business and super PAC stuff like that. So it's pretty impressive that she was actually elected without any massive backing and funding initially. And I think if you watch that, you can see her kind of before politics in a way, and before she broke into that. But I think she still maintains a lot of her community grounded roots. But I think AOC, sort of with more time spent in the Washington circles, potentially realizes that sometimes you've got to give up some of your personal beliefs in order to get things done. And it's really unfortunate, but I think sometimes it's just the way it is. Like, she started as a waitress, like that was her whole campaign message initially.
So I'm going to finish off one final point and then get kind of like, for viewers who might be trying to figure out the comparison between the left in the UK and the left in the UK, move on to that, because I think there's a really interesting thing that AOC is seen as this moment of the squad when the other three, who are from marginalised backgrounds as well, have really retained that kind of like very left-wing stance. You know, I think in particular Rashida Tlaib has received a lot of, you know, hatred from the Republicans. We know that Omar has also received a lot. So do we think it is that she's had a more difficult time, or is it that she's really politicking? And then moving on, because I am always using the word politicking too much, and we've got another question coming through. How do you compare the left to the left in the UK, putting Corbyn as almost not the extreme left? Corbyn is not the extreme left, but Corbyn at one side, Keir at the other. Where are we putting the squad?
Where are we putting the squad?
Who would at the left? Yeah.
Well, you'd obviously put them towards the left of the Democrat Party, which would align them more closely with maybe the Corbynite wing of the Labour Party. But the comparison between the two politics of the UK and the US is tricky when it comes to parties. The US parties are a really broad church, meaning they include lots of different views and beliefs. Like you say, you could have Corbynites and Starmerites within, which we would call within the Democrat Party, united under the same wing. In the US, their politics at the moment is further right than the UK's. So you'd find that a lot of Tories would align themselves more closely with the Democrat Party.
Even this Tory party?
I would say so, yeah. Yeah, I'd say this Tory party isn't against abortion or minimising the rights of women.
Some of them.
Well, I can't speak for everyone, of course,
Yeah.
but I'd say the consensus within the current Conservative Party is definitely not to take away women's right to abortion. And some of the religious fanaticism that's within the Republican Party. But you also got to look at the UK as a different country. I mean, the NHS, National Health Service, is anathema to American politics. And yet, you know, we hold it very dear, and both parties do it. It's a cross-party issue. So when it comes to the comparisons, they are often tricky to make. But I think in terms of the Labour Party and some of the Conservative Party would fall under that Democrat umbrella. Just because US politics is polarised more to the right.
Yeah, you can definitely see some of the more One Nation Tories like Tom Tugendhat
Sure.
being in the Democrats. Although another question, which I think is quite a nice, and thank you for that lovely segue question, because we did mention women's rights. Can Kamala reverse the cancelling of Roe versus Wade? Big issue to start us off with the night.
So, do you want to?
I can hit that one. So, basically, in her current election promises, she says that she will absolutely sign a bill coming through to reinstitute national abortion protections, and she says that if a bill came through to put through a national abortion ban, she would not sign it. So that's what she's saying at the moment. I think through executive order, it is possible, but then Biden had said, if you give me the Senate and the House, if you give me the House, whatever, in the 2022 midterms, he would also do an executive order, and that didn't end up happening. So I think she's been very cautious not to promise an executive order so far as I'm aware. But I think it's a lot more complicated if the House and the Senate do not align with her, because an executive order only works so far. It's not like people think it's like this massive, like, oh, she signs the bill and, you know, it all happens and they have to do it, they've got no choice. This all depends on branches of government working together. It depends, it's basically an order saying, you, my government, the presidential branch of the government, have to carry through these instructions. That's what an executive order is. But the executive branch is like the leaders of all the different branches, the parks, the health, you know, that's sort of what it's saying. But unless there is unity, it will not work.
Yeah, so the issue of Roe v. Wade is a good one to focus on the different branches of government in the US and the separation of powers. So essentially, the overturning of Roe v. Wade was done via the Supreme Court, the judicial branch. Now, Trump is blamed for that because he appointed 3 justices to that court during his term, who then went and undid the protections that were provided by Roe versus Wade. Essentially, Kamala Harris's platform is that she will seek to reinstate those provisions through the legislature to bypass the court's ruling, but an executive order would be difficult because the court has the power to rule that as unconstitutional through their interpretation.
Fantastic. I am going to stick with gender through another question, and I think actually really is a really interesting question and something I'm guilty. And it's why do we refer to Kamala by first name but Trump by his surname?
Another question from Sam.
Another question from Sam. So we are scanning you. And I'll be absolutely honest, I keep like I don't like saying the word Donald. It reminds me of Donald Duck. But also I do think that there is a gender thing going on. I think, you know, there is a familiarity that we afford female politicians in both sides of the Atlantic. You know, you go Keir Starmer, but people will go Angela. You know, they will take that liberty with Angela Rayner's name.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's always Zara Sultana. We never just go Sultana. Whether we will go Tugendhat, we will go generic. And already people are going Kemi. But is this a gender issue?
I think often is how easy the name flows off the tongue.
But Kamala isn't the easiest.
Well, my caveat to that is that I've been trying my best to perfect the pronunciation of Kamala's name, which has been topic of discussion during the time that she's had this this presidential candidacy. But I suppose there is, you know, always an unconscious thing when it comes to, you know, female political leaders and male political leaders and how we do name them.
I think, in a way, it's like this is the only time, and Hillary as well. You didn't call, well, Clinton. There might have been a bit of confusion since, you know, there's been another Clinton on the ballot, but it was the same with Hillary. It was always Hillary. And I think it's really interesting. I don't know why there's something quite presidential about using a last name. I don't know why. Is it a vibe? Is it an actual thing? But I think Harris, like just using that kind of name, I just think back to like the past, you know, Gore, Obama. You barely even know these people's first names. Like you don't, like it's such a thing. And I think there is an extent, a gender dimension to it, because I think it's just like a, I don't know, is it like a familiarity? Is it like sort of like a, you know, pal thing? You know, I think less serious in a way, and like less, you know, this is not someone running for president, this is just someone you're like getting to know, Kamala, you know.
And do you think it's down to her vice presidency when she first got introduced, they had the Kamala like cooking videos and they had her in the house and going, what is your Thanksgiving recipe? Like, I would like to know Biden's Thanksgiving recipe for turkey. You know, no one ever asked Donald Trump how you put your hair, you know, and so she did ask a question, although of course we do know that hair, particularly for Black women, is political. But there have been a lot of stuff on what she's wearing, you know, the way that we never get it. We've had that occasional stuff on Tim Walz on his flannel shirts, but it's been very much to show this humorous side of him. There is definitely, I think, a gendered element to it, but do you think the Democrats have contributed to it?
I think it's often the media that contributes to these sort of things. We've seen it in the UK, right, with Angela Rayner, even Theresa May when she was Prime Minister, with the press focusing on what people are wearing, and particularly the tabloid media. I'm not so sure if that's been played on at all by the Democrats themselves, although the fact that she is a woman, especially a Black woman who's risen to this position, is an extremely powerful message, which they will be hoping will bring people to the polls to support her. In particular, when there is this huge issue surrounding abortion and women's rights.
Yeah.
Hate to interrupt, but Indiana, Kentucky, both states polling now closed. And Amandeep, thank you. So the first 19 votes have gone to Donald Trump. So first 19 votes, Indiana and Kentucky.
Yeah, so those two states were expected.
Yeah, that's expected. Are you going to
yeah.
colour it in?
Okay.
Sam's been begging you to use the whiteboard. So
Oh,
Yeah.
this is for Sam. This
Okay.
is in Sam's honour.
Although we will be doing a major
Do you know where they are?
colouring.
So we've
8
got,
and 11.
we've got Kentucky.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, do it nicer than that.
Yeah, my thing is not colouring.
I would like to say the University of Warwick is again spared no expense with our
This is pretty professional
Mad.
stuff.
and I did forget the usual caveats that of course the university is politically neutral. We are not going to get anyone fired tonight, i.e. me.
What's the other thing?
The 11 in general.
Yeah.
It's exciting stuff. First one. First of many.
Okay, so Jamie, while you're there, we're just going to make you do some maths. How many seats left to go?
Let's just say it's 50, right? So there's 48 more to get.
Yeah, but how many votes?
Oh,
538.
so how many have they got already?
Take away
19.
19.
So Trump's got 19.
Yeah, Trump's got, yeah, fill it in there as well. Kamala so far, 0.
538.
Take away 19.
Okay, so we're going to take away 10. That's 528. Take away 9, that's 519 more to get.
I'm just going
you
to
sure?
just say
Yeah.
that maths is not an obligatory subject for the politics department. Okay, let's get back to our strong points in the
Yes,
politics
yes.
department, which is math. Let's talk about the supporters because it's been a wild ride. I just want to talk about my favourite story of this last week, where I was absolutely astounded to see squirrels brought in.
Devastating.
And this has been, in a way, quite amusing, but I think quite an interesting way of both the way the different press present things, but actually like a sense of the extremeness of two sets of voters. So he
Yeah.
explains Squirrelgate.
Yeah, so we'll explain
You're not going to get this
Well,
on
The main news will not be covering.
So Squirrelgate is this story coming out of, is it New York? Am I
Yes.
saying?
the city that never sleeps.
Yeah,
for
where
squirrels.
this individual has nurtured a squirrel back to health after finding it injured.
Peanut the squirrel.
Peanut the squirrel, and documented that journey on TikTok. Then authorities reached out to him to get the squirrel vaccinated, which he refused, as he said that vaccines cause autism, I think was the story. As a result, the authorities came in and they took Peanut the squirrel from him. And as he wasn't, I'm presuming that the squirrel's a male, Peanut. They took the squirrel and they euthanized the squirrel as a result. Trump has capitalized on the media sensation of this by posting an AI-generated image of himself with a squirrel and essentially pinning it on the democratically run state of New York and blaming them for the Peanut's ultimate demise.
The spread of rabies was the
Right.
what they said a risk factor, and it did wear a little cowboy hat.
I think
So-
the key takeaway from this story, and you see it time and time and again with Trump, is whatever you think of him, he's an excellent politician. He's really good at capitalizing on these sorts of things. We saw it with the garbage truck recently, and we saw it now. You know, using pop culture and the media to his advantage to get his message out there, to dominate the narrative. He's always been very successful at doing that, and Peanut is yet another example.
I'm just looking
I'm
at
just going
photo
to
of
be a
Peanut.
spokesperson for the DEC. I've got to say this is not an exclusive. I'm actually like the spokesperson has just reached out to me. But multiple reports from the public about potentially unsafe housing of carry rabies and the legal keeping of wildlife as pets. But like you talk about pop culture, Trump has single-handedly managed to, like, apart from a few obscure artists, unite like the pop culture world. We've seen him do it with Latin American pop stars. I think Bad Bunny, like I know who the hell he is, but apparently he's quite big. Jennifer Lopez, Ricky Martin, all united against him. And I think we know that even Eminem came out, although Eminem has become, I think, increasingly democratic. I think I've even seen that Kendrick Lamar has come out to endorse Harris. And like Lamar, especially when you think about his 2015 album, has always been really outside the perspective. Is he good at using pop culture, or is he just good at uniting pop culture against him? And actually, do they make a difference? I'm going to bring in your favourite, Taylor Swift, here.
Yeah.
And Beyonce, because I think they're also a really interesting barometer of how the left works. So
I'll start with Taylor, because I think getting Taylor on side was possibly one of the largest moves, the Swift effect, that's what they called it, in the 2020 election. I think uniting these big stars, I think really important in terms of like social media reach. I think a lot of the people who have been less inclined to get involved in politics, like Kendrick Lamar, Eminem, have sort of realized the kind of momentous occasion that this is currently. And it's not necessarily about, I hate to say it, it's not necessarily about supporting for Harris. It's more so the thought of a Donald Trump presidency and how that could affect people that has really motivated. Like, that's kind of the messaging I'm seeing for a lot of celebrities. It's like, you may not agree, like you may not completely agree with 100% of her policy, but just look at the alternative. It's always the kind of face of the alternative. And there's been a lot of stars on the road, especially I've seen they've mobilized the Avengers apparently in Pennsylvania on college campuses today, getting people out to vote. They've got Mark Ruffalo out there, and other Avengers. So I think the star power that they have, though, is very important. I don't know how much it relates to voting in general. It's great and it's like very public and you can all see it, but I don't know how convincing it is for voters, because it's a bit of an interesting one. Because I think Donald Trump in himself is a celebrity, isn't he? Like, he's just a figure of infamy at this point. So they don't need them. They've got Donald Trump, really.
Yeah, I don't think the star power that the Democrat Party brings should be underestimated. But I think the point with Trump is that we're always talking about him, right?
Yeah.
So these guys and girls have lots of influence in their own industries, whether that be musicians or actors, etc. But Trump does something different that is able to, take often things that aren't going his way. So if we take the Puerto Rico garbage incident, that began as a comedian at his rally at Madison Square Garden, joking about the fact that there was an island of garbage and it's Puerto Rico. Then taking Joe Biden's comments soon after, who then said that the only garbage he saw was Trump supporters, and pulling off a stunt where he was getting into a big garbage truck and reminding everyone that Joe Biden had called his supporters garbage, and not reminding anyone that the comedian had called Puerto Rico garbage. And it's that ability to, even in a time where it's not going his way, to turn that into Trump and to control that narrative and bring it back to critiquing Kamala Harris or Joe Biden.
Okay, so just coming back to the left, and also as a segue into my next question, because does anybody actually care what Beyonce and Taylor Swift think outside the bubble of the Swifts and the Beehives? There is a particular brand of feminists who go, well, actually, they're both just capitalists. Taylor Swift's been accused of white feminism. Beyonce has been accused of being incredibly capitalist. And we've been talking about the candidates, but of course, no one has yet mentioned the other candidates, because there are more candidates than just Trump and I was just about to say Biden. I have to have tea in the next break. Let's talk about whether they actually matter
Shall I borrow the red pen and write that big numbers? I can't see it.
Yes,
You
and
know.
while our technical person is going to write down
Sorry.
the
I should've gone
numbers.
bubble.
Come on, Jamie.
But who are the other candidates? Because the people that don't care about Beyonce and don't care about Taylor Swift, and they'll kind of say that actually it wasn't the Democrats that brought Swift in, it was Vance that brought Swift in. There's a kind of like planning reaction to his statements. What do we say about that? And who are the other candidates standing?
Well, the other candidates, I'll start with that and then Jamie follow up. But the other candidates that I can think of reasonably will get like 2% of the vote max. That's being generous. But RFK is still on the ballot in a lot of states. He was running as an independent to a quite convincing, actually, little chunk of the electorate. He convinced, and that was really until he there was a bear incident. There was a bear incident, and to those who don't know what I'm talking about, I will say a few words. Bear abandoned in Central Park, and he just kind of told the story in an interview, like casually, like it's kind of a normal thing. So he'd just been hunting and shot a bear.
Do not Google that on your school's
Yeah,
server.
not on the school's laptops, okay, guys. But so he was hunting casually, like with all his mates, shot a bear, put it in the back of his truck, drove to New York, was then like, I don't want to carry this bear in my car anymore. Just lobbed it in Central Park. And then there was this massive news story about this dead baby bear that had been found in Central Park. And everyone's like, where on earth did this bear come from? Crazy. And then just casually in an interview, RFK's like, yeah, that was me. So that sort of ended it for him there a little bit. And he then went on to endorse Donald Trump, but he is actually on the ballot in a lot of states.
Just going to interrupt you with some breaking news that 10 polling stations in Georgia have extended their hours due to disruption from non-credible bomb threats.
Ooh.
So Georgia will be one to keep an eye on. But the other candidates are Jill Stein, Robert Kennedy, and Chase Oliver. So we'll keep an eye on the Georgia story. Said that they're not actually going to make a difference, but actually in this between, yeah.
So the potential for independent candidates or third-party candidates to make a difference in elections relies, like you say, on the margins being so fine. So we have had instances in the past, for example, George Bush up against Al Gore, where the Green Party in Florida took enough votes to actually deny Al Gore the election. So there is a potential for that to happen in the swing states, depending on how close it is. But none of them are going to become the president, and no independent candidate has ever won electoral college votes.
Okay, but could actually swing it towards Trump tonight.
Yeah, so depending on the different candidates' persuasions, you'd imagine that those voting for Robert Kennedy Jr. even after his endorsement of Trump, it'd be a bit confusing for Trump supporters to go ahead and vote for RFK in those states. I'm not sure how that would really work.
Maybe like never Trumpers potentially. Some people are very, very persuaded by him. Some people absolutely love RFK.
And it's the Kennedy name.
Exactly.
Like the Kennedy name is still, it's just rooting American nostalgia.
I don't know. I think he's more inclined to take off Trump votes. Skim off the top of that.
It's just a sense that he's coming behind Trump now, supporting him, encouraging his supporters to transfer those votes to them. But if people haven't heard that RFK has backs Trump, then maybe they'll go and vote for him. But.
And here's another one, which kind of like just shows how unpredictable today is going to be. Some Boston polling places have run out of ballots because of high voter turnouts. As someone who is involved in counts, there are British polling stations which would love to have that issue. What do we think turnout count is going to be like, say, is it going to be the way we said in 2019, if you're in the queue, don't leave the queue? And actually, how many votes have been, like, how has it worked up to this stage? We know that they've had postal votes, we know.
Yeah.
How has it worked at this stage?
So in this election, more than any other, early voting has been a key factor. So like you say, if you're postal voting, but also early voting procedures, where 60 million odd Americans have exercised their right to vote before polling day. Now, in certain states, this is more an issue than others. In Florida, the law allows polling officials to open those votes early, count them early, so that then all they have to do on polling day is record all the votes that people have gone and exercised, and then they can call the result. In places like Pennsylvania, they aren't allowed to open those ballots until today, which means getting the full result in that state is going to be much more difficult and take a much longer time.
We are not going to be on air for every single result. So if we're going to do a summary of where we are now, so for example, if you are a school kid who has lessons in the morning, where are we now? Like, where are we, in terms of what's happened in terms of voting? How does e-voting come into this? Would be a summary of the last couple of weeks, Jamie, begin.
So the last couple of weeks, like I said, we've had lots of push for those where early voting is available and postal voting is available to go ahead and vote early. We've seen in terms of demographic turnout that women have been polling, exercising their vote in much higher numbers than men have in these early votes. Now that is going to favour Kamala Harris, who is relying on women to exercise the right to vote in the hope that they will be exercising that vote in favour of her and her stance on abortion. Donald Trump, in comparison, is relying on young men as a key demographic, and like I say, they've been turning out in fewer numbers. It's going to be a turnout election. It's which candidate can encourage more of their supporters to go out and vote. Most people in the US have made up their minds. It's just about getting those out to vote.
Can I bring in the fact that the Electoral College is set up in a way that more people, you can win the popular vote, but you could lose the election. That's a massive, massive, massive issue with the Electoral College. So Kamala Harris could energize loads of voters and get 1 million more votes. Well, if you look back to Clinton, Clinton got 3 million more votes than Donald Trump. And you look at the states that they place these votes in, and they're not the right strategic states, they're not the states they need, or they just about go over the edge with one of the more important states they wouldn't usually win. So it's really in the margins that elections are won, and they're in the specific states that they need to see. So I think just if anybody's learning about the Electoral College, this is a massive downside of it, because you can energize as many votes as you want, but if they're not in the states that you need to see them from, then they will not really be of use to you, which is very upsetting, because every vote should count and every vote should matter, but it's a bit of an issue that some definitely don't as much as others.
Which is quite interesting, going back to the Puerto Rican issue, because of course they don't actually have a vote. There is a complication around Puerto Rico.
So the status of Puerto Rico is not officially a US state. However, 200,000 of the 350,000 odd Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania do have US citizenship and are able to exercise their right to vote.
Okay, a question. Why is, I didn't realise it was considering our last turnout, why is turnout so low in the USA compared to the UK? And that's our last question of this segment, because we've got some even more exciting experts coming in.
I'll say, I think people underestimate the engagement in the US. Like, they see a lot of partisanship and they see a lot of support, but when that translates to actual votes, it doesn't really. I think turnout in the US kind of averages like 50-60%, which is not fantastic. but it's such a widespread country. We've got to remember it's impossible for, especially in those locked-in states that never change from red, never change from blue, to be able to energize those voters, because they know no matter how they vote, their vote's not going to matter. And they know that, you could just wake up tomorrow, not wait in a queue for 3 hours, and, the state will still be exactly the same as if you did wait for 3 hours in a queue. So, and also candidates don't really focus on those locked-in states. Like, Iowa was really interesting because Kamala Harris hasn't even really stopped there at all on her campaign. So, you need kind of those visits, those ads, those funding funneled into those states in order to encourage those people knocking on doors, those people calling up, which they don't really invest in other states. So it's really such a geographically interesting and, lots of different regions. It's really interesting, but really upsetting for those who are in those states that are completely locked down, like, California. New York, California. Those will never turn red, and no matter if you're waiting in a queue for 3 hours, basically.
Yeah, so for those Americans that are outside of those 4 certain swing states, really, you could be forgiven for not even knowing that there's an election going on. I mean, the targetedness of funding, adverts, campaigning is as such that for those Americans outside of the swing states, like you say, their vote isn't as valuable as those in the swing states. Down to the fact that, if their state is going to vote Democrat and you're a Republican, and it's by a huge margin, millions of votes, most people think, well, what's the point? There's a broader point to be made that participation in democracy and voting across democracies has been in decline for some time, and voter apathy in particular. And we've seen that in the UK. But I think there is also, as Millie says, a uniqueness to the American system that means in those states where it's always Democrat, always Republican, most people think that voting is just a waste of time.
Okay. I am going to just close off the segment by first saying thank you and to say we're also incredibly excited by the next hour. We've got experts such as Dr. Charlie Price coming on. I think Dr. Joseph Haig is also coming on, and 2 more experts from perspectives. And I'm just going to give a shout out here to the students for staying up all night, because they know what's going on, and I still 2 years later don't have a clue. And we're going to have, I'm not going to know how to pronounce his name.
We've got Kian coming on in the next half an hour with top stories in the election, and then Lottie and Joseph after that. Amazing perspectives writers. We love them all. They are so impressive. Yeah.
And which one of you 2 do I get to keep?
I'm staying on. So unfortunately, Kiana hasn't been able to attend tonight, but Tyler.
Oh, Tyler, yes,
is still coming. So it'll be me and Tyler, yourself, and.
Fantastic. We're going to carry on looking at the top stories. Off camera, Amzi is being her usual font of breaking news. And do you know what? We're going to start thinking in some of the bigger issues, like America's role in the world as well, in an ode to Trevor McCriskin, who most people have been taught by. So, yeah, we're looking forward to Charlie being on. And any final thoughts to get through the last 5 minutes of the night?
Any more questions, Lewis? Any more questions from the audience? Oh no!
Well, I'd say good luck to those that are planning on staying up all night. We, of course, will be, but the nature of this election, as I think we've touched upon, is that we might not necessarily find out the result this evening. Yet there will still be lots of exciting stuff to talk about and discuss, and hopefully results that we're able to analyse and get a better picture of what's going to happen.
One more exciting thing to maybe talk about is the kind of the contestation of some of the results, and that's why it's potentially going to take so long, because we've had extending voting hours because of bomb threats in Georgia. We've had all sorts of there's been a burnt ballot box. There's been a lot of interesting things going around the actual casting of the ballots. Likely it's going to be a very, very close race, lots of recounts, lots of different things like that. So I think we're going to be waiting a small while, but we're going to be doing things.
Could we get some predictions of the swing states before you go?
Okay.
There
Oh,
you go. I can go.
Before you do that, I
Yeah.
just have to answer a question I've received on my phone. Yes, we are still doing the same offer. If you are a politician and you want to come on, you do still get to hear Avenue Goes as a thank you.
wow.
So yeah, that offer is still on. You know who you are. Thank you for tuning in. But yeah.
Swing state predictions. So in terms of the
Oh,
polling.
wait, I am totally nailing them to it so that
Yes.
Oh no, hang on, let me look up the poll. No, 1 second.
Well,
I don't ask me to point out where they are. So, Jamie,
in terms of the polling,
yeah,
Arizona is going Republican.
Arizona.
You got a point to them.
No, I don't know where they are. To the left.
To the left.
Left.
There. It's in purple. One of the ones in purple that are swing states.
Serious? What?
So Arizona is likely to go red. So it's Georgia.
Georgia.
And then my prediction is that Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania will all go to
Right, I'm
Harris.
saying.
North Carolina.
Blue.
Oh, I'm not
I'm
gonna say that.
North Carolina.
So you're going for a Harris win then?
I'm going for a Harris win,
Harris.
but I don't know if it'll. The thing is,
Okay, Millie, we are
Okay.
getting you to your prediction. These are contractual rights now.
okay, so if I get them wrong, I lose my job as prospective SRMG. Okay. Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina for Trump, and I think it'll be Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin for Harris. That's what MSNBC's Steve Kanaki, he broke it down in that way, and I'm going to trust him.
But you're going for a Harris win.
And I'm going for a Harris win, and I think Iowa could go. I think it could be. I trust the poll. I trust the Seltzer poll. She's quite good.
Yeah.
I trust her.
Before we go as well, a quick shout out to Andy Salford, former Labour MP who's watching at home. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Shout out.
And I'm going to qualify the next one where there's Wisconsin. Okay. I will put this out by the website. So our first musical interlude is a very no, not yet. Are we going straight?
Yeah, we're ready for that. Just the
We are
transition.
ready for the first, if we know how to
Can you
do
do
it. Okay, guys, grab yourself a cup of tea, follow it on, and cheeky offer to the American public. If it isn't all back, remember the words of George Washington and Hamilton will be back if you want us.
We're just gonna do a casual
That's
shift.
So,
Actually,
as long
no.
as work out to put music on, we can.
Okay, in which case, Jamie and I are going to hold the fort.
Tyler's ready then.
Is Dr. Price available?
I don't know.
Oh, I will send him a message. Okay.
I've got my phone in use.
I'll be back in half an
Yeah. So I'm going to just resend. Technical stuff is absolutely going.
Work out how to do Spotify.
Okay, so we'll do that. And I will just send Charlie a message. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, and Charlie's ready. Can you let him in?
Technical.
This is technical. Tyler, tell us what year you're in.
So I'm a first year. I study EPACE, so economics, politics, and international studies.
Fantastic. So you are here. Before we let is Charlie in? Sorry? No, he's always been sent a thing. Okay. Do you want to? I'm going to just go off camera and sort this out.
We can get ourselves.
Talk about. Guys, we are letting the students be in charge. I'm going to.
Bad idea. Yeah, so for this next half an hour, we're going to be focusing on the top stories, potential election changes from this year's US presidential election. If we could start on the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump's life. July 13th, at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, a key swing state, as we've been discussing over the past hour, a lone gunman positioned on a roof not far from Donald Trump's stage fired at him and into the crowd, striking someone in the crowd and essentially killing them. Donald Trump dropped to the floor after being struck to the ear and rose again with his fists defiantly in the air, shouting "fight." And I think that image, for me, at that time when Joe Biden was still a candidate, I felt that was the election-winning moment.
I mean, when I first saw those images coming out of Trump being shot and standing straight up saying "fight" and watching the reactions from his crowd, in that moment I did think Trump would win the debate and the election, won everything straight up. I thought if there was another debate with Biden, he could tap into that energy and the comparison was stark. But one thing that I suppose I found interesting was that I don't think that momentum fully kept up in the months afterwards. So on July 15th, it was announced that J.D. Vance was the vice president pick for the Republicans, and he was surrounded with lots of controversy. He had quite a bad image. He'd do things such as debate people on Facebook and Twitter, get into arguments. I think that harmed Trump. And then on the 21st, Biden dropped out. And on the 6th of August, we got Walsh picked as the VP nominee. And I think that's significant because those string of events, I think, cut out the momentum for Trump. And the momentum almost switched towards people supporting Harris. So I think it was impactful and it could energize his base tonight, we'll have to see. But equally, it wasn't as strong as I thought it might have been.
No, for sure. I definitely agree. And I think in any other election, that moment where one of the candidates, and especially a former president, when there was an attempt on his life, would have changed it. But I think the unique nature of this election, like you say, controversy and the media attention surrounding the vice presidential picks, but more importantly, the change between Joe Biden dropping out and Kamala Harris coming in as a Democratic nominee definitely shifted the narrative to the extent where the media, stopped covering the incident in the days following. It's important to mention that there was another an attempt on Donald Trump's life on September 13th. Another lone gunman was found in the area surrounding a golf course where the former president was playing. But you're right; these events aren't featuring on the media in the way that we would typically expect them to. Donald Trump is forced to obviously say that is an agenda of the media to sort of silence those issues because they know it's so powerful. But I think there's also a valid argument, like you say, to say that just the sheer number of events and the significance of those events that have happened during this campaign has just blocked it out.
Fantastic. I'm just going to interrupt you here because we're going to let Charlie in and get Charlie to talk about a bit about what's been going on. So I suppose my first question is Charlie in. Hello, welcome Charlie.
Hi.
To the live stream. Hi, we are incredibly excited to have you on. Charlie Price Dr. Price is an absolute expert in this field. Jamie and Tyler have just been talking about the Trump shooting and perhaps some of the conspiracy theories that are around it. How much what role are they playing in this election?
Well, I think it's quite hard to downplay the role that conspiracy theories have had in this election, but also going beyond that, the sort of wave that politicians in the US are riding from these conspiracies. If you look at something like QAnon, which is still, which I think we haven't talked about a huge amount in the context of this election, but the tropes and the ideas of QAnon are still commonplace, right? This idea of a sort of shadowy elite that especially Trump is claiming that he's going to, take down and rework America for the people, with this sort of specific view of those people who are against the true American people. It's kind of foundational to his broad appeal. It's about, populism. If we want to call Trump populist now, we could sort of discuss that for huge lengths of time. But these sorts of appeals are fundamentally premised on the idea of an elite that's getting in the way of ordinary people, and it's a conspiracy theory is a really useful way of constructing an elite that can be opposed, and especially if such an elite doesn't exist, then it's a perfect policy platform because you can always be right when the opposition isn't even there.
Yeah, that's really interesting. To what extent has the assassination attempts on Donald Trump's life fed into that? You see a lot of the rhetoric at some of his rallies talking about how they tried to kill him. And to what extent is that they going to drive turnout amongst Donald Trump's base tonight?
Just to quickly interrupt, Charlie, before you answer, a win for Kamala Harris in Vermont. So,
Tyler, would you like to do the honors?
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
That's
brilliant.
good.
And then, so while,
Is there a blue pen? Yeah.
yeah, so while that's
That's amazing.
okay, so while we're doing that, Charlie, do you want to, while we discreetly colour in, sorry, Charlie, if you want to answer Jamie's question.
Yeah, of course. I'm quite jealous of not being there now. I'd have quite enjoyed colouring in the whiteboard. Yeah, so I mean, absolutely, this sort of this shooting attempt has an impact in terms of sort of feeding these conspiracy narratives. And it's precisely because the they that tried to get him are an unknown quantity and very much a shifting target, a moving target, if that sort of metaphor is allowed. Just on the grounds that it doesn't matter who they are, right? It's just that they're not us. And this has always been the case, but now that we have a sort of material event of someone who can be the they trying to assassinate Trump, it sort of proves the point. But equally, with these sorts of conspiracy theories, they're necessarily unfalsifiable. So if this person hadn't hit Trump or had been stopped straight away, or there was whatever, they could go like, oh right, well, these people are scared, they're not actually going to do anything. Or if they succeed, you go, well, of course they succeeded because everyone's against us. So you can't really win out with proper thought here. It's just a useful othering process that goes on. Now, whether or not that will drive turnout is a different question that I don't think I can answer, but there's certainly a case to be made that conspiracy theories around these specific events can perhaps catalyze existing supporters to do things. Maybe these are issues that force people to take different actions or necessitate that they take sort of violent actions, perhaps. But that's speculation, I'm afraid.
So my next question, we've gone from something we were discussing in the previous segment, is the comparison to the right in both countries, and especially I think what we would call the far right in this country, and the role that they've got to play in this, both in the possible unrest, which I think you have alluded to already. So if I let you go first, Tyler, how does the right in America compared to our right over here? And again, I'm quite interested in the conservative Republican thing, and we know that Kemi has spoken. Sorry, Kemi Badenoch. I'm going to make sure I use the full name in this one. Has spoken at some quite right-wing Republican conferences. How does it compare?
I mean, I think one thing that America has that the UK doesn't in a way is a stronger figurehead for the right. Obviously, Nigel Farage is infamous. And if you think about Kemi Badenoch as well, it's kind of in different power bases. We've got an upsurge in Reform. I think their polling is roughly around 20%. The Conservatives with Badenoch now, about 24%. But in America, with the Republicans, I think having that one banner under Trump, possibly you could argue makes it stronger. I mean, you have seen some moderate Republicans switch off from Trump. So Dick Cheney, the former vice president, and Liz Cheney, his wife, who actually was the vice chair of the January 6th committee, along with about 100 other Republicans, they've said, no, we're supporting Harris, we cannot support Trump. But overall, I think you see a much stronger unifying force around Trump. And I think the issue is that his supporters can be particularly energized by these events. So if you're a Trump supporter watching the second debate with Harris, let's say, and you hear the things about like Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, even though the fact checkers say that these are not valid, and with things such as babies being executed after birth in states that allow abortion, even though fact checkers say these are false, people still believe these and think about these things in their head when they vote. So I think the right in America certainly has, and with alternative media like QAnon, True Social, I think the far right has a stronger foothold in America than the UK. That's probably the case of argument.
Charlie, what's your perspective? And like, if you could do, because using the different kinds of like stages of the far right, what's your opinion on this?
Well, first, I just want to say that the fact we now talk about Dick Cheney as a moderate Republican is insane to me. But here we are. So there's a few like ways of thinking about what the far right is, and the sort of big distinction in far right studies is between what's termed the populist radical right and the extreme right. Now, the populist radical right are more your sort of UKIP's Alternative for Germany, sort of right-wing parties, but with strong far-right views, but nonetheless seek to work within electoral processes. And their idea is sort of changing the system rather than tearing it down. The extreme right is different. It's your sort of your neo-Nazis, right? The people who completely reject the premises of liberal democracy, and thus seek to destroy it and create their new state. That's the broad distinction. I think with Trump, we see quite a significant crossover between those two things. The clear statement of opposition to liberal democracy in its American form is commonplace amongst his rhetoric at this point. I think it's an interesting comparison between the right and the left, between the right in the UK and the right in the US, because there are, I can't remember which, there was a time not too long ago where conservative members of parliament, or just conservative generally, would campaign for the Democrats. In fact, I think the culture secretary, John Whittingdale or something like that, was an active member of active campaigner for the Democrats in the 1990s, something like that. What we've obviously had a right shift in the UK in our political spectrum, but it's worth noting that the Democrats as well also have got strong conservative underpinnings on different parts of the of their party, and the regional specificities in the US political system means that historically the case would be that a Republican from New York would probably be more left-leaning overall than a Democrat from Texas. Now, that's less so the case because of how the Republican Party has sort of universally shifted right now, partly due to this sort of the dominance of Donald Trump. But I think Ty is absolutely right to say that the figurehead is important here, and the question about how much the Republican Party itself or US politics has shifted right might not necessarily be the right question to ask. It might be how much have they shifted towards personalities rather than specific policies or politics, right? To say we've gone for a right shift means that our values have changed. We support certain right-wing policies. But there's also a question of whether or not that's actually the case with especially Trump supporters, whether they do actually support his policies or just him. Which, that's something to think about when we think about comparisons of right-wing politics. And to an extent, we had that with Boris Johnson. I think people had a sort of support for him over policies, but I think the focus on the figurehead is absolutely right.
And talking of figureheads, and so we'll get back, I'm going to change that question. How much does the American far right influence our right?
I think that's a really interesting question, and we see Nigel Farage at a rally this week, with Donald Trump, and the clear influence on Nigel Farage and reform in general. I think the influence on the Conservative parties is slightly more nuanced. As we were discussing in the last segment, it's difficult to compare the British political system to the US because the US parties are such broad churches and include such a wide variety of different views, whereas their views on abortion, for example, Republican views wouldn't be held by most Conservative Party MPs. So it's a difficult comparison to make, and that extends to what influence. But we know that the British politics is forever influenced by what's going on across the pond. We've seen that with the presidential style of the office of Prime Minister in the 21st century, especially. So I would never underplay that.
Yeah, so I'm going to just quickly talking about people like figureheads, and because I've got 3 men on the panel, so I think I'm going to ask this question. We've people like Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, are all online pushing for Trump. What is this link between? Particularly, it feels like in America more than perhaps in the UK. This link between toxic masculinity and far right. So if I start with Charlie.
Cool, that's a big one. Well, I think as just as a sort of starting, maybe a bit of abstract point, but disenfranchisement, deliberate disenfranchisement, has always been a tool of the far right. And if you actually look at things that Nick Fuentes, especially Andrew Tate as well, but Nick Fuentes has said that long term, that he wants to see women lose the right to vote, and like that is a stated long-term aim of that. And this toxic masculinity is very much framed in relation to any kind of femininity and whatever that's deemed to represent. So it kind of naturally follows that there was going to be oppressive and violent attitudes towards women, which are deemed to be represented by left-wing politics. In fact, a large, this sort of masculinist movement is underpinned by the idea that societal feminism has actually succeed. For a start, there's such a thing as societal feminism, and it's succeeded, and men have now been placed as second-class citizens. So what that does, when that narrative is accepted, it puts women and also minorities into as the elite and the opposition, because they're the ones who are winning out of the woke agenda, and thus justifies resistance practices by very nasty men. And it's worth noting as well that the way this sort of version of masculinity works is a specifically white reading of masculinity, because part of the issue with societal feminism, we as it's, I'm just saying that because that's what they call it, as it's perceived, is the fact that the production of the incels, right, these men who feel unable to have relations with women due to the fact that society has now organized itself against men, but that's taken as part of a broader trend that it's white men who show restraint and there's a hypersexualized vision of men of color who then are the reason why white women are no longer interested in white men. So all of these politics of far rightness, whiteness, gender, race more generally, sexuality, all become embedded in these masculinist discourses. And you can see people saying, oh, it's just a joke, or, I'm interested in just the sort of like gym lifestyle stuff, but it pervades, it sneaks through, and we've got to be conscious of how these things interlink, as well as just, the sort of nasty things that they stand for in themselves. But because none of these like reactionary masculinist politics work without the different elements locking together. So yeah.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah, I think that's actually really interesting. We talked a little bit about almost like correlating characteristics. I think if you look at some swing states, maybe sort of the Rust Belt states, there's lots of deprivation. If you
Rust Belt states. Which ones are they?
So I think it's sort of like Pennsylvania, Michigan, sort of the northern states.
Yeah.
And if you're sort of a young man and there's a prize of opportunity, obviously there's going to be lots of anger there. And the question is like, where does that anger go? Where do you place that anger? And if you are captivated by these sort of far right lenses, people like Nick Fuentes, these like ultra masculistic people, lots of that anger could be directed towards women. And I think that's obviously misplaced anger. If you get like almost push this narrative in your head. And I think that's a particularly important issue to look at it as an economic aspect. And in terms of the election, how will these people go? Like if you set up these online things like Donald Trump appeared on Joe Rogan for 3 hours, you're more likely to be alternative forms of media such as this. And that can definitely have an influence on your mind, the way you vote. I think that's particularly significant. We'll have to watch how it goes in this election, and more sort of young men, white men as well, if we add a racial element as well.
Fantastic. Before I go to you, Jamie, we've had Senate results and Bernie Sanders has, as expected, kept Vermont. So I don't think any surprise. But going back to Tyler's on the Rust Belt, which way are they predicted to go tonight?
In terms of the Rust Belt states, we've got Michigan predicted to go blue, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are two that are up in the air. Like we said, the polling is so tight that we can predict.
So what role, if you build on Charlie's and Tyler's arguments, do you think toxic masculinity might play?
Yeah, so when we've been talking about the broader trend of this election, which is that Trump is relying on younger men, that's when this phenomenon really comes into play. And it's those young men who are seeing this sort of content on social media, which Trump is then taking advantage of and using to drive into the polls. The thing, though, is that young men traditionally turn out in far fewer numbers than women, for example, and his reliance on that demographic could come back to bite him by sacrificing the vote of women who care about their reproductive freedoms and their rights. It could be a stroke of disaster for him and his campaign by relying on a group of voters that doesn't traditionally turn out to the polls. And like we've said, it's a turnout election. It's about getting those supporters out to vote and exercise their vote. And that might not be the case, like obviously young men.
Okay, because it's really interesting because obviously women's rights have been a huge issue. We talked about how it gets on, and I think one of the things that'd be really interesting to hear you guys talk about would be the role of the women in opposing the far right. Charlie, perhaps you could start us off by talking a bit about the trad wife movement.
Sure. I actually just wanted to add something on as well, just to what Jamie just said, is that yes, the young men traditionally don't vote that much, but it's broadly because they're kind of they think they're going to be fine, right? That men tend to do quite well out of most elections, but with this new kind of toxic masculinity promoted by the likes of Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate and all of these guys, they're pushing a narrative that actually men aren't going to be okay, right? That this sort of status as a man isn't enough to get you by. So it might be that this is what galvanizes their sort of this group of people to go out and vote, potentially, right? On the trad wife thing, well, there's a growing sort of discourse of women on the right. Now, the trad wife movement is stands for traditional wife. It's a social media trend at one point. It's about how women deliberately removing themselves from the workplace and engaging in sort of traditional family values, in which the husband is the sole earner, he's in charge of all the finances, and the woman stays home and does domestic work, which of course is a perfectly normal, and as we know, the personal is political, so domestic work is equally as valid as economic work. The only difference is with the trad wives, it's deliberately taken as an anti-feminist position, and women are considered to be of lesser status than men. It's not about equality, it's about a pejorative, you'd call it ownership. The purpose of this being to have as many children as possible. Now, when you have a group promoting having many children, that's, I think, if you study far right politics, if you find like a weird movement that promotes having kids, that's like the alarm bells going, right? Because it's all about making sure your race keeps going and or your movement keeps going. So whether it be a sort of specific sect or a religious movement, or in the case of the trad wife movement, as a combat to the perceived white genocide going on, which is of course another conspiracy theory. But the sort of political movement around having children becomes quite imbued with racist tropes and also homophobic ones as well, because the traditional family is precisely that. It's traditional, and it's the nuclear family that we think of. And these people are social media influencers now. So we talk about new media and the influences that media is having, especially in getting young people to vote. There are trad wife social media influencers who are having impacts upon how people behave, how they young women especially, how they do their finances, how they simply live their life. The reality is probably most trad wives won't actually go out and vote because they don't think it's the role of a woman to do that. But these are women who are raising children who may well be of voting age, and that's a whole new demographic that will have grown up in a quite nasty conspirational environment.
So women are going to play. Now, before we let on the amazing women that are about to join us, very quickly, this is going to be a big one for you all, and I hope, Charlie, that you will stay on for this next segment as well. Using language appropriate for all audiences. What the hell is Project 2025? Like, who wants to start? And would one of the women want to join us for this segment? Lottie, would you like to join us to talk about 2025?
Yeah, so I'll start off with a brief explain.
Because we need a woman on this segment.
Yeah, I think you're valuable, for sure.
That's fine. Everyone's going, don't look at me.
So Project 2025 is this document produced by this right-wing think tank called the Heritage Foundation. And for a lot of people, it's a blueprint for a second Trump presidency. Lots of former advisors and associates of President Trump have written and contributed to the document, and his vice president pick, J.D. Vance, has written the foreword. He has since distanced himself from the document, but those elements would indicate that he has had some sort of influence on it. The document calls for the restoration of Christian family values and limits on abortion, the politicization of large parts of the federal government, including a purge of federal employees, and has tough policy stances on immigration and the production of fossil fuels. And it ties into what we've been discussing about the radicalization of the youth and Trump's policy agenda as a whole.
I'm just going to quickly interrupt before I go to you, Tyler. West Virginia flip in Senate, but apparently this was expected. And Trump wins West Virginia. Again, I have no busy clue as to where they are. I think they're somewhere
Under
on.
Ohio.
West Virginia West Virginia was independent.
West Virginia
Sorry,
was
independent.
It's under Ohio.
Yeah.
Wait, so have we lost it? That's
It's red.
He
We're
stepped down.
standing down anyway.
Yeah.
I
believe they did not choose them.
Fantastic. So, Tyler, do you want to come and talk about Project 2025?
I think just to finish off on it, it does.
Oh, we're gonna let a woman have the last word.
Yeah,
Oh,
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just the odd point I'd just like to point out is that I found an article that mentions some of the terms that they seek to eliminate the way they see it in an effort to sort of end what they perceive as woke ideologies. So terms they wish to get rid of in schools, for example, are sexual orientation, gender equality, abortion and reproductive rights. So it's essentially a platform to narrow the scope of what's discussed in schools. Among other things, they want to get rid of sort of the Department of Justice and streamline it so the president has more power. And I think it is a problem because although Trump himself has distanced it from his campaign, the people he's being influenced by and talking with, the line is blurred. I think that could be a particular problem because if Trump does win tonight over the next couple of days, what impact will it have on his presidency? Will he be swayed towards these ideas? You know, he's already becoming bolder than he was in his first term. I think the way he might see it is his first term, he didn't go far enough. Then he might be susceptible to these ideas. So in the second term, he goes even stronger and even harsher on the clampdown. So I think it could be a particular problem. Although one thing I'd like to point out is a group of Democrats created a group called Stop Project 2025 Task Force. And it's also equally angered the Democrats. And some of the stuff that Harris Walt's campaign has put out has been directly saying that Project 2025 happens. You know, if you're LGBT or a woman, this will impact you. So equally, I think the Democrats are energized and ready to fight that narrative.
Fantastic. I'm going to let Lucy have the last word on that. A huge shout out to Tyler, who we are losing. Thank you so much for bringing that thing. And also welcome. I'm very excited to have both my amazing office mates online now. Dr. Joseph Haig, who teaches American, what is the American course called?
US.
Trevor, if you are listening, I am so sorry. What the hell, from a woman's perspective?
Yeah, what the hell? I think I'll make a short comment, but what I've noticed a lot is online there's been a lot of kind of single white women who are Republicans going, oh no, it won't happen. Like 2025, it won't happen. Like it's okay. And I've seen a lot of people saying Democrats are fear mongering online to try and to sway people back to the Republican vote. And I don't think it's being believed at all, to be honest. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
Brilliant. Okay, we are going to do one of our really professional swaps. And while we are doing that really quietly, because I sound like the outreach officer that I am, Joe, welcome to the stream. I'm hoping that Louis has let you in. Before we move on to looking at data, 2025. What's your opinion?
Sorry, Shanaz, I'm hearing you twice. In sort of, and now I'm hearing myself as well. You asked about Project 2025. First of all, I need to start. I need to start by talking about US foreign policy. and that you didn't know what the module was.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to go as far as Justin Greaves might and talk about how it's the best module in PACE, but you know, I'm gonna go into bat for US foreign policy. Project 2025. So the previous presenter actually captured it really well. A real plan to sort of really shake up the federal government and to one of the various big proposals, including getting rid of the Department for Education altogether, and shaking up the kind of the way that federal employees are appointed. So whereas at the moment we have a kind of civil service system in place where there are sort of career civil servants within the federal bureaucracy, Project 2025 contains these sweeping proposals to make a lot more of that sort of range of civil servants sort of directly appointed by the president and by extension directly sort of fireable by the president. So Donald Trump would be able to fire these as he sees fit, basically. So a really sweeping kind of reform to the federal government under this idea called the unitary executive theory, trying to make everything much more responsive to the president, much less kind of subject to bureaucratic politics and malaise and that kind of thing. So that's Project 2025 as I understand it. I don't know whether others have anything to add to that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And also welcome, Joseph.
Thank you.
But I think Project 2025 is a great segue into demographics and how they are going to impact. And also welcome back, Millie. back. Yeah, so demographics, voters, 2025. Where are we? How big a deal will the voter breakdown be? Something you know me. Oh, Jamie!
Jamie, who's been in for an hour and a half, to be fair, so we'll let you on.
Fine.
We all flip it to one.
I know my office mates will be absolutely shaking their heads at this, and I am going to neatly go off to get. Yes.
Right.
But it
So I think, yeah, this is demographics in this election is going to be really a massive factor. I mean, I think one demographic, if you could split this election with a demographic, it's going to be gender. This is the gendered election. I see female vote with between 18 and 29 is a 30-point lead for Kamala. And among college students overall, that's a 38-point lead. And I would say the same would be for male voters, but maybe not as much for Trump. Maybe we see like 20%. And the reasons behind that are, of course, abortion and reproductive rights. They've been front and center of Kamala's campaign. And while Trump, I see a lot on Twitter and all that, Trump is embracing this like macho, masculine type, alpha male type vibe. And so I think, yeah, but I think there's also many other demographics which I think I hope to get into. Native Americans. I think even when we look at statistics like African American voters, the gendered bias really goes into those statistics as well. So let me just get up my African American statistics.
The stats?
Yeah. So Harris enjoys 78% support among Black voters, which is compared to around 90% support for Democrats in recent elections. And the reason because of that is because actually male Black voters are now swinging more to Republicans. And we see that across most statistics, across Latinos, even across Native Americans. And so, yeah, and I'm really into it. I don't know.
Brilliant. Lottie, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I can look at more on the gender aspect. We had a long discussion about it earlier. If you look at swing states specifically and how the gendered aspect is going to affect that. So if we look at abortion. States like Arizona has abortion-related issues on the ballot. So they're looking at if they would like abortion rights to be restored to full fetal viability in cases of medical emergencies after it's been drawn back to 15 weeks with no exceptions for rape, incest, or genetic abnormalities. And this is likely to really drive female voters out, and it's going to look really good, obviously, for Kamala Harris, who's, as you said, ran a whole campaign on reproductive rights. Similar in Nevada, they've got the issue again on the ballot of enshrining some abortion rights in the Constitution, which can have the same effect. And then again, in North Carolina, it's got a tricky history with abortion in the sense that it's not on the ballot per se, but they've had recent debates and issues where it's now banned after 12 weeks, despite some exceptions in some cases. And this occurred despite one of the governors trying to block it, but then somebody swapped party, and it was a real huge issue in the state. That's again another one that's likely to draw out female voters and people who are likely for Kamala Harris. Abortion for many is assisting voter turnout more than the economy as well, especially for young voters and women. I'll stick with that. That's pretty high for now.
So I want to look at a little bit about the education sort of demographic, that part, college educated, non-college educated people. Massive splits in America. Do you have any additional statistics or information about that college split? Because naturally, college educated people are more likely to vote Democrat, and non-college educated people, people with only up to a high school diploma, are more likely to vote Republican. Talk more. Why is this the case?
Well, I think that is standing. I think that's still going to be in effect in this election. But they just get up the economist here. The biggest swing. So this is, where they make a hypothetical profile of every person. The biggest swing to Republicans will be straight black men, but most importantly, would have a postgraduate degree. I don't think we've seen that in past elections, where the biggest swing to Republicans would be people who have postgraduate degrees. And that's of course not for every person with a postgraduate degree. This is a very specific category. But I think it does speak that that statistic is there, because I've not seen that in other elections. As you said, most elections are people who are college educated, higher education, vote Democrat. But that swing, I can't exactly explain why that swing has happened, but it's very interesting. And if we turn to the biggest swing to Democrats in this imaginary person thing, it's took some college classes. So I guess that means I don't know exactly what that means, took some college classes, but I guess that speaks to lower education. So we're actually seeing a bit of a swing for lower educated voters to actually go to Democrats, and some people with postgraduate degrees to go to Republicans. But I thought it was interesting. But I think that is going to stand firm. Yes, I know, but I'm saying that is going to stand firm, as education has always been a factor, which I don't think is going to change. I don't think everyone with an undergrad or postgraduate degree is going to go, I'm going to vote for Trump, or people who do not.
So, and I think I've just come in on a really interesting point about the fact that I'm going to go to the two people that do teach postgrads. Black men, postgraduate black men voting Republican. Charlie, Joe, do you want to come in on this? But also a question to you all. Did changing demographics reflect these going forward? How does that mean that future elections might go? But Charlie, Joe, if you could just come in on Joseph's excellent points. We've had caffeine people.
Yeah, I can go first.
You want to go, Charlie?
Yeah. I've got to jump off in a minute anyway, but one thing to consider when not all postgraduate degrees are the same thing, right? So to have
some of them are MBAs.
Sorry.
Some of them are MBAs.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Joe. That's exactly what I was going to say. There's quite a big difference between someone who's done a PhD in literature and someone who's done a Master of Business Administration in terms of their political outlook. Right. It's also worth looking at the demographics of but within this, the demographics of people who take vocational qualifications as well. If you are from a more deprived background, the likelihood of you taking a humanities or equivalent or an arts degree is substantially lower, because the purpose of a college or university education is to find a way out of relative or absolute poverty, as is often the case, right? There's a reason why, and at the same time, in the US, law degrees are also classified as postgraduate qualifications. So this bunches a group of people together, such as businessmen, lawyers, doctors as well. You can look at, there's quite a high number of medical professionals who've had quite high careers in the Republican Party, because these things all get mixed in together as sort of money-making enterprises, which is simultaneously also an indicator of how people might vote, and it also suggests a belief in certain and a value in certain economic systems that might not be supported by more progressive platforms. So, but I do have to jump off now. But thanks.
Thank you so much, Charlie. We've really appreciated you.
Nice to see you. Cheers. See you guys.
Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I think Charlie's absolutely right. I think we've both got to the same point, didn't we? With well, the postgraduate degrees, we might sort of intuitively think sort of liberal arts college, but actually we also, as Charlie said, we need to be thinking that postgraduate degrees cover everything from MBAs to medical qualifications, and very often those are kind of overrepresented within the Republican Party, especially MBAs. And a point I was going to make in relation to what Joseph said before is that, it's interesting that the Democrats are kind of picking up more of these kind of postgraduate educated voters, but it's interesting to the Republican Party that they've, especially in 2016, they moved more decisively towards targeting non-college educated voters. And that was a bit of a break from the past. And you think about where we are in the kind of grander scheme of this populist wave that we're in, if you want to describe it that way, this kind of rightward trend of the Republican Party. When that sort of begins in the sort of during this sort of Obama administration, well, arguably you can trace it back even before that, but certainly the Tea Party movement, which is the beginning of this real insurgency within the Republican Party. Actually, many Tea Party voters are more highly represented among sort of higher educated voters. So we've seen a shift from that point to Trump in 2016, obviously targeting sort of voters in the Rust Belt states, lower educated, non-college educated voters. So there have been shifts happening all the time, and it will be really interesting to trace how that plays out in the future, whether that is something that is Trump specific or whether it is something that the Republican Party can continue to capitalize on after he's gone, whether that's after this election or whether it's after in 4 years' time.
So sticking to like postgraduate qualifications, I'm thinking this is such a shameless plug because we're about to do our MA in climate change launch. Education, climate change. Where are the climate change voters in this election? Because we know that Republicans, they're huge deniers of climate change. Where are we with them?
I think if you look at the youth vote and how that's risen massively, with young people caring a large amount about climate change, depending compared to their older counterparts. And then if you look at how Kamala Harris has massively targeted them through social media, for example, if anyone has TikTok and is on the same side I am, has probably seen countless amounts of videos over the past year surrounding this. So where they're at specifically, it's difficult to say, but I mean, the Democrats aren't not targeting them as part of a wider look at young voters specifically.
So the younger, and I have to say, we're probably not the same age, but I've definitely seen the Kamala things. There's definitely so much pushing of Kamala Harris onto TikTok. One of the channels which after tonight I'm absolutely leaving, of course, is X. After tonight, because I just put this on X and say felt like I couldn't commit to exercise, whatever the word would be tonight.
I like it. I'm here for it.
Elon Musk, and I take no responsibility for what happens to your accounts afterwards. Elon Musk and climate change, and how is he impacting just the general demographics? Because like, we're going to edit this out for school kids, and if you are, like, he's batshit crazy.
Yeah.
And if you're a school kid, that is not an appropriate way to describe an adult.
Elon Musk is a very bad man. He's a very interesting man. I think the way that the Trump legions have embraced him with open arms is very interesting, since he makes electric cars, which isn't really what they're not a big fan of electric cars, are they? As general climates, this is a bit of a generalization, but it is, Trump's opinion that, it'd be good to have climate change because it will mean more beachfront properties. So I think Elon is a very interesting figure, especially with his role in X, as he owns it. I don't know about anybody else, but I am not a massive X user. But I have the notifications on my iPad, and I've just been like weird, like I'm not like gone on it at all, but I keep getting these random notifications from Elon Musk going, I love Donald Trump, big flags, American flags, the country's going to change, this is brilliant. And I just find it really interesting that, in a way, it's allowed, because that is a massive, massive, massive tool in Donald Trump's, arsenal, weapon in his arsenal. He can essentially mobilize the entire app of Twitter, which has basically just become, unfortunately, a bit of a right wing, Truth Social obviously is the main big kahuna, but I think Twitter has taken a turn, X, sorry, and I think it is just insane, the power. It is, it's mad in a way how, one candidate can get an endorsement from one guy and essentially control an entire media platform that millions and millions of Americans use to his advantage. Like, it's absolutely wild. Any other thoughts?
On Elon Musk in particular, I think in relation to that climate change point, I think that's really took a back seat, because even Kamala Harris has come out and said that she would endorse fracking. And so there's really no winning between the two candidates. She did come out previously and say she was against fracking, but I guess for political pressure, she's now come out and said, oh, it's okay. There's no winning the climate change, people. So if that's what you're going in to decide your vote, I think you're either going to the Green Party, but of course, we're not going to see a Green Party landslide, a Green wave. And so I don't think there's any winning. And so I think it might take a backseat for other policies. I think many people are struggling with like the economy and the state it's in. And so I think while I think many more people are for climate change and for like a green revolution eventually, in the here and now, I think economic policies will take precedent.
Can I interrupt slightly and just draw attention to the North Carolina election race? It's just voting has just started. 3% of vote that has been counted. But whilst initially it was said to be a +1, well, obviously this is very early times with the voting. It was said to be +1%, 1 point for Trump. Currently showing to be a potential Kamala Harris victory. Wow. So very interesting stuff, especially as it's one of the swing states. Wait,
which way did you call?
I called it to Trump.
Okay.
Sorry.
Swing back on that. Joe and then Lottie on Elon Musk, please, and climate change.
Yeah, so I think previous comment was right about how climate change has really taken a bit of a backseat in this election, And one indication of that is the exit poll that CNN released earlier tonight. I don't know how much you've already talked about the exit poll so far.
We have, but
You've talked a little bit about it. I hoped you talked a little bit about how rubbish the US exit polls are compared to the British. Not that I want to get all British exceptionalist on you, but it is kind of like it's already become a meme on X. People saying, UK election exit poll, it tells you exactly what number of seats they expect each party to get. And the US one is basically, asking voters, whether they like pineapple on their pizza, that kind of thing. And it doesn't seem, it's really difficult to discern very much accurate information from it. But one of the questions they do ask is about this, about the kind of most important issue that influenced your vote. And climate change isn't on there. You've got the state of democracy, which was interestingly the highest at 35%, and you had the economy at 31%. Abortion at 14%, immigration at 11%, and then foreign policy at 4%, which, I mean, I was glad it made the list. I was a bit surprised it made the list, but I was glad it made the list as someone who teaches foreign policy. Interesting Republicans who were a bit more kind of invested in that. So climate change not on there. I wonder whether part of the reason is just that it's kind of assumed that the Republicans are not that interested in climate change, and that the Democrats therefore are the party that you vote for if you're kind of interested in that kind of thing. But that it sort of goes without saying, and that's why they don't spend that much time thinking about climate change. But yeah, certainly the Democrats' sort of policy on climate and fracking, as it's been mentioned already, does raise questions about, are we paying enough attention to that kind of policy? Maybe there should be a little bit more scrutiny of it. When it comes to Elon Musk, I think, he's played a really interesting role in this election, obviously, with X. We've mentioned his power, his platform that he has. The other way his power is kind of manifested is in his basically his giveaway of vast sums of money to people who promised to vote for Trump in the election. That's something that's making its way through the courts in Pennsylvania, been various cases, various litigation brought against that, people saying, well, surely you can't do that. You can't pay people to vote for someone. Surely that must contravene election laws. So those kinds of cases working their way through as well. So it's financial power. But I wanted to ask everyone what you think about the sort of future kind of political prospects of Elon Musk. I mean, he can't be president because he's not a natural born citizen in the United States. But can we foresee a kind of Arnold Schwarzenegger kind of scenario where he's parachuted in as governor of somewhere? Is that something we can foresee in the future?
Big question, which I'm going to let Lottie answer before I surprise everyone with some analysis from Pennsylvania.
Ooh. Suspense. Oh my God. I totally think that we were having a discussion earlier. We were saying that what's categorized the whole Trump era is a scandal every 24 hours to keep you interested and to keep you there. But often, if you ask any of the bad things Trump's done, it takes people a minute to think, oh, okay, it's this, that, or the other. And I think Elon Musk is kind of the perfect kind of wingman to that. In my head, I go, oh yeah, well, he's bad, he's done bad things. But it takes me a second to name them but he does it to keep himself relevant. And I think that will make him a perfect candidate to be involved in politics for sure. Obviously, the question was climate change
and Musk's future in policy.
I think there is definitely a chance for one. He keeps himself very relevant, and I think he can go off the back of what Trump's been doing with a massive populist approach. I think it would definitely work. A lot of people will be like, well, he's an innovative tech guy. I think you often hear, I'd like to have a beer with him kind of rhetoric. I think that could apply to Elon Musk. And in terms of just a quick comment on what we were talking about regarding the environment policies of the Democrats as well, I think, again, we were discussing earlier, a lot of what the campaign has led on this election is Kamala saying, well, not saying, but making herself appear as, well, Trump has done X, Y, Z badly. No, what am I going to do that's good? And I think the environment is a big one that a lot of the time it's been kind of ignored. And when it is pointed out, it's, well, Trump has done X, Y, Z.
I'm so sorry.
We've got a lot of calls coming in.
So,
Hang on.
wins Massachusetts, Maryland, and DC. CNN projection: Trump wins Tennessee, Mississippi,
Hang on. We've got Alabama,
and Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, Tennessee. Kamala Harris's Connecticut. Where's Connecticut? Okay.
The chaos off the board.
Everything's just been called in the last 2 seconds. Hang on.
Okay, so whilst Millie is doing that, a overview again. CNN projection is that Trump wins Tennessee, Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma, which sounds like a song. Harris wins Massachusetts, probably not a surprise. Maryland, and
not Missouri, it's Mississippi.
that's projection. So the only ones we can actually is Massachusetts, Maryland, and DC for Harris. But also, just to surprise you all, for Pennsylvania, the places we need to be watching. And I am like so shamelessly stolen this from Bloomberg because it's going to be one of the things. Luzerne and Lackawanna for Allegheny, Philadelphia, Montgomery, Erie, and for Northern Hampton is a key place to watch. South Carolina, Trump.
God knows, okay, I've got this.
We have got this.
Tennessee, Trump. Just
Oh my God. Rhode Island. What's Rhode Island?
That's
Tiny. Tiny one.
yeah, tiny one.
Go on.
I am so
Tennessee, Trump in the middle.
In the middle already.
No, between Kentucky and
Tennessee.
For every other place, can we send Sunderland over to America tonight?
Sunderland.
Okay.
blue.
I think we're going to again ignore the music break. I think we lose you guys, don't we? Guys, can we have a massive cheer? Thank you for representing Lossie. Joseph, you were fantastic. Chaotic segue. And Jamie, are you a mini spotting?
It's okay, I've got it.
Okay.
Oklahoma is here. Yeah, cool.
Thank you so much.
I'm just going to do some
Can
colouring
we
in
also
while
shout Trump out because that was amazing. Coming in. Come on in.
Still going. AP's stressing me out here. Where's Mary?
And can I also just say our pace common room is like a hive of activities.
So all these ones up here, Trump wins South Carolina. Have I done that?
Maryland's haven't done. It's the next to West Virginia.
Yeah.
Delaware.
No. Maryland. Above Virginia. Down.
Down.
No, next one.
Oh,
Left.
goodness. Here. What? This
Above,
Yeah.
above Virginia, literally the block above Virginia.
This block?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Right, I need to do
And
an
Delaware.
updated
Which is next door, just to the right.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oklahoma is a musical. But I also feel like there was a Nina Simone song which had
yeah.
there was also a Nina Simone song. Okay, we've again got new people on, so we are going to as a segue, because I'm loving my segues, ask Joe to repeat his question about Elon Musk's. In fact, no, I'll do it. So Joe's amazing question was Elon Musk's future as political people, and if you could do it, answer and introduce yourselves as you answer the question.
So my question was whether Elon Musk has is lining himself up for a future in politics. Obviously, he can't be president because he's not a natural born citizen of the United States, but he could hypothetically run for governor. I'm thinking of Arnold Schwarzenegger, that kind of model. I wondered what your thoughts were about that. Just before we get into that, Shanaz, I was just going to say about all of those states that have been called just then, that there are absolutely no surprises in those kind of headline results. They were all the ones that we were expecting to go to the respective parties. So we expected the Democrats to do well in New England, in places like Maryland, in New Hampshire, those kinds of places. And by the same token, we expected the Republicans to do well in Kentucky, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida. They are kind of heartlands at this point. So there's nothing we get from the kind of headline sort of headlines of those states going a particular way. What will be interesting is seeing the breakdown in terms of whether there is a kind of swing between the parties. But we don't know that yet. But sorry, I just wanted to interject that.
Campaign coordinators are going to be panicking right now. So
yeah. So I'll pass over now on the question of Musk and his political ambitions.
Yes, absolutely. Good evening. I'm Dan. I'm hosting the
I've been really excited.
Have they?
Oh! Go Dan.
They love US economics. So, yeah. The question about Elon Musk, absolutely. I don't think he would assume a political role as such, like you said, for the South African citizenship, but also for the fact that he can become a real talisman for US corporations. Trump is proposing a massive cut to corporation tax. Currently, it stands at 21%. He wants to see it fall to 15. Well, Harris wants to raise it to 28. So there's $250 billion on the line for US corporations, and Musk is going to really tap into this. Musk has always been a very low tax advocate. It's why he moved production predominantly to Texas. And so I think Musk could very well assume a role in Trump's peripheries to advocate for greater tax cuts and greater protectionism as well, because Musk will want to see a lot of production possibly done in the United States.
Yeah, and I think banking off that, good evening, I'm Meghna. I think while he might not run for president, I think he definitely has expressed interest in kind of influencing policies to like support him. So while obviously he's not going to have like a forefront, I think he's going to be a very key back, kind of like, what's it called? Kind of like a back support player, where he's just like whispering things in people's ears and hoping things swing his way. Because the corporate tax cut genuinely would benefit him and multiple other corporations, and that's why I think he becomes like a key player in this regard.
brilliant. So economics.
Yeah.
Really interesting that we speak about Trump and economics, because of course in his first victory, everyone talks about economic anxiety.
Yeah.
How is that going to play into where he is? We know, where is America right now economically? Are they fixing the foundations?
I think they're still recovering from like the massive issue that was the Great Recession. So I think majority of Biden's administration was like focused on rebuilding that. So I don't think any of the rebuilding efforts were really felt by the general public. So let's say you were like an average citizen in America, you wouldn't have felt the economy improve because it was happening so slowly compared to the massive kind of spikes that went up during the 2020 to 22 period. So I think a lot of Trump's policies are in response to the kind of slow effect of Biden economics. So I think that's going to be something interesting.
Biden economics.
Absolutely. If you look at the picture year to date, the general macro indicators are quite strong. We've had about 3% real GDP growth this year. Unemployment is looking good, and inflation has come down. But people's memories are much longer than the past year, and people don't want to attribute the relative successes the current administration has had to Biden himself. People still feel the pain of inflation. Goods are still roughly 25% higher than they were 4 years ago. And these goods are often basic, staple goods. And so this is disproportionately affecting people on low incomes. And people really feel this regressive the real aggressive effects of inflation, and this is coupled up with like Megana said,
Yeah.
the effects of the 2008 crisis, because inequality hasn't been addressed.
To go back very quickly to one thing that you have for younger viewers, how are we describing Bidenomics?
Bidenomics, it's interesting because if you look at, there's this time period in 2020 where Trump left office and Biden entered office. So to put it in a really simple way,
Smooth.
very smooth, non-controversial move. I think if I was to put it in the simplest terms possible, Biden economics was just undoing the mess that Trump left the office with. So you had high unemployment, high inflation, you had a stock market crash because of COVID, you had the Russia-Ukraine war. So you had to build all of these up. And in 4 years, I'm not going to say that he did a phenomenal job, but he did a good job considering what was left of the economy. Like you said, inflation has come down. The only thing I think he didn't address was wage growth. I think wage growth is something that people really feel the impacts of.
And Bidenomics also is contingent on a lot of investment as well. Yeah, the US government has borrowed, but also taxed reasonably well. And they put a lot of this money into investment, especially into the green sectors.
Yeah. Brilliant. I'm going to ask you a question now, guys. How has the candidates in this race informed their policy to address these problems? And who do you think has done a better job?
Well, Trump's economic policy is largely informed by his populist ideology. For listeners who aren't necessarily sure what populism means, it's taking very simple solutions to very, very complex problems. For example, inflation, for example, protectionism. And it's using the concerns of ordinary people and pretending that the elite doesn't care as well. And this is what Trump does very well. And so,
weaponizing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And so since 2008, there's been an increase in job instability, especially in the manufacturing sectors of America. And so people feel less secure. And so Trump's economic policies have largely gone around this. So he's introduced tax cuts, which occur in all stratas of society, but disproportionately affect the top. And he's also introduced, like I said earlier, protectionism, or wants to further introduce protectionism if he gets into office now. And so his economic policies have largely been guided by that populist ideology.
Yeah, I think banking on that, what Trump does really well, really efficiently, is taking legitimate concerns and turning it into this narrative that everything can be solved if you solve it with one issue. Let's say you have a problem of unemployment, stagnant wages, just blame it on one particular issue and that will solve the problem. And people like having simplistic solutions to complex problems because it kind of reassures them in a way. But I think economically speaking, I know the polls and like kind of opinions say otherwise, but I think Harris has a higher chance of actually rebuilding the economy back, because let's say she raises a corporate tax, which is ideally meant to like kind of redistribute that like large hoarded income back down to the economy. So I think we will see a better flow of that real income, and it would benefit the public more so than Trump's policies would. Because let's say you cut corporate tax down again, it's not actually going to benefit the average citizen. So it's kind of like it's a gray area because people believe that Trump's policies are better, but if you actually look at the statistics, Harris has a higher chance of having a successful economy, like running a successful economy, sorry. So it really depends on global factors as well, because obviously COVID and the Russia-Ukraine war is something that no one could have predicted.
And the protection, Joe, how does the foreign policy and the protectionism like feed into the economic picture?
I'm on mute. Yeah, it's potentially very, very significant. I mean, a lot of what Trump has been talking about in terms of the economy during the election has been in terms of tariffs, and he said in one of his speeches, one of his long rambling speeches, tariff is the most beautiful word in the English language, and he's been talking about it non-stop, and it's his solution to everything is we're gonna put import tariffs on particularly products from China. He's been talking about using the threat of I think it was a 25% tariff on all imports from Mexico as a kind of stick with which to try and cajole Mexico into securing the US-Mexico border, but also threats of, really punitive taxes on electric cars coming into the country. I wonder whether that has anything to do with the aforementioned Elon Musk being a key supporter, shoring up market dominance for Tesla in the United States. That might be something going on there. But in terms of the foreign policy aspects, and apart from the fact that I think these policies would actually be ironically very inflationary for the United States, given that that's one of the things that Trump voters are most kind of worried about, is the inflation that's happened over the course of the last 4 years. Actually, these would be very inflationary policies, but they would also be quite damaging for the rest of the world. They would have ripple effects around the rest of the world in terms of prices going up significantly, trade. Countries that want to trade with the United States, this is going to get more difficult if Trump comes into power, at least if he does the things that he says he's going to do. So it really does feel like it's going to have ripple effects around the world that are going to, we're all going to experience them, just because this election is taking place across the Atlantic. I think it's going to touch all of us to some extent.
And that's, I think, my next question, which I'm going to ask all three of you to answer. Britain and the US economically, it is one of our key relationships. We're not tied to them as we were perhaps in the Blair days to a war. We know that despite the interference claims, we know that Keir Starmer's team have been over to have that conversation with Trump, probably around economics. How much does that impact us? Because we're going to have viewers going, why are they caring? Millie, to begin with you.
I think there will always be a special relationship, as we like to say, going back to Reagan and Thatcher. I think ultimately the US and the UK will be intertwined economically, politically. Diplomacy between us and the US is just essential. NATO, I know Donald Trump said some interesting things about NATO in his time, but I think it's still an essential component to kind of how the world functions. Really, we can't really live without, in this world safely, I think, without a good relationship with the US. And I think economically really important. I think tariffs would be potentially a devastating thing, I think, and I just think generally economically we should stay on good terms, and I think that is likely to happen with one of the candidates and not the other.
I don't know if you can hear the pain in Millie's voice. I just said that. And also, before I answer, can I just say the pride with which you are looking back at that map.
I know. The thing is, I keep looking at the AP, and I keep looking like, did I fill that one in? I'm pretty sure I did, and then I'm panicking. But I think we're all good for the stuff.
So, Megan, if you answer that, and then I've got a slightly different question for you, which I've just been given off camera.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because banking on the tariffs point, if Trump does go about his plan and raise tariffs, I think that will have a really negative impact for general prices in the US, and I think trade in general will be affected. Not sure how specifically the UK will be affected, but there certainly will be a negative effect on the consumer price. The consumer price index will climb quite a bit. So I think that's the only thing I have to add, because I think you've covered pretty much.
It bears mentioning, just while we're on protectionism, we haven't specified what it is Trump wants to do. So he suggests a universal tariff of 20% on any import into the USA, as well as a special 60% tariff on anything from China. He's also talked about, not a great extent, 100% on anything from Mexico. So this would effectively rip up the North American Free Trade Agreement and the US-Mexico-Canada agreement he renegotiated in 2017.
Okay, brilliant. And I feel like this is a question for your knowledge. And defending Trump a little bit. The university is politically neutral, I have to say this. Could Trump be using tariffs as a solution to foreign, what is that word? Sorry?
Affairs.
Foreign affairs, not necessarily to fix the economy, sort of how like sanctions are used.
In what respect is Trump using Trump using tariffs to resolve disputes with foreign countries?
Yeah.
I mean,
China-
look at how Trump has used tariffs as a way to threaten Mexico to secure their border and take responsibility for taking immigrants across. Could Trump not be using tariffs like sanctions?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Countries,
Yeah, Trump fancies
expecting
himself.
that the economic costs are going to be there, perhaps.
Of course, he could perhaps be doing this. Trump is at heart, he sees himself to be a strong man. And so the liberal way of doing things, the cooperative way of doing things, isn't necessarily Trump's way of doing things. So using something like tariffs, using something like protectionism could well be a vehicle for him getting what he wants. It's unfortunate. It's going to have an impact on the Americans as well. Bloomberg estimated that if tariffs are implemented in their entirety, then that could knock 3% off the GDP. But yes, Trump could very well be doing this.
In terms, we've talked a lot about Trump. In terms of Kamala's sort of economic policies, how are they looking for the economy? How are the predictions looking if she implemented those?
It's kind of, I mean, a lot of the like economists who've kind of surveyed the Harris-Walz policy proposals say that it's going to continue like taking a steady rise. Unemployment is probably going to go down a bit unless and until they increase wages. I don't think there's actually going to be like proper change. I think the biggest issue that their administration will have is number one, knocking inflation down more, and number two, kind of lowering the house prices, because I think that is one of the concerns that was addressed as well. The cost of housing and the cost of living are the two major kind of players in this, in their policy making. So I think they are on the right track, but they have some serious work to do.
Okay, Joe, I'm just going to bring you back in on this one and then back to Dan, who I think is incredibly popular in the chat. Joe, before the Dan fans.
On the economy?
Yes, please, not the Dan stands.
Okay. I mean, I was just going to add to what's been said there about. I completely agree. I think addressing inflation, the cost of living, is a really big issue in the United States, as it has been in Britain. I don't think inflation was ever quite as bad over there as it got in Britain at one point, but still pretty bad in the United States. So definitely feeling the pinch there. But house prices as well, that's a big problem in the United States. So those are things that need to be dealt with. The other thing, putting my foreign policy.
I just pause you for a second.
Yep, sure.
Somewhere called MO has gone for Trump.
Montana.
Missouri has gone for
Missouri.
I believe in Montana.
No.
Okay, so this place has gone for Trump. Joe, while we wait for the red pen, sorry to interrupt.
So was it Missouri or Montana?
Missouri. So I don't have a red pen yet.
Okay, I mean, in either case, again, that's not a huge surprise. That would be, broadly in line with expectations. The only thing I was going to add to the point about the economy is about how Harris or Trump would deal with China in the next 4 years. So I think it's fair to say that Biden has continued a lot of the kind of strategic competition with China, views it as this kind of competitor, and there is this question about to what extent does the United States try and disentangle itself from China, to the extent that there is economic interdependence there, and Chinese business wants to be sort of involved in the United States, and you can see this in the sort of actions taken by the US government towards TikTok and the various congressional hearings there were around TikTok. And there is this question about to what extent is it about geopolitics and trying to make a geopolitical point and pursue a grand strategy in that respect, and to what extent is it about trying to shore up the economy at home, and how pragmatic is the United States willing to be? And I think that would be a really interesting question for us to sort of ponder over the next few years. We don't know the answer yet with regard to Harris or Trump, but I think that'll be a really important one that will also have a bearing on sort of economic prosperity at home.
Fantastic, thank you. Very quickly before Dan finishes us off, for younger viewers, geopolitics in a sentence. Joe?
Sorry?
Geopolitics in a sentence for our school-age students.
So geopolitics, basically an umbrella term for the United States relations with the rest of the world. We often use geopolitics when we're talking about great power politics, so how some of the most powerful countries in the world relate to one another and seek to kind of react to one another's respective power within the international system. So as China has grown more powerful over the last few decades, the United States has come to see it as a potential rival to its own power, and increasingly ever since the Obama administration, really, there's been this desire to enact this pivot towards countering the rise of China that's seen as being a threat. Whether the United States is right to see it as a threat is another question, but certainly it does, and there's a huge amount of discussion that's been had within the corridors of power about how the United States should face off against China.
Okay, Dan, thank you so much. What was the original question we were talking about? Oh,
Trump using tariffs as a way to get what he wants.
no, I think we've moved on to Harris.
Harris policies. Okay, sure.
What's the impact? Like,
Well, there's what Harris wants to do, and there's what she can do. There's a possibility that she becomes president, but she still has to win the House of Representatives, and she still has to win the Senate, which are big question marks for Harris, I think. So if she struggles to win the Senate and House of Representatives, any big flagship fiscal policy is going to be very, very difficult to get through. And so it depends it depends what she's going to be constrained to do. At the moment, her main plans are also things like the economy of opportunity as well. So supporting small businesses with loans and increasing the tax threshold so they don't have to pay tax on until a certain minimum level of income. There's also increasing housing supply. She wants to cut red tape to try and boost that. And there's also expanding the child tax credit policy. So there's a lot of welfare involved in that, and also trying to help small businesses.
I think how far she's able to succeed will really depend on what kind of numbers she pulls, because there's a high chance that if she doesn't win majority, despite being president, she won't actually be able to impact any effective change. So it's kind of like a waiting game, honestly.
That's why we need to keep an eye on those Senate seats as well. It's really interesting that you both talk about housing, because I think this is the one where we see the similarities between, I'm going to call it Harris economics and Reeve economics, the kind of like emphasis on housing. So going back to those fixing the foundations, and we do have a Senate update, which I think we are 42 for Republicans and 32 for Democrats. I know we're at very early stages, only one flip, but where does that leave before we say goodbye to you both? This has been an absolutely fantastic segment. I never thought I'd find economics this interesting. Where will that leave her plans if it continues with this projection?
Well, it might be they're dead on arrival, unfortunately. But I think that she might be able to swing some areas. I think her corporate policies are going to be really, really difficult to get through in particular. So the things like not banning, but quadrupling the tax on stock buybacks as well, that's going to be really, really difficult to get through. So I think some of her welfare might still be able to be pushed
I was actually
through,
going to talk about welfare. I think her welfare policies and her more social upliftment policies would take a hit as well. I think that would be really hard to convince.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And we will leave you on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, are you staying with us for the next half an hour?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Fantastic. We have Jamie back.
James back. I'm gonna go look for a red pen.
Okay, and I feel like we're gonna wait on day four. What's your area of expertise?
So we are doing key policy and partisanship.
Key policy and partnerships. Oh, I can't even pronounce it. And we have as my wonderful co-host,
Hello.
Jamie back. So key policies. I'm going to ask you all to tell me about one key policy for each camp. We are going to start with the newbies, and if you could introduce yourselves as well. Jamie, we all know because I've been calling everyone Jamie all night.
Oh, really?
So, guys, the actual Jamie is in the room. Hello, it's a very warm looking jumper.
I'm Ruben.
Brilliant. Okay, key policies.
Yeah, so a lot of Trump's policies revolve around nativism, which is a political belief which is quite common in America throughout history, which prioritizes the native population over the external population. Basically, it's not necessarily racist, but it has been used by racists in the past. It's very, very long. So I think the earliest goes back to the 1660s with Germans immigrating into the colonies, and they were talking about the Germans not integrating.
So we're going back into that far right, but not necessarily. That kind of like really interesting way that he uses like history and like I think you were saying, Jamie, like kinds of things which are like narratives which he then manages to turn to his own story.
So my name's Ollie. Ollie Seal, and I think the key policy that I'm going to be focusing on, or not I'm going to be focusing on, but something I can bring to light is abortion rights and access to abortion, or preventing abortion in the case of Donald Trump. So obviously Kamala Harris is quite pro-choice. Democrats have typically been pro-choice, so she wants to try and veto any potential congressional law that may get passed that would ban federal abortion. And then Donald Trump is kind of a bit dicey on the whole issue. He said in the past that he wants to try and would get rid of abortion federally, or at least do the similar sort of things as Florida would do, which is kind of an abortion ban at 6 weeks, or which is essentially banning about 95% of abortions, but is more recently trying to go along with the popular consideration from a lot of people, which is not really saying much, being a bit more pro-choice than before, but it's hard to say with Trump.
Because this has been a really interesting one, because Melania came out with a video where she was very much a woman's choice to divorce. Michelle Obama did, and we know that Michelle Obama is this massive totem figure for the Democrats. She came out with that fantastic speech, which was like a massive rallying cry. So definitely want to go back to Jamie, your key policy.
Yeah, I think maybe something that's been missed so far is their differences on foreign policy, right? In terms of, and that's tying into the nativism, the protectionism that we've spoken about already, in terms of Trump's signaling that he wants to withdraw America from all conflicts abroad, pointing on his record where there was no wars, as opposed to Kamala Harris' continued support for Ukraine and her policy in Israel and Gaza. And I think that is key, especially for British listeners and viewers, in particular on the policy in Ukraine, because Trump talks about solving the war even before he's in office, which inherently means that he's going to divvy up land in Ukraine and give some to Putin, as opposed to Harris continuing the support that the Biden administration has given to Ukraine in funding and providing the ammunition to continue their fight against Russia.
Fantastic. Joe, before I go to you, CNN has declared Arkansas for Trump, and I think what we are going to have is a bumper map update. Joe, building on from what Jamie said, if Trump wins, where does that leave these two massive conflicts if America withdraws? Have we lost Joe? Okay. I'm just going to text Joe to see if we've lost him, but I'm going to, like, the three big policies. He's just needing to dive back quickly. So the three policies, like, we've talked about the NATO reform, we've moved into foreign rights, and we've talked about abortion. I think we've spoken about abortion. I think what's really interesting is what does happen if they do come out of these two massive conflicts. We know in Israel that in the conflict they do provide a huge amount of money towards the budget. We know that actually Ukraine really needs to have that continuing support. What signal is that going to send?
Well, I think we saw this with the last Trump presidency, right? It's this withdrawal from the West, essentially, and when America is such a key player in terms of our own foreign policy, NATO, etc., their withdrawal would be catastrophic, particularly in the instance of Ukraine, which is completely reliant on US and, as an extension, NATO support. But the differences in the amount of weaponry and even financial aid that is going to Ukraine doesn't compare to any other NATO ally. And although Trump hasn't particularly signaled on leaving NATO, he certainly has signaled that America should play no part in these foreign wars. So I think a complete withdrawal from Ukraine specifically could be on the table.
Absolutely. And how does nativism feed into this?
So nativism is primarily about the internal matters. So it'll, I think, for Trump most prominently, it might revolve around the border. There's an element of populism in this as well. So it's prioritizing the home citizens over foreign citizens. So withdrawing from Afghanistan to save American lives over the rights of Afghans. But there's a general shift in North America towards more nativist populism. So with Scheinbaum in Mexico is sort of populism of the left, nativism of the left. And then the next Canadian election in 2025, I think latest it can be is October 2025. The Tories are very likely to win, and Pierre Poilievre, who is the Canadian Tory leader, is also a nativist populist.
So do you think that there would be support amongst Trump supporters for them stopping weapons to Israel? Sorry, that's one of the questions, isn't it?
I think it leads into a lot of isolationism in terms of North America, in terms of the US. Sorry, Trump is obviously putting America first. That's a lot of his campaign slogans, and he's got a campaign centered around, make America great again. It's very to do with just America, and I want to focus on that term isolation because he is withdrawing and he is attempting to put America first. And that's his main concern. That's what people feel like they are left out from. A lot of his supporters feel like there's a lot of focus externally, either within their own country in terms of not white people, for example. That's a lot of his voter base. So I think a lot of discontent with politics. It's moving more progressive, more woke, as he would say. And I think there's a lot of discontent, and he wants to try and is basically latching onto that sentiment within the US of a lot of people who feel like they're being left out. And I think a lot of Republicans who have that sentiment wouldn't feel like withdrawing from Israel is a bad decision. Stopping arms sales to Israel or Ukraine is a bad decision because whether or not they support Israel or Palestine or Russia or Ukraine. It's more about being American and putting America first for a lot of Trump supporters, I think.
So I think, how does this fit into the American exceptionalism model that, that America first, American exceptionalism, and the shift that Trump seems to have managed to do in the way that the Americans view, and going back to your point on abortion, like women's rights, when we saw them historically go into Iraq and Afghanistan, it was very much around the Clinton speech, we're there to rescue women. How has Trump shifted that? Do you think it's been Trump's intervention, or do you think nativism has kind of like grown?
So I think there's a resentment in the US among the people who the system has failed, not just of intervention, but also sort of the pageantry of diplomacy in general. So they would like to withdraw from the world stage sort of more altogether. So this is what Trump and Joe Rogan talked about quite briefly in that interview. Joe Rogan is saying, he's talking about the Xi Jinping trip to, I think, San Francisco last year. I think San Francisco or Los Angeles. And they cleaned up the homeless, they got rid of the homeless population. They put them all into temporary housing. And then as soon as Xi Jinping left, they put them all back on the street because of the prohibitive costs. They were saying this is a disgrace. We should be treating Americans this way and not just shifting them out so they're ashamed when foreign nationals come in.
Yeah. So that focus on stuff. What about you two?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's key. The rhetoric that we're talking about here of people feeling left behind, or that the state isn't serving their need, ties into everything we've been discussing about Trump support, or might even take it back to looking at young men and how they're feeling about the role of women in society, and how they feel as if they're getting overtaken by women in the crusade for feminism. And I think it's that feeling amongst Americans that is driving the most support towards Trump. And when it comes to issues like Ukraine or Israel, it's that idea, and it's that quantifiable information that they can receive, that we are sending X amount of money to this foreign war instead of focusing that on Americans. And the Make America Great Again movement is opposed to that entirely. It's the reverse. It's withdrawing from those and focusing all of our attention on Americans. Now, you can dispute whether or not Trump was successful with that during his first term. You could argue that his mishandling of COVID didn't help Americans, and it's the reverse. But it's regardless, that is exactly what is driving support towards Trump more than anything else.
Fantastic. Before I go to you, Delaware and Illinois won to Harris, Arkansas to Trump, which means that on the tally, it would be Kamala Harris 71, Trump 101. Is this where we expected it to be?
Yes, at the moment, a lot of the red leaning states have been counted. I mean, yeah, little blue states have been called yet. It's mainly focused on those big seven. You could even argue 8 now that Iowa is in the mix. But at this point in time, yeah, I expect this to kind of be what's going on there.
Yeah, no real surprises yet from what's been called. You can look at data coming out of the districts that have been counted so far, and some of the swings towards Trump. So Trump is seeing bigger swings than he did in 2020. Harris has lost a lot of support from Latino men and a little bit of support from Latino women in Florida. And for us watching Pennsylvania, in particular, Puerto Ricans in Florida have seen a fall in support for Harris, which will be interesting to watch as we approach Pennsylvania. And as we said earlier tonight, those Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania will be crucial for Harris.
Joe, welcome back. And you'll be pleased to know that the words American exceptionalism have been mentioned. So we were talking about this idea of America leaving the world states, like withdrawing from all the conflicts.
Mhm.
Is that actually going to happen? Or is this just Trump just saying, throwing red meat to his supporters?
So I caught the kind of tail end of the conversation before, and I thought there was a lot of good stuff in there. I think, yeah, there's this. Well, first of all, we have to think about the extent to which the rhetoric matches the policy. Trump talks very tough in his first term on wanting to withdraw from NATO and to essentially offload a lot of the responsibility for global security onto other NATO member states. Actually, not in a funny way, not actually that dissimilar to what Obama had tried to do beforehand. Remember, he had this kind of offshore balancing idea that the United States would lead from behind. The United States is less powerful in the world, and therefore, in places like Libya, in Syria, in other places across the Middle East, we're going to rely more on our European allies to do these things. So there are kinds of continuities there, arguably, between Obama and Trump, even though we don't tend to think of them as being anything alike, and they probably are motivated by different things. But they both talk in those terms. Trump talks in terms of wanting to withdraw from NATO, Obama not so much, but nevertheless wanting to rely more on allies. But even Trump is not able to withdraw from NATO fully. And yeah, this term isolationism is often used quite a lot around Trump. I don't really think it fits with his foreign policy. I think the United States is still very much engaged with the world, but engaged on different terms. And I think I would probably prefer. I would probably suggest that this is a kind of nationalist policy rather than kind of isolationist. So happy to engage with different parts of the world, but on a much more transactional basis, much more bilateral basis in terms of particular relationships. And what's really interesting about Trump is the way that he likes to place his own personality at the center of this and the personality of the other world leaders. So when it came to North Korea and the kind of saber-rattling rhetoric that happened on Twitter at various points during Trump's presidency, that seemed to be quite acrimonious. But then he meets up with Kim Jong-un. They hold this summit in North Korea, and at the end of that, he's talking in quite friendly terms about them, so about Kim Jong-un. So I think for a second Trump term, I mean, it is the unanswered question, isn't it, really, about whether Trump will seek to basically have a do-over of what he did last time, of what he wanted to do last time, to try and fully kind of sort of reset US foreign policy, or whether he has changed as a result of his kind of his first term and what his sort of experiences from that, I think. But I think just one of the points I wanted to make just in relation to the kind of broader theme of this section is how even though we've talked about some of the policies that are kind of written into the sort of various policy documents of the various candidates, of the two candidates in particular, how notably light on policy the campaign has been. And both Harris and Trump prefer to talk in terms of grand sweeping themes rather than specific policies. And for the average voter, I'd be surprised if they could tell you much about the policy of either of the candidates. So I think this is something for us to reflect on, whether this is kind of unique to these candidates, whether this is Trump having a kind of outsized influence on the election, or whether this is a kind of broader theme in US politics where policy is gradually being kind of marginalized from the discussion. Instead, we're talking in grand themes of, talking about topics rather than policies, talking about immigration rather than talking about specific things in great detail. I think it has been a really interesting part of the campaign.
So before I go on to a policy area that they have been talking about, Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester will become the first Black woman to represent Delaware. And Florida voters have rejected a ballot measure to legalize recreational marijuana. The university has no stance on that, apart from don't do it at all. But
we could explain ballot initiatives though quickly.
yeah, before then we will go to Ollie's policy point. So yeah.
Yeah, so essentially it's an interesting system within American politics when during these general elections where you are voting for congressional representatives and the president, there are also ballot initiatives on areas such as legalizing marijuana, which will also feature on the ballot and which voters can vote on. These initiatives can be triggered by the state legislature or even by people with enough petition signatures. And obviously in Florida's case tonight, that initiative has failed.
Because we know in the UK it would be three names of the voting vote face. We just know this would be it would be this, but
yeah,
we're going to bring back the one policy which is about women's rights, abortion, which we did I find we did touch on it earlier. So I kind of feel like I want to bring on this within the overall message it sends to women's rights across the world. We are, The Handmaid's Tale is probably an overused analogy, but does it diminish his role if Trump decides to want to be the elder statesman, in his second term? What right will he have to talk to women in other countries?
In other countries?
So, he goes out to NATO, they talk about Afghanistan. Yeah. Does America lose its voice at the table?
I don't think it does. I always think that America will have a place on the world stage, regardless of its specific stances. And I think if Trump is leading that, if Harris is leading the country, I think it will be obviously very different on the world stage. And obviously, we've seen before on a number of different issues that America is often, or the US, sorry, is often the first place to have a policy which the rest of the world, adopts quite soon afterwards. We've seen that before with, I'm fairly sure with gay marriage. Was that 2013 that America legalized gay marriage? And soon after the UK followed, or I can't remember if it's the other way around or not, but the US was set a precedent typically. With abortion rights, I think it's almost the reverse, because abortion was legal under Roe v. Wade in 1963, I think, and it became delegalized. Well, not delegalized. It became an issue up to the states after the Dobbs v. Jackson ruling in 2022. And I don't think that sets a precedent to other countries, because the issue is, will abortion be no longer a right that people should have? And I think that was already a precedent that America may or may not have set, or at least contributed to, in the 60s. And I think that a lot of other countries followed, and I don't think that many would go back on that.
But do you think, just to push you on that, it sets a tone for the rest of the world that women's rights can be used on the ballot, knowing that we do have this increase in cells and the...
In that specific instance, yes, I think it absolutely can be used as a political tool.
Yeah, and do you feel that America then loses, if it then takes on that elder statesman role, if Trump, like Joe said, isolation might not be, how can they intervene if we know that there's the Taliban are taking rights of women away, if there is a need, and I'm going to word this very carefully, for the world to perhaps start speaking on women in Taliban? Where does that leave America? And where does that leave American feminists?
Well, I think discussing women's rights in countries that isn't America has always been, or not always, it's been a very prevalent issue throughout recent history of American interventionism. You know, if you think about you saying before about Clinton and his speech about invading Iraq and initially invading or intervening in Afghanistan and Iraq, it was a large proportion of the popular support for that came from, you know, these leaders saying, well, women's rights are being infringed upon, they can't vote, they can't drive, and so on and so on. And so it gave a justification for you know, intervention. I know Joe will have some points to say on this, but it gave it absolutely gave a leeway into intervention. So to go back to your point in terms of will this lead to questions as to what America can do in other countries? It's difficult to say because again, it's not the initiative to allow abortions; it's the taking away of that. If you imagine, so it's complicated.
I'm going to end this segue with a bit of a question for you all, and that includes Jamie and Joe. Will the lack of interest will the women's rights in Gaza have obviously been a huge thing that has been thing, and we know that Jill Stein has spoken about it. We know that she talks about Harris's brand of feminism, which seems to ignore it. Could this lose the election for Harris?
Well, when you talk about the Gaza issue specifically, yes, it definitely could. I mean, Joe Biden relied on a coalition of Arab Democrats in 2020 to defeat Donald Trump.
And some of them have come out and endorsed
Trump instead. You had Arab leaders, sort of Muslim leaders in key swing states coming out and supporting Trump because he is thought of as the candidate capable of ending the conflict in the Middle East. And that issue could change it when we're talking about such fine margins in these swing states. Losing a voter base like Arab Democrats could really damage Harris.
Very quickly.
Yeah, I think it absolutely could lose to the election. It's such a tight race this year, and I think taking a lot of votes away from Harris and voting for Jill Stein, which I imagine is a lot of the proportion of votes for the Green Party candidate, is absolutely the issue of Gaza. The majority of it, I think.
Thank you. Very quickly, we're going to like literally 6 time on this one, Ruben.
I don't think it will necessarily. I think Gaza will, or women's rights may swing the election against Trump, but I don't think women's rights in Gaza is that much of a ballot issue for most voters.
It's a very, very interesting point. And to close the segue, Joe, I'm going to return to you after the break, but my favourite place which I am focusing on, Pennsylvania. I really feel an affinity towards Pennsylvania. Donald Trump has tweeted that people have been that the lines have been extended and they need to stay in line and vote. But a judge has rejected efforts to extend voting near Pennsylvania University, where lines have been hours long. But knowing what we know now, if their MBAs are in, they might not be voting for Trump anyway. So thank you, guys. That was absolutely brilliant. I have absolutely learned anything today, and we're finally going to have a music break on Spotify, because we're going to share the screen while we do a we're not chaotic segue.
Switch, guys.
We're going to do a chaotic, but the burning question is, do we have
colouring in for people.
Oh, we got more?
Do we have a red pen?
No, we don't.
No, we don't. You're going to have to use purple.
We are going to do a
We've changed the
declaration where it's purple. So,
I haven't remembered what I was colouring in.
Jamie, are you staying with us for this segue?
I am indeed.
Yay! Come on.
Wait.
Welcome, guys.
Welcome. My gosh.
Sorry. Oh, it comes on my one.
We're definitely not going to support women's rights again in this issue. Hello.
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 How are we doing?
I'm good. Yeah.
Right. What are we discussing in this segment?
We are discussing American political culture.
Joe, American political culture. Brilliant. what do we mean by American political culture? And I'm going to go for someone which absolutely, like Camp Cody just sounds like the most American name, unless your name is Cody and you just decided that.
No, that's not named after myself.
Okay, right. Oh, before we do that, CNN declares Texas and North Dakota for Trump, South Dakota and Wyoming. Joe, do we need to start panicking, or is this how they were meant to be?
Broadly, I think this is in line with expectations. I think every election cycle, you always get some Democrats saying, this is the year we're going to win Texas. and every year it's the year they don't win Texas. I think there is a kind of gradual shift that they may be able to capitalize on in the future. But yeah, places like Wyoming, they're always going to go Republican. These are very rural parts of the country. North Dakota, not many people in North Dakota. So yeah, fairly standard. I think the more worrying thing for the Harris campaign at the moment is some of the trends coming out of places like Florida, which now looks like a solidly Republican state, and that might just be that that's the way that Florida has gone, and it's been going that way progressively over the last few elections. But remember that Florida, once upon a time back in 2000, was that crucial swing state that was won on a few hundred ballots. Basically, it was so close, and now it is definitively within that Republican column, if you like. So it's working out whether that is something that's specific to this election or whether that is just part of this longer trend. And the other one that's a little bit concerning is Georgia as well. And there's been this fairly dramatic swing away from the Democrats, that is away from Harris, by independent voters who seem to be going towards Trump quite significantly. So Biden was up by 9 points with independent voters back in 2020, and now Trump is up by 11 points with independent voters in Georgia. So yeah, some slightly worrying signs there, I think.
So it's interesting that you speak about Florida, because Florida is quite key to what I kind of like think of as American popular culture. But what do we even define as American popular culture? I'm going to let you two take that, because actually I've just thought about it now. I haven't got a bloody clue.
Well,
And do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. I'm Will. I'm a second year paid student at the University of Warwick, on the department.
Look at that. Justin will be so proud.
I'm all my chat tonight is basically more going to be anecdotal evidence. I've been to the US quite a lot in the past. I actually currently live there.
What part?
I'm in Virginia right now, which is currently my district. Has just the representative is Republican, but we seem to be voting more for Kamala for president this time around in the Norfolk. So yeah, interesting to see. Big military area, lots of Republican military there, but seems to be outweighed by quite a wealthy presence on the suburbs in Virginia Beach. Yeah, American political culture for me is like people say it's a lot quite divisive, but I think it's more divisive about different opinions on the same things. I think the whole idea about freedom and liberty is still at the center of their culture. Like you could say has been like since their revolution. It's just now it's more debates about what that means for people. It's not like one side wants authoritarianism and one side wants democracy. They both want freedom. It's just how they think that's going to work out in a way. I think that's still pretty central to their culture.
So like gun laws.
Yeah.
Be really linked
like for some people, it seems like it's their freedom in having their guns, and for others, it's the freedom to not be shot at in their schools.
Yeah. What about you?
I'm Ewan. I'm a first year PPE student. I haven't been to America, sadly. I do want to go at some point. And if you're taking sort of the more sort of like personal approach in terms of political culture, I'll go sort of the more like with the politicians themselves. My opinion on sort of American political culture is that it's kind of, I suppose it's not exactly a rare opinion, it's kind of gone completely off the rails in the last 8 years or so. And I don't mean to sound too partisan, but I feel like a solid like 80% of the blame lies with the Republicans in terms of going off the rails. Because you look back just how many years ago? 2013, the established like constitutional duty of the president was the president appoints federal judges to like courts of appeal, and then when there were 3 vacancies on the Washington D.C. Court of Appeal, the Republicans continually blocked any appointments to that because I believe they held 42 seats in the Senate at the time, and that meant the Democrats couldn't break any filibusters, which is just when one side essentially refuses to end debating, and that requires 60 votes. So that was sort of the start of that, and that required the Democrats to then remove the filibuster, which was seen as, quote, the nuclear option. But then further on from that then extended to Supreme Court justices with Merrick Garland's failed nomination, where Antonin Scalia, a conservative justice, he died, I believe it was February 2016. President Obama at the time then put forward Merrick Garland as his replacement, and the Republicans, their response was not that we're going to hold hearings and then vote down your nominee because we don't believe he's conservative enough. It was, we're not going to hold any nomination votes for anyone you choose. We're going to wait until the next election, which sort of involves circumventing the president's role in appointing federal justices, which I believe is like Article 2 of the Constitution. And then I believe it was 29 or 13 Republican senators then signed a declaration saying that even if a Democrat won the 2016 election, which would have been Hillary Clinton, that they just weren't going to confirm a nominee and hold the vacancy open until there was a Republican president to then put a nominee forward, which is just entirely not how the US political system is supposed to work, and kind of fundamentally broke. So there wasn't exactly trust between Republicans and Democrats in 2016 and before, but it broke what sort of bipartisanship existed there, and that continued on, especially into 2020, when Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who was quite a staunch liberal justice, she died in September. The Republicans rushed through a nominee with Amy Coney Barrett, right? I think that was her. She rushed through they rushed through that nominee, and she was quite a conservative justice, despite the fact they set the precedent back in 2016 that a president shouldn't choose a Supreme Court justice during an election year. So I think a lot of the blame for the sort of dysfunction in American political culture, at least on sort of the high level of politicians themselves, it lies with Republicans sort of breaking the existing constitutional precedents and like conventions that existed around. Like theoretically, there's nothing illegal about what the Republicans did with Merrick Garland and Amy Coney Barrett. They just refused to do their duty, which I suppose technically is their right, but it's still not a great thing to do in a functioning democracy.
So Jamie, just moving like building on from that, and just like thinking about some of the stuff that we've just been speaking about. What do you think Trump is going to make of the judges ruling about the long lines not being allowed to vote?
Well, I think that's going to be used by Trump as evidence that the election is being interfered with. We saw that last time round, culminating in the abhorrent scenes on Capitol Hill on January 6th, and that would definitely play into his narrative. Bringing it back on the transition of the Republican Party to what it is today, a question to both of you is how has that come about? And Will, I think, what do we maybe not understand about Trump supporters? Maybe not necessarily MAGA, fanatical Trump supporters, but the ordinary American who has gone out and supported Trump today. And then to you also, how has the Republican Party as an institution allowed someone like Trump to essentially hijack the party, whereas we cannot see now a future for the Republican Party without Trump or a candidate of his choosing?
I mean, yeah, one of the things I really like to try and get across in my experience is that we in Europe, we look across the pond and we see Trump supporters and we view them as almost like, how could they do this? How they're crazy. But I think the vast majority of Trump supporters, especially ones I've met in my travels from living around, are just normal people. They're not crazy lunatics who want authoritarianism or hate women's rights. They're just normal people. I spent a month traveling solo in America this summer. I was put up by all kinds of Americans, Republican, Democrat, hitchhiked with Republicans and Democrats alike. I often talk about them, politics didn't, it had to come up. And they were all lovely people. They were all so kind to me. And none of them were the kind of red hat wearing who would shout at me, would ask my political opinions before I got in the car, or would not let me do certain things, or mean to me for certain areas. They're just nice people. And I think we see them as these villains when a lot of them are, especially when I was using the public transport system, which is notoriously not great in America, Greyhound busing across the country. They're kind of the people society had left behind, and it's almost not their fault. They're not to blame for the position that the candidate who speaks most to them happens to be Trump. If these are like the socially and economically poorest, the veterans, unskilled workers, elderly people, who Trump's rhetoric speaks to, and we kind of view them as, oh, how foolish, how misguided can they be? But it's not their fault. These are just normal, kind people who happen to be taken advantage of.
Just before you answer, we've actually got someone who's lived in America for 8 years. So I'm going to do a quick swap out so that she can also join this in and build on your very excellent points.
Ohio's just gone Trump.
And Ohio
decided to colour it in their own.
Brilliant. Do you want to carry on speaking while I'm listening?
I'll colour it in.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, so essentially, like you said, the political reality has shifted over the past few years, in particular on behalf of the Republican Party. How has Trump been able to effectively hijack the Republican Party to the extent which we now can't see a future for the Republican Party without Trump or a candidate that he endorses?
I suppose in terms of how he was able to hijack the party first, I feel like obviously because America is an incredibly diverse nation, arguably the most diverse nation in history, and so building any kind of stable voter coalition is incredibly difficult. And so both sides make use of sort of euphemisms where like they'll say a phrase, for example, border security, which like border security can mean a dozen different things. That can mean to a Democrat, you deport immigrants who have committed, you deport the immigrants who have committed crimes, but the rest doesn't path to citizenship. To someone who's perhaps further on the right of the immigration issue, that can mean you deport all illegal immigrants. And I think sort of that's been very important in sort of holding together, you'd argue, like moderates on certain issues and people who are sort of further to the left or right on certain issues. But the issue with Trump is that he took this whole system of creating euphemisms. And this might sound a bit extreme, he sort of killed that system within the Republican Party, because during the 2016 primaries, rather than Trump saying things like border security, he would talk about Mexico sending us rapists and thieves. Rather than saying he supported the war on terror, he said he wanted to create a Muslim registry. And nowadays, rather than saying, well, he does say this, but rather than just saying deport illegal immigrants, he says we need to end birthright citizenship, which is guaranteed in the 14th Amendment. So it's fundamentally, he was able to capture this sort of, the furthest right major wing of the Republican Party by appealing directly to them through killing these euphemisms and just saying directly what these people wanted to hear. And through that, he's managed to sort of hijack the entire party system because back in 2016, Ted Cruz, who was the main primary opponent for Donald Trump, he refused to endorse him in the RNC. He told people to vote your conscience, which was quite an incredible thing at the time for a sitting senator to not endorse their party's candidate. But now we see 8 years later, and he's arguably one of Trump's strongest supporters in Congress. So having Trump hijack the party through appealing directly to these extremists, it's then sort of, well, like you said, a lot of voters in America are not terrible people, but just people who like, a lot of them are single issue voters, like a coal miner in West Virginia could be the nicest person on earth. The main thing they vote for is they don't really want to lose their job, which is fair enough. No one's going to blame someone for that. So it's essentially, after he's hijacked the party with these extremists, he's managed to drag a lot of the moderates with him. But some of the moderates obviously haven't. That's why you see the Lincoln Project, that was originally Republicans, that's now a very strong Democratic group of people. But yeah, the death of these euphemisms, at least from Trump, is a symbol that it's quite a dangerous time in American politics, or at least if you're a Republican, because it means that appealing to the moderates, at least from Trump's perspective, isn't necessary anymore, and that he can sort of just pander to the extreme. Well, maybe not just extremists. Obviously, there's people who are fairly right-wing who aren't extremists, who he also appeals to. But it does indicate that something's quite dangerous and quite polluted within the Republican Party, that he's been able to essentially turn the Republican Party into the Trump Party. I mean, I have the opinion, if he loses the election today or tomorrow, he'll probably run again in 4 years if he's still healthy enough. I would expect him to still win the nomination because he just sort of engorged himself on the Republican Party.
But yeah, as for whether the Republican Party goes after Trump, whether or not he loses in 2024 or not, I'd expect them I don't think you can really have Trumpism without Trump. Vivek Ramaswamy tried that. That didn't really end well for him. Ron DeSantis was probably one of the few people who channeled Trump the most, and he flounders after the first few months of his primary campaign. I'm not entirely sure where it would go. Maybe they do find a Trump light and sort of channel some of that energy. But I'd expect someone like Brian Kemp or Glenn Youngkin, who was sort of seen as the more moderate wing of the Republicans, who were like respectable, clean, they're just like average people, just like you and me. So I'd expect them to go in that direction.
And 8 years living in the States. So
it's about 7 years. I actually moved a week before, 10 days before Trump was actually inaugurated. So I lived throughout the whole the first Trump presidency in the US. I lived in a very blue state. I lived in Massachusetts. So, very different to, say, living in Alabama or anything like that. I think it's interesting some of the things that you were saying about how meeting Trump's people who voted Trump, and they are just ordinary people. Yes, they are. But I think my experiences was very different as a brown person, a woman, and also an immigrant that's taken an American job. Now, my company moved me over because I had a specific skill set that they couldn't find in America. I had very, very deep knowledge on a client, on a project, and everything like that you just couldn't get another person to just do. I had that, so it's like, right, okay, we'll bring you over here, so we can use that within our company, within our US offices. So it's funny, my sort of daily interaction was that even though I have a British accent, that people would assume that it wasn't American, so I'm therefore from a different country that doesn't speak English very well. So things like people would talk to me very slowly, just, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, I'm from England where English is spoken. But it's this sort of perception, and talking to a couple of people who were thinking about voting Trump, and I don't know if they ended up, it was very much a case of real sort of, there were more extreme views. And it was a case of, well, we've got to get all these immigrants. And I said, so does that include me? Oh, no, not you. Well, why not me? Because I am an immigrant and I'm taking an American job. And it's like, well, yeah, all these ones that are taking American jobs, we need to get rid of them. And so, well, what American jobs are they taking? Do you want to take my job? Because it's very stressful, and yeah, you can take it if you want. And it's like, well, no, I don't want to do what you do. Okay, well then, so who are you talking about? Well, people. And it's like, well, who are these people? So there was never substance behind the argument. So I think it was, yes, they were fearful of people taking their jobs, but also they didn't know what the jobs were that were being taken. So it all just seemed like fluff. That's probably the best way I can describe it. Well, that was my experience anyway. And I know I would have had a bit more of a different experience. I traveled around the US quite a lot, although, I obviously lived in Massachusetts. I did travel around the US quite a lot. And, my experience was very different in California compared to Nashville. Compared to the only part of Texas I actually went to was Austin, which was very, very liberal compared to the rest of Texas. So I never really, I don't know if the word was brave enough to venture anywhere else in Texas. But it was just interesting hearing your experiences on it. And again, I'm not saying that everyone is exactly like you're saying or how I'm saying. It's just, it's just interesting to hear that was your experience and you didn't see the people that I experienced and I didn't see the people you experienced. And I think that's very telling of America as well. That I think I found that here as well, that people going door knocking during the general election here, people were very proud to say they were voting reform, but wouldn't tell me why. So it was like, well, I'm voting reform. Okay, well, can I ask why? Like, what is their policies? It's like, no, and then you close the door on you. And you're like, okay, right, well, I kind of had an inkling, but I'm not going to presume. And it was that sort of feeling that I'm going to be proud to tell you that I'm voting, but I can't actually tell you why. Or maybe the reason why is a little bit, I don't know, can't say out loud.
Yeah, and turning back on sort of the differences between UK and US political culture, we often see these huge rallies. right, with these political candidates, you know, inspiring thousands of people to come and listen to what they have to say. I was in the States over the summer, and you see these huge billboards that either bought out or someone's placed in their farm or outside their house that you just don't see it in the UK. From both of you, from your personal experience, what are some of the differences, particularly in campaigning, but in American politics in general, compared to the UK?
I think what I've been talking to my parents most about, because they're there like right now, staying up, watching the election, everything, is they haven't seen a normal ad on TV in about 2 months. And they're getting the same 4 or 5, very centered, in fact, very centered on local Virginian politics, about local representatives and senators who you guys have never heard of. But the same kind of negative ads about these people, calling them like, there was one that was calling this guy a Satanist, because he was a local Democrat who was not a fan of putting the amendments in schools, the Ten Commandments in schools. And it's like, in the UK, we don't get these political ads. Like, we've got much more regulation around it. But my parents are literally just like, oh, they'll start learning the words to these ads. Even they don't care, because they just happen so much. And alongside the ads, you talk about billboards. My parents sent me some pictures today of them walking past the local polling station, and lining the road are just hundreds of posters for X candidate, for Y candidate, for other stuff. It's just, there's so much more of the marketing kind of side of the campaign than we have in the UK.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that ties into, you touched upon the funding model of the US election. I mean, we've seen Kamala Harris raise almost $1 billion for this election, which is, you know, incomprehensible for British politics. What are some of the peculiarities and the differences in terms of how American elections are funded?
Well, obviously America has much less stringent funding rules than we do over here in the UK. That's 2010 Citizens United versus FEC, which sort of pulled away a bunch of the restrictions on who could fund campaigns and how much they could do it for. Yeah, I think fundamentally in the UK, maybe it's a bit stereotypical, but I think people in the UK have a sort of a stiff upper lip attitude to politics. As in, politics is something you vote, and that's pretty much the end of it. But in America, obviously, there's a million more ways to get access into politics. You have primaries, they do town halls, they do tons of debates. Like, it was a whole hullabaloo getting Kemi Badenoch and Robert Jenrick to do a debate, and he didn't even do it. In America, you have like 7, 8, 9, 10 primary debates every 4 years for each party. Yeah, for the funding model, you never really hear many anecdotes of people saying, oh yeah, I've donated 10 quid to Labour, I've put 20 quid towards the Conservatives. But in America, there's all these websites where you can see every donation that comes in. It's broken down by state, it's broken down by county, which is just because it's a more open system, especially because of Citizens United. But also it's probably because American politicians, at least to me, obviously I've not been in America much or at all, but there's a much more like celebrity. It's like the person you're after. Whereas in British politics, it's like, oh yeah, there's Keir Starmer, there's Rishi Sunak, like they're just people. What do they think? But in America, it's much more like, yeah, we love you, Donald Trump, we love you, Kamala Harris. So I think it's just because it's a lot more of a celebrity culture in America. It's a lot more like there's a much stronger link between you and the candidate you're voting for in America than it is in the UK, which obviously filters down to like donations and whatnot.
Yeah, and we've still got Joe here, I believe. A question on then personalities in American politics, and in particular in this election. You've got Trump, who portrays himself as this strongman leader, this masculine enforcer, and then you've got Harris, who's playing to the fact that she could become the first Black woman president of the United States. How are those two personalities and identities going to impact this election?
Well, I mean, I think Trump has sort of proved himself to be this kind of exceptional force, hasn't he, within US politics. We've already discussed tonight his impact on the Republican Party, turning sort of broad, relatively broad church of the Republican Party more or less into a cult of personality, and that is something that his voters buy into. I think way above and beyond particular policies. I think there is something that is very attractive to them about his kind of personal style. He is in many ways, he's the kind of WWE president, isn't he? He's the kind of wrestling president, in that he's all about the performance. He's often described as being a populist, and I have lots of misgivings about that label populism, because I think it's used to explain everything very often. But I think if it means anything, then it is this kind of distinctive, kind of melodramatic style of politics. And I think the comparison with wrestling is an interesting one, because it's often said, well, what Trump is saying isn't true. He makes up all this stuff, and people kind of go along with it. And it's like, well, that's wrestling. And that is the same audience he's kind of catering to, basically, is, of course it's not real, but people enjoy kind of buying into it, that kind of thing. And then, like you say, Harris couldn't be a much bigger contrast if she tried. And I think initially tried to play down the fact that she would be significant because of her symbolism, but inevitably that is something that people are, thinking about when it comes to her candidacy. It would be a really momentous occasion to have a woman president, the first woman president with South Asian descent, and also the first Black American as well, Black woman to be president. So it would be a really seismic event in those terms. I think Harris's personality is an interesting one, though, because I don't think she's a very good candidate. And that doesn't mean to say I don't think she's a really accomplished person. I absolutely do. And I think you don't get to that position unless you are having had a really accomplished sort of career as a prosecutor in California, and then as vice president. But I think she is an unproven candidate when it comes to the politics of doing one of these really big campaigns, and is someone who I think has been on the back foot for a lot of this campaign, in terms of finding it really difficult to work out whether to distance herself from Biden's record, or whether to try to ride on some of the coattails there, whether there is anything positive that people sort of associate with Biden. Can she kind of attach herself to that, or can she distinguish herself from Biden? And she was famously asked at one point during the election in an interview, what is there that you would have done differently to Biden? And she sort of said, well, nothing really springs to mind that I would have done differently. And I really feel like she has struggled to articulate her kind of vision for the United States beyond not Trump. And I think the big question for that will probably be answered either tonight or in the next few days is whether that's actually enough for her to not be Trump, whether there is a kind of positive vision in there as well. So I think as a political operator, she doesn't seem very comfortable with the kind of debate format a lot of the time, and with kind of negotiating those questions around her record and sort of working out what is her own vision and what is kind of Biden's, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I think if we could just finish off with a question for you two is, have Americans had enough time to know who Kamala Harris is? We know that in American politics it's almost constant campaigning, and Joe Biden has been the forefront of Democrat campaigns all the way up until the summer. With that scenario, from your experience, perhaps, do people understand who she is? Is the vice president itself a role which Americans take with any seriousness or understand?
I mean, when I was working at camp before Biden dropped out, when Biden dropped out was a huge thing. Everyone's talking about it. Before then, I could say confidently I didn't hear Kamala Harris's name once. Whenever politics came up, which was infrequently because the young Americans I worked with did not want to talk about it, despite my repeated efforts to get them to. Every time it was more about, at that point it was all about age. That's what they cared about. but Kamala Harris never came up. And then even when talking about Biden dropping out in the couple of days before it actually happened, again, people didn't really talk about Kamala Harris as if they knew who she was, more as if they knew who she wasn't. They knew that she wasn't a Trumpian figure. They knew she wasn't Biden's kind of like grandfather politician. They knew she wasn't Obama. That was a big comparison. She wasn't that kind of charismatic politician. In the couple of weeks after, a little bit started happening, especially when she had that whole youth wave. But still, they didn't really talk about her as if she was this politician everyone should know. She was a politician everyone kind of had to know now.
Interesting. And I suppose the question to extend to you is, the vice president role in American politics often seems sort of lame duck role. But now, Kamala Harris has been thrusted into this sort of into the spotlight, essentially becoming the candidate. What is essentially something that we don't understand from a British perspective about that vice president role, which on the surface to us could appear as you're one heartbeat away from the presidency?
I suppose that's a good way to put it. The vice president, as of its most core function, is just if the president does die or is incapacitated or has to be removed, the vice president is supposed to step in as the stand-in, which I suppose is what was originally baked into the constitution. But that's really weird because, at least to a British point of view, because the position of deputy prime minister doesn't really have any sort of defined role or nature. There's nothing in law which says the deputy prime minister must do this or must be this. And I believe it's like Boris Johnson didn't even have one for several years. I don't think Gordon Brown ever had one. So the most prominent it ever was obviously David Cameron and Nick Clegg, which shows it's the only time you sort of properly see this sort of sharing of power between two prominent people who are supposed to be primary and secondary. Yes, it's just a very strange concept to the British idea of politics, that there's someone who you vote for who is like constitutionally, legally in this position, who then just ascends to be the leader of the country if anything happens to the present leader.
Fantastic. Well, I think that's all we've got time for this section.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much. That's really interesting. And we'll do a very slick.
Yeah, and while we're doing that, not to Joe, I don't know if we're going to keep you, but not to get your voice of reassurance. The Economist have just said that if we give Trump North Carolina, has a chance of winning 34%. Joe, do we start panicking if we are Harris supporters?
Well, yeah, I hate to say it, but I'm watching the I'm watching the New York Times sort of homepage at the moment. It has this kind of needle where it sort of calculates the chance of winning, and I'm watching it creep closer and further and further into the sort of Trump sort of having a chance of victory. There, it recommends says a 69% chance of Trump winning at this stage. So not a lot of confidence, but I think it's worth saying if you want some hopium for the evening, then I suppose the thing to say is that there are still a lot of Democrat states or states that we would expect to go Democrat to come. So there have been a lot of Republican ones. We've had a lot of the sort of Sun Belt states. I think there are a few warning signs in there, like I say, with Florida, with Georgia, some of the statistics coming out there. But there are others that are coming up which should play more to the Democrats. I mean, certainly California later on will be Democrat, Oregon, Washington, places like that. You'd expect to go Democrat as well. New Mexico, and then it's the question of Nevada, Arizona. Those are going to take a little bit longer to resolve. They're the swing states. And then, of course, you've got Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Those are the crucial ones we'll be focusing on. So, yeah, I'm a little bit worried, I have to say, at this stage. But I think it's still too early to be in full panic. But I am going to have to go on that note, I'm afraid. But thank you so much for inviting me. And good luck with the rest of the night.
Thank you, and I hope that we'll get Angie back up. One of the segments, she's like, no. Although she has just sent through the North Carolina, and it's quite interesting how much more closer it was been had the 3 independents not been on there. And I don't know how I have missed that Cornel West was on the ballot. Don't know how I've managed to miss that all night, but hello, welcome back, Millie.
Hello, we are back.
And this segment is about
Kamala Harris. Yeah, it is the person who we're slightly worried for now. But so this section is entitled the Kamala Harris effect. So sort of the effect that she had on the race when she entered it, and sort of a slow and steady decline since then, and clearly up till now, because she is not performing as we thought she might during, you know, these key moments. I'll start off with it. Well, firstly, as you answer this, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, just talking about how what was the initial effect of Joe Biden stepping down and Kamala Harris stepping up.
Well, I'm Will. I am a first year history student here at Warwick, and certainly when Kamala Harris took over from Joe Biden, or more that Joe Biden was actually like completely shuffled out, forced out. It brought the election back into contention, really, because Joe Biden was behind all over the board, massively so. And really, the only reason it's even close to it is because Kamala Harris took over from Joe Biden. And then go back to that debate, like there's this point I was listening to Anthony Scaramucci talk about this earlier this week, talking about how Trump must be kicking himself that he agreed to that debate with Joe Biden in July. It's very strange to have an early presidential debate as opposed to a solely late one, because had he left it, then it would have been Joe Biden at a time too late to change the candidate. And he definitely easily won.
And as well as that jump in polling, when she came in as candidate, we saw a huge jump in finance, which was so important to the US. So she raised $81 million in just the first 24 hours.
Yeah, the money around this election is crazy.
In the last 3 months, she's raised about $1 billion or over $1 billion.
Which even with Trump having people like Elon Musk on his side, you know, she has some 3 to 1 spending differential.
So one of the interesting things I think for 3 of you to think is about the way we've identified her. There's been very much, is she black, is she Asian? And we're like very much not asking that in that Trumpian sense, but the way her racial identity has played in. I know one of the traditional supporter crowds of Trump are the very like pro-Modi Hindu crowd. How do you think have the Democrats used Harris's Indian heritage?
Well, she has actually tried to very much steer away from it. And there's this point whenever she's asked about race or identity, and what Trump has often, Trump often makes inflammatory comments about where she's from, who she is, this idea that she plays up to different points of her identity depending on the crowd she's speaking to. And she just kept saying, this is politics of grievance, move on, I'm not going to confront this. And I think that definitely worked for her, because it made that differential.
I think it's possibly fair to say it's learning a lesson from the Clinton campaign of 2016. Clinton sort of very strongly played up the fact that she was a woman. Whereas like Harris hasn't done so as much, although the only issue she has done with is abortion, where she was.
Yeah, she's really definitely led into because Vance has made a lot of those remarks about women, and who was it that said that she wouldn't be able to sympathise because she wasn't a mother?
I think it was
cat lady.
Which is of course what brought Taylor Swift in to the conversation. So what do we actually know about Harris?
Well, I mean, there has been some criticism of her because of the coronation style of her entry. There was no primary process as such. She was just nominated. So in that sense, she is quite an undemocratic candidate, actually. And additionally, in an election where you have these very key swing states, she is a Californian candidate. But that said, she has had a record of hard work and delivery. She was DA for California for 26 years, very successful there, taking on civil rights cases, etc.
I guess one other criticism you could make is if we look at her 2020 presidential run, she was far more sort of left-wing, which is something that Trump's attacked then, and sort of supporting more left-wing views than she is now, which is sort of something Trump's attacked like communists in disguise almost, which could sort of undermine her fairly moderate positions at this election.
But I'm going to push you both on your answers there and really bring you in, because I still don't feel like I know what Harris stands for. Like, what is Harris's key feature? With Keir Starmer in the election, we knew the mission boards were coming up. We knew.
I mean, that might be why we're seeing what we're seeing play out tonight. People don't actually really know.
Yeah, well, all I can think of in my head right now is we're not going back. And that's like the key, I think, chant really that they've kind of channeled in on. I think she's unfortunately kind of brought herself to the side of I'm not Trump, and that is just so unfortunate, because I think that really is why we're seeing the results that we're seeing. The kind of, I mean, obviously I hate to be pessimistic because a lot of the bigger states haven't been called that are likely to go Democrat, and lots of stuff could happen before then. But I think she's established herself as, she's talked about her family, her mother especially. She's talked about the sort of her career as a DA, as my one client throughout my entire career has been the people. Like, that's the kind of quotes that stick out to me. But as far as policy goes, nothing's sticking. And obviously I would know because I'm a politics student, and it's kind of like my job to know, and especially reporting on it. But I think to the general public, it isn't sticking, and I think that might just be a kind of American thing as well. It's such a personality politics, unfortunately. She's just had to focus so much in a short amount of time. I've got to establish myself as a personality, as Kamala, Barack, all the social media stuff. It's, she's had to go in such a direction that she's sort of neglected that policy, neglected potentially showing people that she, who she is, where she's come from. Though she's tried to push it, it's just not resonated.
Has Harris been on the defence?
Yeah, I think she had to be. She started so far behind, unfortunately. So she's had to come hard, and it's backfired with it.
Yeah, and I mean, she's only been in position for a very short period of time. So she suddenly had to construct a campaign with something like 90 days to go until the election, which is near impossible with all that goes into it. I was just going to take the point of personalities, this idea of the politics of joy, and one of her lines was about putting joy back into politics. And so, although she was often criticised for her laugh as being nervous or sort of cackly, but the idea that she was actually enjoying her role, etc., ditching sort of Trump's politics of grievance that, frankly, I think many Americans were fed up with. But at the same time, as you were just saying, that does mean that often, key issues like the economy, the number one issue for voters, are being neglected in favour of what are really just very vague points about personality.
See, I think it's been interesting. I think she started on quite a sort of positive note with the Democratic Convention. We saw a lot of sort of positivity there, kind of pro-middle class, pro-working class to possibly a lesser extent. Joy is probably the right word, but since then, with things like the debates, we've seen kind of a shift towards the defensive as the polls have sort of grown closer. A shift towards the defensive and a shift I guess, towards positioning herself as the non-Trump candidate rather than sort of as the Harris candidate.
I mean, it has varied though. I just think one of the key, back when it was all, you know, sunshine and rainbows, but during the debate when she goes to Trump to shake his hand and he's forced just to stand there. I thought that was quite a powerful moment. But again, that's, you know, it's the same idea. That's not going to lower anyone's grocery bills.
And I think we've seen through the exit polls today that people decided already. People had decided before this had even happened. And I think those Trump supporters are incredibly strong. He knows how to energize a base. And unfortunately, it's such a power to contend with. You can do absolutely everything in your power, but just not be able to kind of dismantle that. You can't. It's just feels impossible. Yeah.
And she's not managed, do we think, to put over the swing voters?
I'm still hopeful. I think. I mean, I don't know. I think there's you know, there's still paths to 270, and there's, you know, large metro areas will suddenly drop enormous numbers of votes, which, you know, will change things, I think, to some degree. I think I'm a bit blind optimist.
Although just some news in a blow to abortion rights supporters, a Florida ballot measure that would enshrine the right to abortion to veto viability in the state constitution has failed to pass, and New Yorkers have just voted to pass a historic amendment to protect abortion care and expand protections to sunlight. If you're a because
New Yorker, Florida's so bleak.
But that, I mean, Florida is a state that's sort of designed to, you know, crush a vote like that. You know, Ron DeSantis is like so under, you know, it's his control.
Yeah,
so.
the mechanisms in that state are just absolutely there. You can't hide it.
Democrat wins North Carolina governor.
Did we know by what margin? I had.
Give us the margins.
Apparently, they said if they were going to win that by 12 points, then they thought they'd win the state.
Because looking at the presidential race in North Carolina, and people obviously often can and do vote for different candidates. The presidential vote is currently quite tight. 52 Trump to 47 Harris.
What percentage?
54 Stein, 41 Warwick.
13 points.
Which that's with 64% in.
Why might you get someone voting for a governor as a Republican?
North Carolina is quite a unique state this year, because the Republican candidate is a self-proclaimed Nazi. The African American self-proclaimed Nazi.
An African American.
Oh, he did something on some explicit website.
Yes.
Which
So,
it's quite easy.
so it did not do many favours.
definitely not in the ears of children watching this. Is what you did.
Yeah.
Okay, we are going to move swiftly on with my risk assessment. Some also news which I will never understand before we go back to Harris is that Marjorie Taylor Greene wins re-election. The role of women in this has been like Harris hasn't.
Empowered, I feel.
And Harris hasn't.
Well, I don't really start with it, but there is a very high incumbency sort of election rate in all US elections.
But Harris has emphasised, and like especially towards the end, she's brought in those issues of sisterhood. She's brought in Obama. You know, Beyonce came on to talk about sisterhood. It's been a real like push towards it towards the end, and yet she still doesn't seem to have galvanised a lot of the women voters to come out. You know, she hasn't brought over the voters we thought from the Republicans, who we thought might go over to vote for her on women's rights.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I think it is often an error to, you're sort of telling people how they should vote based on, you know, being like, you're a woman, you should vote for me. And we know from 2016 that did not work. Many women in that election actually voted for Trump because they thought a woman shouldn't be president. It seems very perverse, but it's how it is. It's very difficult to like, and then classify people in such like a blank way.
It's too binary. It doesn't make room for context or any kind of room for maneuver there. And I think, yeah, it's a massive issue generally.
And the star power thing I also don't think works, because you present yourself with these stars thinking it will attract people on, but it makes you elitist. Whereas Trump has no celebrities because no one,
Hulk Hogan.
Okay, he has a
Yeah.
few.
I can't believe you did not think of Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan.
And Joe Rogan
He's
now,
a
right?
So Elon Musk is
Elon Musk.
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty big celeb.
Elon Musk though has made himself a celebrity. You know, Elon Musk has managed to dominate conversations over here and there. You know, whether we like it or not. Yeah.
I wonder if you're talking about the Harris effect, but what about the Tim Walz effect? Because I mean, he seems to have been perhaps the best part of the campaign, one of the best parts of the campaign. Brought in as a solid VP.
And do you think that that's been an issue that actually she's relied on Tim?
I'm posing you a question.
But do you guys think that's been an issue that he's literally come on and everyone's kind of given him this like
I thought he was
cuddly and cool role?
But the VP debate, he lost that. He lost that. He made JD Vance look, and I mean JD Vance who says childless cat lady and all kinds of, he called it England an Islamist country. He made him look very like presentable.
That was a shock. I don't think Waltz. I think generally he's great. And he seems like a lovely guy, and he gives a very good PR image across, especially the coach Waltz thing. I love that. I love it was like I saw an Instagram post from the Democrats today. It was like, it's game day, and I was like, love it. Wow, they really commit to the theme. But I think Waltz really didn't do them any favors in the VP debate.
I guess my question is, to what extent is the VP debate actually making a difference? I mean, how far do people decide on VP in the first place?
An issue, because this is the Harris half now, and yet there's so little to say about her policies. We're having it just again the fact that I do not still. I'm going to push you guys a bit, but I'm going to get to my Jeremy Paxman here. Again, I still do not know a single policy.
Well, so she's got a few policies. One of the main ones.
Have you had to Google that?
No, I haven't. I might in a second. If I get exhausted, is one of her main ones is she's getting rid of taxes on tips, of course.
Donald's doing that too.
But the problem is Donald Trump is also promised to do that, and probably promised to do it first.
Taxes on tips. It's not like huge.
And it's also quite that doesn't affect the majority of the population. I mean, the price gouging bill on groceries. But I thought
that was an interesting one, because didn't she kind of like present it almost as Gaza price of groceries?
Yeah, I mean, let's see, it's I think it's definitely positive policy, but at the same point she went quiet. She seemed to go missing for about 2 weeks in the middle of the campaign, and then she showed up on Call Her Daddy podcast or something. I think it was a real missed moment in the middle of the campaign, and then she only started talking about this policy in the last 2-3 days before election day, and that's too late.
And yeah, the tax credit for family tax credit, it is child tax credit of £6,000 to families with newborns, and also no one making under £400,000 a year sees a tax increase. I think she's just her main policy, as far as I'm aware, which is to build the middle class, and that's what Waltz and Harris are trying to bam hammer in. I saw there was an analogy, Tim Waltz was making a very strange analogy on one of the late night shows about fixing a boat, and you have to put it all together to make it if you make sure that, or fixing a car actually or something like that, He was like, if you put in a new thing, then all of it works and it gets better, and you don't have to, so basically building up the middle class to essentially move the economy in the right direction. So I think that is her policies so far. Has she done a good job communicating those to people who don't have to actively look them up? I remember at the end of one of the, it was the end of the Fox interview, she went, you can look on my website, guys, about my policies. And I was just like, that was the worst possible thing that any.
Do you think that Kamala might be afraid to speak out on policies because Donald Trump has that populist rhetoric or like simple solutions? Whether or not they're effective solutions is a different story. But the more that she goes into detail on her policies, the more she risks confusing people.
I think that's probably partly it. I think another problem she has is an automatic sort of comeback to any policy she proposes is, why isn't this happening already? Like, she has been the vice president for the last 4 years, which kind of undermines her ability to be a change candidate. She did actually poll as, like, if you ask which American saw as the change candidate, she did poll as the change candidate very briefly at the start, but she's since sort of lost that slide.
Just to pause, because we're going to have some colouring in. Louisiana has gone to Trump.
Surprise, surprise.
Expected or not expected?
Very expected.
Okay.
Louisiana, anything else?
No.
Probably likely to declare in a few minutes to Trump.
What? No way.
Cancer.
It's not official, but it's almost there.
Although Sarah McBride is projected to win Delaware, and she'll become the first openly transgender member of Congress.
Lovely. Well,
so finish us off before we ask Amanzi and Louis to give us some potential, like, which seats we need to keep an eye out on. Finishes off, can Harris bring it back?
I think definitely.
Okay. There's going to be a lot of people pushing your.
Yeah, I think the point is the maths to reach 270 does work. I mean, if she wins the 3 Rust Belt states, she would reach
Iowa.
270. Everyone's.
Iowa.
She's still. I mean,
she's
still 2.5 points ahead in Iowa with 31.
Yeah, we are neutral. But I think
we are.
There is still a route, and places like North Carolina and Georgia, there's still, big metro areas are still looking at 50% of the vote to come in.
Okay, thank you. On that lovely nail hope, thank you guys so much. Right, are we another chaotic segue?
You guys can just we love our chaotic segues here.
We've run out of red pens.
I know, so red is purple.
Oh, no.
It's fine.
That's a bad sign.
It's fine.
And we have 3 hours left. But it is fine because apparently we have no more experts after this. So enjoy this next hour because regular viewers will know how chaotic it goes for now.
We've got 2 coming in now.
And then
we got 2 more in the next hour, and then the rest of the time.
And then I'm sad to say this is gonna be the last hour with Millie.
I know, last hour with Millie, but we're getting through it. We're pushing through. Okay, right. Our next 2 experts, come on in, come on down. We're going to be talking about the results so far. We have many, very luckily.
This is how I'm feeling about.
I know. I might get out some Haribos just while we discuss this.
The chocolates.
Hello.
Hi guys. Right. What are our names?
My name is Noah, 2nd year student,
Yeah.
history politics,
Lovely.
fascinated with American politics, so very grateful for this opportunity, so it should be a good discussion.
My name's Connor and I'm a 3rd year politics and Spanish student, also fascinated by what's happening across the pond tonight.
So, do we panic?
Well, no, because we're non-pass on, so we don't panic.
Okay. If we were
Sorry, are we going back?
Non-pass on, so Any result is neutral.
Well, I've been panicking since about 10 a.m. this morning, so you know.
Okay, we're going to move on from that.
How's it looking so far, guys? Talk us through it.
The polls seem to be right for once. They predicted a close election, and it seems like it's going to be a close election. Demographically, the polls seem to have not been as accurate, but in terms of closeness, it's not a blowout for anyone at this time of night by any stretch of the imagination.
Not for Dom?
I wouldn't describe it as a blowout yet. I'd say I'd rather be in his camp at this moment in time, but that could all change.
It could slow down
over the next few hours. I mean, a lot of the Democrat big prizes don't come until later in the evening.
Brilliant. So what's the route for Harris?
I think she has to win as many of the swing states as she can, to be honest. I mean, there's 7 which we've been monitoring, and they're all quite even right now. None of them really have gone above 60% official votes counted yet. So it's very difficult to say who's going to win, as that could swing at any moment, really. But it's very hard to tell. The polls, as Connor said, are pretty much showing that what they said is pretty near to be correct. So in that sense, we can't really say who is going to win in those key swing states yet, as none of them have been called, and I don't think any of them will be called for at least the next couple of hours.
Although CNN has called Montana and Utah my favorite. Utah.
Neither are swing states.
And Utah for Trump, and I can't again. It wasn't UFOs, was it? But Utah is famous for something.
Yeah, UFOs.
It was UFOs. I was right.
Okay. They do come out for Trump.
Yeah.
We have specially imported beer in Utah, so it's a lower alcohol level because they don't drink. They don't drink alcohol.
Oh God, I'm just 198. Red gin toaster.
So the story so far, it's 3 o'clock in the morning over here. What time is it over there?
It is 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 Eastern.
So how many voting lines are still to go?
We've got 10 states that are currently not. The polls are still open in 10 states, I believe.
Polls still open?
Oh no, maybe 8 states, maybe less states now. It was 10 states before the last 6 now. Yeah, those 2 have just shut.
How many of them do we think? Okay. Yeah. Do we focus on?
Nevada, we'll focus on. The other ones, I think we're pretty certain of where they're going to go. California, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, solidly Democrat. Alaska, solidly Republican, as is Idaho, I think, is the other state left to go.
Have there been any surprises in voting demographics tonight?
One thing I did pick up on earlier was how, especially among the swing states, Kamala isn't doing as well as she thought she would be among women voters. It's gone down from about 57% to when Biden won, 54%, which is really interesting. As Kamala Harris, I feel like her main issue this campaign has been abortion rights, which does directly impact women. And if she's losing their votes on women only by 3%, but that can still have to be a big margin. I think it's interesting to see, you know, that is a key issue she's campaigning on. If she's not winning on that, it doesn't look amazing for her camp at the minute.
So just moving away from the abortion rights, because we focused quite a bit, let's talk about the other races, the Senate and the House. Where are we with the Senate?
The Senate is difficult to, it was always going to be difficult for Democrats. Ted Cruz looks like he's pretty secure to keep his seat, which will be a bit of a blow to Democrats in that area who thought they'd got some momentum behind their local candidate. He was a very impressive candidate, a very moderate candidate who they thought had a real chance of unseating Ted Cruz. And I think, unfortunately, for a whole group of people, including the whole country, that man will remain in the Senate for the next 6 years.
Although he's like a stalwart, isn't he, of American. He's like, oh, you know, I'm Mark Francois.
Yes, he is. But that doesn't necessarily mean we want to keep him there.
We have neutral.
Yeah, I mean, obviously being non-partisan, but I don't think he's necessarily the best use of the Senate seat that we could come up with.
I just, again, please remember that my role is that I know nothing. The other one everyone always knows is Mitch McConnell. Is he up tonight? Wrong house, wrong election?
Or is he in the Senate? Because once every.
He might be.
I don't believe he is contesting this election. I can't remember.
Are there any?
I've not seen anything about him.
Are there any big names up tonight who we might lose?
Who we might lose?
DeSantis was the
Chris Scott in Florida. He's
unlikely.
He's held on comfortably.
His the party mechanisms in Florida and Texas. There's just not really much breaking through there.
They have paid off massively in Florida. Any hopes of a Harris breakthrough in Florida died within hours of the polls closing. It wasn't particularly close. It was not a nail biter. It solidly was called in a pretty standard amount of time.
Can I ask something about what's going to happen after this? It's so close. We've got percentage points. We've got hundreds, tens of votes basically in it. What's going to happen next? What are we going to see?
Although very quickly McConnell is Kentucky no Senate race this year.
Yeah. Okay. What's going to happen next? Are we going to have calm, lovely, nice?
I think it's near impossible for there to be calm, to be honest, especially in all the swing states. I mean, if they're going to be contested by like 10,000, 20,000 votes, like similar to last election, both sides, I think, will be calling for a recount. I mean, there'll probably be accusations of voter fraud as well, by mainly the Trump side again.
Donald started that earlier today. Immediate, as soon as Harris was like, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia, straight away on Truth Social.
Yeah.
There's big cheating going on in Philadelphia.
Big cheating.
Big cheating, not just cheating. Big cheating is going
Worrying
on in Philadelphia. So he's not going to take it lying down, and there's a reason the boarded up most of DC, isn't there? Because
very true.
Regardless of who wins.
I'm just going to give you guys some recent trends according to Will Jennings on Blue Sky, because obviously we know when we do essays that citation is key. So patterns of voting so far: the gender gap has narrowed since 2020. Education polarization has increased because of graduates. An interesting House leads over 65s for the first time since the election. So women, 54% for Harris at the moment. I'm getting my colours mixed up. White non-college graduates, Trump. Over 65s is Harris, and college graduates are towards Harris.
Sorry, Kamala just won Colorado. They've just declared.
Expected?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me colour it in. So I've got to.
Yes.
I just sent you an update on Arizona Senate, where Carrie Lake, who's also a known name, she's losing so far.
Which is interesting because they always have the Senate race a lot less competitive than the presidential race, which is surprising given how close Carrie Lake is to Donald Trump.
Only 35% of the vote has been counted, though,
So
lots change.
Yeah.
It looks very likely that Georgia's going to go Trump, to be honest. 80% vote counted, 5% Trump lead.
Okay, I am going to disagree with the Times because I am just citing people. I'm at that stage of the essay where you just cite to make up the words count. The Times is saying that Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia are too close to call.
When was that though?
Yeah.
3 minutes ago.
I'd agree that I don't think we can write. I think I'd definitely rather be Donald Trump looking at Georgia now, but I think there's still. I don't think it's a given that he wins that seat.
Now,
that state.
I mean, if he's winning by 5% though, with 80% in.
But the big metropolitan areas take the longest.
And there was a delay. Am I right in saying there was a delay because of the bomb threats in various Atlanta
Pennsylvania and
Georgia.
Yeah.
Georgia as
Yeah,
well.
so there's some of the ballots did not close until a few hours later.
Now, Georgia is really interesting because if we bring it back to what might happen next, we know that their governor was one of the people that got the phone call last time. Is it Brad Rafferty? I feel like it might be the only name I know, and he's been on TV kind of going, you know, very much there. If you're in Georgia right now, and what are you doing apart from praying? Because
No, but
Well, the majority of them will be happy, won't they, if Trump wins? That's how elections work.
But okay, let me reframe that question because we've got a really cheeky in studio audience. If you are the governor and you are the person in charge of the elections, so that's the perspective. How concerned are you about whether people are going to accept your vote?
I mean,
your decision.
Who is the governor of Georgia?
No, who's the guy that came out?
Is it Brian Kemp?
Is he Republican or Democrat?
Because he was a
Republican.
Well, he stood up to Trump last
Yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I did hear earlier that he has, pre-polls closing in Georgia, he has been ignoring former President Trump's calls today because I think he wants to stay clear of any possible illegal action that Donald tries to do again, such as asking him to find 80,000 more ballots like he did last time.
And I would also like to say that these are all our personal opinions, just in case anyone gets a call at the uni, which they're not, because there's only about 10 people watching.
And it is Brian Kemp. Yeah.
It is Brian Kemp. I thought you said that it is Brian Kemp watching.
Brian talks in. Thank you, Brian.
I have a question. I don't know if you know. Is Georgia one of the states that is planning to or has banned abortion?
It has. It's banned abortion.
I mean, it's quite a key Bible Belt state as well. And it's very, very 50-50. It's so split on all issues, really. Like last election, it was decided by 12,000 votes divided. And obviously, Trump went in there thinking it was voter fraud, and he campaigned heavily there for the idea of voter fraud, which I think could happen again this year as well, as it's just going to be so tight again.
So I feel like I have to ask this question for the politics of religion people, because obviously we've got Steve Patel as one of our lecturers. What role has religion played, like that evangelical Christian role in the American election and voting? How will we see that play out?
Trump speaks to them. He has got a very strong following in the evangelical community, despite some of his actions and history. He speaks to them. Alleged. Some alleged, some less so. History. He does connect with evangelicals because I think they very much see him as a defender against a lot of the social change and social liberalism that the Democrats embrace in large extent across the country.
About you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that a lot of the policies the Republicans do, conservatism in regards to LGBT rights, abortion, that is going to appeal to the Christian crowd, especially in the Bible Belt states where it's known that they're going to be more religious. And I feel like they're definitely going to vote heavily in Trump because of these policies he puts out, really.
So I'm going to bring in studio audience.
Sorry, but big news. So apparently the Republicans are very likely to flip the second Senate seat of Montana, which would pretty much guarantee that they have the Senate majority.
Not on that, yeah. It was unlikely the Democrats would have
Democrats, okay.
Democrats, yeah.
But just to bring in and carry on in the religion, I'm going to bring in, as I'm now calling them, the studio audience, which sounds really grand. But one of the surprising things for me, as someone who specializes in securitizations of Muslims, considering his stuff on the Muslim ban and how he definitely bring it in, has been the Arab Muslims coming out for him. Anybody? Anybody from the studio audience, explain it to me and to quote a younger person than me, make it make sense.
I think it's interesting. I think it was told that Michigan is probably the only place where there might be an impact with American Muslims or Arab Americans. Might have an impact on voting numbers, but not that high. And it would be that they would abstain from voting because of Gaza, rather than anything to do with the Muslim background or anything like that.
So Gaza's a key issue. And what about the other two South Asian religions, Hindus and Sikhs? Which way are they going?
Hindus do like Trump.
Well, we all know the famous Modi and Trump song.
Yeah, which is interesting, but not really.
The Hindu population at large across the Western world tends to be quite conservative, generally speaking.
Yeah.
It's not too surprising they vote for Trump. I don't know if it's because they like Trump or they're just Republican low taxes, generally speaking.
Well, I feel like there's quite an interesting discussion to be had. And I'm sure that there'll be an academic paper on it somewhere. Trying to bring it all back to academic. With that kinds of relationship between evangelicalism, the far right, Hindutva politics. But yeah, I think religion has played, considering when we were talking about Harris earlier, that, you know, she did see the pictures of her family, very much kind of lent into her Indian heritage, that it hasn't swung those voters. So do we think religion's been, I mean, apart from the evangelical Christians, do we think it's been a big factor?
I think it has been a factor.
Yeah.
I think this election has been such a mixture of all kinds of things, and there's so many different lenses you can view it from. But I think religion is definitely one piece of the puzzle in terms of whichever way this election goes tonight, that needs to be looked at for both sides in future elections.
Yeah.
I think religion is more of a factor now than it would have been 100 years, 50 years ago, as I feel like one party is clearly very religious and one is kind of moving away from that religious side in a sense. So I think definitely it will be a bigger factor this year because it links to different ideas and policies, especially around abortion.
One of the things we haven't seen or has been the big super churches this time. Has Trump done that?
I think not as much as I've seen of him kind of being at the church. I've seen more of, maybe it's just because of the content I consume, but more of Kamala Harris at churches really. And I think it's quite interesting actually. Well, he, you know, in his rallies, he sort of kind of, whatever he, you know, says at his rallies, he kind of goes off on tangents about, you know, how Christians love him and, you know, the evangelicals love him. But I've not seen, you know, every Sunday I see a picture of Kamala Harris in a church service somewhere, but I haven't necessarily seen the same for Trump. And a lot of his former aides and supporters say that he doesn't actually go. A lot of people, obviously, you can look at his past and say, does that sort of align with Christian lifestyle? I would probably say no. So I think it's hard to sort of put together why evangelical Christians align so strongly with Trump, because there's not really much you can put your finger on when you sit and think about it quite a lot. You know, it's just such a tricky sort of combo that we have to figure out. Yeah.
I think they're more aligned
So
with
just quickly, Harris wins Colorado.
Yeah,
We
coloured it in.
Oh, we have.
We've done it. We coloured it in.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
You go, Peter.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like the Christians, they more align with the Republican Party's values, and they kind of overlook the Trump aspect in a way as well. I mean, most religious people would probably vote for the Republicans, whoever they really put up to, I think, because they kind of want the religious values instilled in America. And I think you raised a good point about Trump's lifestyle in the past. Definitely doesn't really align with Christian values. And now he's, you know, projecting them more. But still, I think Christian people will vote Republican. It's just the way it has been for many, many years. I don't think it will really change anytime soon.
No, I'm just going to read this tweet out just to cheer you up. Reminder, most states have the highest populations in urban centres and those reports usually come in later. Please stop doomsaying and act like you were awake in 2020. I think what this person is saying is we need to still have hope if we were Democrats.
Yeah, I don't know what it was looking like this time in 2020. So it could have been looking quite.
It was looking quite the same. I was up in just.
Yeah, sure. So you were also you were up.
No, I wasn't.
I was the last one.
Up.
I was awake at 7 in the morning looking for results. So it might have been looked a bit more. Oh, there's just been another one. I've just my polls come up. I think it's DC for Kamala.
What? No way.
What?
DC,
No, we didn't. We had Delaware. Yeah, no DC, but
we haven't got DC on the map.
We've not. It's a tiny little one. Let me live. Let me live.
Okay.
I'm just gonna colour in a random section.
Yes or no?
Yes. Massively expected.
Massively expected.
I think that's fair. Massively expected for Kamala.
Okay. Prediction is Chanel's going to actually know any of these by the end of the night, and I go you. No.
Cruz is one.
112.
Cruz is one.
Do you know
Well,
what?
there's 6 more years of our lives. We'll have to
am going to go that we are going to appreciate Cruz because no, we are going to go that actually he has been chosen by the voters who know him best. And he's a name I recognise, so we are glad that he's still in.
He did.
Oh wait, haven't seen the audience.
I'm just putting it out there that he did refuse to certify Biden as president.
Yeah,
no. Didn't they all?
Does that make it better?
Did he not?
I'm saying the bar is on the floor, okay?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my question was that, do you think that we see this in the UK with 14 years of Tory rule, and we see it across America all the time? Do you think there'll ever be a break in where the people see what their politicians do and see all the wrong that they do and decide that breaks the sort of the straw that breaks the camel's back? Ted Cruz ran away when Texas needed him the most. He went off to a lovely holiday vacation with Cancun. While people were dying in Texas and were without power and water. And people forget about that, right? They're still voting him in. We see that again. We saw that, people who, with the turkeys that vote for Christmas, right? Do you see anything changing in the future, not specifically in America, but maybe just in the Western world, where people, I don't know, wake up or get unplugged from the matrix or whatever it is to realize, put those things together. This person did this. I am not going to vote.
Experts, this one's for you.
Let me think about that for a few days.
More probably a psychology question than
I think let's really psychologically analyze this right now. I think people struggle to see politicians as human beings. I think it scares them when they do. I think you need to have an elevated level of just like sort of acceptance and, an elevated level of, ignorance in a way. You just gotta ignore that they're a human being and ignore that this person essentially has control over the economy, all our lives, everything. I can't see you to be a human being with flaws because, that's terrifying to think about. And you see a lot in the UK as well. You see it with, sort of this elevation of these figures. And I just think if people sat and thought for a moment, oh, like this person who aligns up with my beliefs generally, but is a morally bad person, I can't think like that. I've just got to vote for them. I've got to get behind them, or else my beliefs aren't going to be represented, and I'm just going to be sat here like, not represented. My thoughts, my feelings, my, ideological leaning is just irrelevant because it's so partisan. You can't cross over. There's no crossover. Well, as far as the US is aware, they think.
But this is quite a distinctively American and also British problem.
Yeah.
Because of our electoral systems, there can be no, at least in Britain, you saw, Muslims were punishing even Labour MPs about their role with Israel. In America, you don't have a choice. Like, you can write Jill Stein and maybe she gets 5% in like her very best state and keeps a deposit, but that's the best you can do. Like, there is nothing in America you can do if you want to change the system apart from have a revolution, which maybe they should be great for the
we do not want to invite any
but
revolution.
otherwise, like, there is no
live stream.
Do you think this is a really academic way of looking at this? And actually, most voters, bringing you both back in, will, like in Texas, are going, do you know what? I survive. My bills haven't gone up too much into Ted Cruz. Things that matter in my everyday. And actually, we're looking at this from we're political students. We've got that. Is it that actually we see Ted Cruz with a lens that they just don't?
I think there's an element of that. I think there is. I think some people will have woken up today, and I saw some tweets that were like, they knocked on people's doors and they didn't know Biden had dropped out of the race. Like, people are not necessarily, as scary as it sounds, particularly interested or following it because they have lives, they're busy people, Yeah. And also, you've got to bear in mind that in America, I think more so than any other country, the two different parties occupy completely different realities. To a large chunk of America, Donald Trump has never lost an election. Ted Cruz was a defender of democracy on that day. They don't see him as the threatening, almost comical figure that we may see him as. They see him as representing Texas, defending them from the Democrat, liberal, deep state in Washington that wants to take their guns and liberalize the country or whatever. They occupy fundamentally different realities. And we can sit here all we want from Britain and say that Ted Cruz is mental and whatever, but when you're living in Texas and if you're on Truth Social, I was on there today, it is a completely different world.
And Ted Cruz is defending stuff that is important to them. Whether you and I agree with it, he is defending that right to bear arms, which they see as part of the Constitution. And he went off to Cancun, but some of these people don't even believe in climate change, so they're going, family first. He still has that real moral core which they go to. Is this perhaps an issue that we're seeing tonight? That actually the pollsters, the American journalists, very much like the British journalists, I think, got it really wrong with the Corbyn election, where they were like, this is how we are analysing. Is it that actually that's a massive issue in the way we do polls?
It's interesting. I mean, I was speaking earlier to people, and they said the polls, they have to be very careful now because they lose credibility for the next elections and things like that. But I mean, it's always going to be so difficult to predict, especially elections like these. So I'm not too sure on that point, really.
I mean, do we trust Jake Tapper's analysis of the voters? You keep them backed up.
I mean, I think you can trust it to a reasonable extent. I mean, you can't take everything every analyst says as a given fact. It's their interpretation of what they're seeing happen and what's happening now. I think that the proof will very much be in when the dust settles, who's won, how demographics have fallen, how much the polls have been right in terms of nationally, specific states, specific demographics. And then it's on the analyst to give the best guess of why people have done what they've done as best as we can, because we can't ask everyone. So we kind of have to make generalizations to a certain extent with the best information we've got. Now people have actually voted. They're not just saying, if there was an election tomorrow, I'd vote this way.
So before we lose you both, Hope or no hope? Bringing on that Obama slogan to we bring it out, don't we? Make your prediction.
I think there's still hope. I think I've never had masses of hope.
Still calling for a Harris win.
I think it's going to be slow.
Okay.
I think Harris will win the popular vote, but I think Trump will just edge it on the actual electoral college and take the win. I think.
Ooh, he's going for the Lincoln difference.
As I'm non-partisan, no views.
Okay, I'm going to do
I don't have any thoughts.
I'm going to do a quick state of play with everybody in the room. Should your audience want us, I'm calling you. Louis.
Yeah, Trump will win.
Trump. Andy.
I think Trump's winning now.
Jamie.
I stick to my predictions that are on the board.
On that hill.
And gentlemen about to enter the chat.
I mean, you have to say Trump at the moment, but that doesn't mean that Harris doesn't have a chance because what's going on in those.
Wait, sorry, what's your name to that? If you're wrong, we can call you out later.
Oh, Jacob.
Jacob is calling for.
I'm calling for Trump only slightly though.
Okay.
Tristan, I think Trump's got it. I think reality's got to set in a bit here. I think she's not done as well in things that she should have done, and I think as we get deeper in, I think reality's only gonna become more clear. Not to be too glib, but
I'm changing my vote. I'm backing myself from the beginning of the night.
Can I not avoid reality for a few minutes?
Exactly. And you know what? No,
Please.
it looked the same in 2020. And I'm going to say, let's just wait.
But I think it's incredibly worrying how far down Kamala is on the women votes.
Yeah.
And I think that it felt like everything was very 49-51, 49-51, whereas that doesn't look like
As
that.
long as it's not 52.
Yeah,
which is what previously. But our final experts.
Thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. We're not going back.
I'd also like to announce that this
We're not going back.
scratch
We're not
my
going
2-day-old phone.
Yes,
It's okay.
No.
It's fine.
Right.
Right. Final
talk about swing state.
The moment with all in one.
It's the best half an hour of the night.
And then
Don't you like
it is
Haribo?
down to
Yeah, guys.
well, I'm on non-stop report, so
break for a Haribo. I'm not going to throw it. I'll
no, I'm going to go and get a tea because I have it on from 4 to 6 non-stop. So
catch. There we go. Right, this is very professional stuff. So I'll start off with the question. So spring states currently decisive, right, guys? Agreed, yeah?
yes.
Yeah, they're looking really clear cut.
Again, I think it's difficult. I mean, some of them we're not going to know, like Pennsylvania is not going to be for a while, and that's a real key one. I mean, the ones that we can see that I think are close, I mean, Georgia, North Carolina, I mean, Virginia's kind of come out the works as a bit of a surprise. That's a lot closer than people thought it was going to be. But so far, it looks like Trump is kind of doing what he needs to do with Georgia and North Carolina. I mean, still, even with those ones which are further ahead than most of the other swing states, I'd say it's not a done deal. But I think right now Trump looks like he's kind of ticking the boxes swing states wise. I mean, Harris's are still to come. So I wouldn't want to, stand on business 100% with all of them. But I think Trump is doing what he needs to do. And I think that he's going to push on some of these other ones. Pennsylvania are lining up as a problem.
I wondered, I mean, before this, like, the polls could close, we were talking about having maybe 8 swing states that Iowa could switch.
Yeah.
And now we're still talking about 8 swing states potentially, but it's gone to Virginia instead. I mean, how have we ended up in this situation?
I mean, I think that I'm surprised even that it has gone to this. I think the Harris campaign put very little into it. But I think, I mean, if you want to go in a bit deeper on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing going on in Virginia at the moment is Harris only leads by a point. She leads by a point in Virginia. And this is one of those states where you think, well, if Harris is,
if she win, it's one of those states that we didn't even talk about. We thought, well, she'll win it, and I think she probably will win Virginia. But I think the fact that it's taken this long for it to be called,
it's so close.
It's testament to this fact. And Virginia borders North Carolina. It's in that part. It's in that part of America. There's a lot of migration and movement between those two states, and they're actually quite similar in terms of demographics. North Carolina is actually, I think that's one of the reasons why Harris stands a better chance in North Carolina than she does in Georgia, is because the demographics of Virginia, kind of Democrat state for the past few elections, is actually kind of evening out in terms of the demographics.
I think I just want to go back onto your point as well about Iowa kind of not showing up. I mean, that really came from the poll that came out that suggested, I think it was a 3% something bump in the women's vote. But I think that has been a real kind of shocker. I think that the Harris campaign, I think to be honest, we were discussing this a bit in the green room. I think they've just failed in the way that they've run their campaign. I think, again, politics is not necessarily about who is the most qualified, but who can sell yourself the best. And I think that Harris has gone really hard in with women, and she could have had the Joe Rogan, for example, which she chose it was a bit difficult, but I think that she kind of set out this is what I want. And again, you see with the failure in Florida with the overturning the abortion ban, I think that was one of the very few, that's the kind of stand on, in the debate, that was where she was strongest on abortion. And I think the fact that issue has not come through is really gonna bleed through. And I think that, again, the campaign focusing so heavily on women, and yet the female vote not showing up in the way that I think people would have expected, I think is really going to come to bite them in the back. And I think they're going to have to reassess going forward how is this playing this gender game, both sides really, I think, but whether playing the game of gender and putting all your chips on that has really paid off for the Harris campaign, and looking back, whether they're going to have to think, damn, that was a big blunder in terms of maybe not focusing as much on the male vote, or finding another way to kind of bridge that gap and not going so heavily in on the female vote.
Definitely. And with the exit polls, I know we've slandered the US exit poll quite a lot in this because it's a bit silly, but once referred to as just asking their favorite flavor of pizza, what's your favorite color, that kind of stuff. So, but abortion ranked quite low on the list of key kind of most important issues for voters. This is very heavily translating, but the state of democracy was 36% the most important issue for voters. Why are we not seeing a more decisive Harris win if the state of democracy is the key issue for voters?
I think it's plain and simple. I mean, a lot of the polls have been in terms of the key things we look at. We look at the economy, inflation, immigration. In a lot of those cases, Trump is leading on the economy in a lot of these swing states, but just nationally in general, in terms of support and in terms of immigration as well, because these are the two things he's kind of ran his campaign on. But when it comes to protecting democracy, if you take the case of Pennsylvania, it's actually incredibly close. I mean, you think, this, Donald Trump, this is the man who, January the 6th. I don't need to go into the details, but you'd think that this would be Harris's thing, that she would stand on this idea of, this is, I'm here to protect democracy. I just think, building the point Tristan's made, it's almost like her campaign, whether she wins or not, I do think her campaign actually peaked too early with a lot of these issues. I think she started off as this sort of figure of hope and, remembers all of these things like, this is the new politics. She went into the debate, everyone agrees she did incredibly well in the debate. But then after that, I think it's kind of slowly been, I think she's fallen into the same democratic kind of trap, which is, I'm not Trump, I'm not Trump. And then Trump shows these things at his rallies, and he shows these clips of, Kamala Harris, just the amount of times that his name is mentioned. I think it's sort of illustrated that the Democrats have been slowly falling into this trap that
Hillary Clinton fell into. And to a certain extent, although Joe Biden won in 2020, even he slightly fell into this thing of saying, "Oh, I'm not Trump." I mean, luckily for Joe Biden, that it paid off. But I think with Kamala Harris, I just think it's so. Looking at these states and Virginia, like we said, I mean, I don't think anyone would have even thought we'd be discussing Virginia as a state, which is going to be so instrumental.
It's quite interesting what you were saying about the similarities between North Carolina and Virginia. I wondered if you could walk us through the swing states and the similarities between some of the swing states, like how do you group them, how do you look at them?
I mean, the big kind of thing that we say is, you have the Great Lakes states, which are Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and these are kind of seen as your sort of the kind of industrial, seen as the old industrial heartlands of America, and these are the places which you've seen this kind of deindustrialization. The places like Detroit's, I think, the biggest example of this, and these are places which, actually, if you look back in history, they've actually voted Democrat in most cases. Only Trump in 2016 that flipped, and Biden obviously flipped all three of them back. And that's an interesting thing. But the reason I think you can group those three together is since 1992, all of those states have all voted in the same way. They've all either gone Democrat or Republican. But I think the big thing is in those states, it is the cost of living. I mean, in Pennsylvania, you've got this case where the highest increase in consumer prices is in Pennsylvania. It's something like over 8%. And then obviously, I think we can also probably group them just in terms of issues. I mean, inflation is obviously the big one.
Trump and Iowa, sorry to interrupt, but
well,
I thought that was going to be an interesting one.
Well, I mean, and I think that proves, this poll that was conducted, which said, I don't know what the lead was, but
3 points.
Yeah, it was put, it was said, this would be.
Thought Iowa was going to be a swing state, but
Yeah, if I could just build off on the swing states, I think it's important to say as well that swing states do change. Like, there's not the same, like, you have kind of a big seven this time around. There's North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and I think that it's important to emphasize that these are not always the same. I mean, a big historic example would be Florida, which again has gone for Trump the last 2 times, but that has already previously switched for Obama, most notably in 2000, when that was so close to call that ended up going all the way to the Supreme Court. And I think that it's so important that I think that swing states, they only matter if an election is close, and when it's a landslide, they don't really matter because there's not a swing to be had. It's already swung so far one way, and I think that you don't have a big one like Florida that's worth Florida is such a high worth in terms of electoral college. That can be the one hit that you need. But I think why these are so interesting is because there's A7, which is a decent amount, and the margin of error, I think, has never been smaller than it has been. So these states can really, truly, they can swing on a knife edge. I think that's why we would be so cautious to call any of them because it's all so close. But I think, even the fact that, you kind of have Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, possibly this time, although Harris is doing well in Arizona so far, leaning towards Republican, and then you have Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, that kind of more leaning Democrat. But again, there's a swing within the swing states. There's a kind of 3-3 balance. And I think something important to bring up as well, I think something that should be overlooked is in states some of these states, Pennsylvania, Michigan especially, has been Gaza. I think we shouldn't underestimate the failure of the Democrats when it comes to Gaza, and Arab Americans feeling that the Democrats have done a good job. I think that those Arab Americans in those states feel really let down by the Harris and Biden administration. And I think that Harris there with those swing states, she had a chance to separate herself from Biden and Biden's policy. But I think this is something that she's failed to do consistently. And I think this may even cost her in those swing states, is that she's not been able to separate, what's the difference between your policy and Joe Biden's policy? She's gone on the View and said, well, there's no difference, and then there is a difference, but what is the difference? And I think on something like Gaza, again, it's another failure where how are you going to be different from Biden? Like, how are you not a Biden continuation? And I think like the failure of the Democrats to take a clear stance in that way and say, oh, we're pushing for a ceasefire, but oh, we've held off a few bombs, but we're not. They kind of floated in the middle. Again, this is another thing where they floated in the middle. And Trump, regardless of whether you agree with him or not, he's pro-Israel. That's his stance. And I think that Harris on that issue and on many other issues has really failed to take like a clear stand on what she like stands for. And again, your point about the like kind of anti-Trump, like I think again, there's too many people, Biden people in the Harris campaign, and they flip-flop between are we Hope or are we Trump is, bigot, he's bad for democracy. And I think like there's been a failure to pick a message. And again, like I think the campaign has truly been really done poorly. And I think that again, like are the Democrats going to look back on this and think, did we handle the Harris-Biden situation correctly? People forget that Harris has only been the candidate for 100 days. Like, is this going to be another mistake? And I think the tale of this election at the end of the day, and in some of these swing states, will be, I think that the Harris and the Harris campaign have really tripped over their own feet and have kind of handed it to Trump. And I think that they're really going to be kicking themselves when we come to look at this in a few days and reflect on the mistakes that have been made. I think the Democrats have failed to find an identity, and I think that it's going to be really difficult for them if they lose to pick up the pieces and try and redefine themselves in the next 4 years.
So I've got two questions that aren't linked together. One is what you're saying. Do you think then Harris was rushed into this position unnecessarily? Obviously, the campaign started. They didn't have long to choose a candidate, and she was by far the most popular choice at the time. But could the Democrats perhaps wait until the convention, actually had enough arguments about who should be a leader?
I think that in my opinion, firstly, I think that they should have taken Biden out sooner. I think there was clear like internal understanding that Biden wasn't fit. But again, this is the problem. They didn't want it to look a certain way, and so they chose to go for optics and keep Biden in rather than risk changing it over and changing it to Harris. And again, what happened is I think they were behind the ball and the debate forced their hand, and they were like reactively, okay, now Biden's gone. But again, I think this gets to the heart of my criticism. They weren't proactive in making that decision. And then they were like, are we going to do it? Are we going to do it at the convention? Obama, for example, I think was initially didn't support Harris, was in favor of taking it to the convention. And I think that that's been a problem. Just something you talked about anti-democratic, a really big talking point has actually been, oh, well, Harris didn't get actually voted in. She didn't get voted in by delegates, whether you like Trump or not, in terms of within the party. He won, even though he didn't debate, he still won fair and square in those. Biden won that, and now Harris has taken over. There is somewhat of a fair claim of, where's her authority? Obviously, I agree with you that she is by far the most qualified of the people, but it's a really easy one for them to say, well, who voted for you? Obviously, people are voting now, but who voted for her to get her into that point? And I think, again, like that problem of establishing, like, this is my legitimacy as the candidate, I think she's really struggled with that. And I think, to be honest, I think that the way they handled it, again, I think it's another mistake and tripping themselves up with not doing something sooner with the Biden and Harris replacement.
All right, sounds good. But then finally, this is completely unrelated, but we're talking, there's so much focus on, obviously, the Rust Belt states because they're tight, and North Carolina and Georgia are coming in. But we barely talked about the Sun Belt states or live stream. Is it Sun Belt, Nevada and Arizona? What do you call them?
So the Sun Belt. So the Sun Belt is Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. Okay. But those two in the West.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. What's going on in Nevada and Arizona? Like, what sort of demographics are they? Why do they vote away? And what can we expect from them?
Well, Nevada is actually somewhere where, in terms of polling, I saw polls in which Nevada was actually Trump's best hope of winning. If he was going to win 1 out of the 7, it was going to be Nevada. I mean, there were polls which were putting him 3 points ahead, 4 points ahead. I think the big thing in Nevada is this is somewhere which voted Biden last time. It's got this sort of this reputation, and Nevada, it's got Las Vegas and this whole kind of thing. The one thing people forget about Nevada is just the employment situation. The big thing in Las Vegas is we have this whole thing about it just being casinos and whatever. A lot of the people working in there are on incredibly low wages, and for them, the economy is such a big issue because because the whole sector is dominated by this sort of form of kind of low wage employment. I think the big thing in Arizona, I mean, talking about that, but in terms of Arizona, I think the big issue that's always been spoken about is immigration. That's the big thing, and people are saying, is this somewhere for Trump to win because he's really pushed on the immigration?
And it's a border state as well, so obviously, like geographically, like it's a big issue for them. I think as well with Nevada, I believe it has the highest rate of unemployment. I think around 5.5% in America. And again, I think your point about the kind of people that are working there. Again, Trump on the messaging, for example, he was big on tips. That's something like no taxes on tips is something that, again, is a big issue for people in Nevada. And again, I think Nevada and Arizona are both good examples of two areas where Trump has done well in terms of economy and immigration, in terms of messaging, in terms of polling of what people think of, his strength on those policies. Again, those are two states, a border state and a state which does have a large service industry, which does have high levels of unemployment. I think that, again, those are two issues where Trump has capitalized on, and we don't know yet what's happening with those states, but again, like Trump's strength in those two areas could carry him through those days.
And then these aren't swing states, but if you look at the map there, New Mexico, like in my head, Steve, the Brit, I've been to New Mexico, it is very similar to Arizona in the way they look to the landscape. Colorado, given it's a bit more mountainous, but they're sort of sandwiched in between this just red block and it's just these two blue states. I mean, do you know much about why they're just blue?
Why they're blue? Well, the thing I would say on New Mexico is I know at a lot of Trump rallies, one of the big things, and with Colorado as well, he stood at rallies, especially in New Mexico, first and foremost, and said, we won here before, we won here before. And he's tried pushing the immigration thing there as well. I don't have the specifics who's leading in those states, but I think you may find in somewhere like New Mexico a case of the sort of Virginia case where it's not going, where you might actually find the Republicans actually doing quite well. They probably won't win the state, but they could end up racking up a lot of votes, albeit it won't contribute to any electoral college votes. But I think it will, for analysts at least, as opposed to people kind of saying, who's won, but for analysts looking into it, I think one of the big things is looking at states like Virginia and New Mexico, just the tally of Republican votes. But in terms of demographics, I know that they were always part of this sort of democratic kind of sway across the West, where you obviously had Washington, Oregon, then California, Nevada, Arizona, and then those two which kind of lived up. But there have been cases where Republicans have won those states. I think Bush might have won. I'd have to check, but I think George W. Bush won one of those. But obviously it's not uncommon for people to flip those states. I mean, Bill Clinton in terms of Arkansas. I think a lot of it comes down to where your candidate's coming from. I mean, this is the big thing. I think not enough people have spoken about is the fact of with Biden. He kind of really stressed this. I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania, but Harris is California, San Francisco. And I think this in terms of geographical place, I think it's so important. And the one big thing, if the Democrats do lose, I think the big question looming over their heads will be two things. The first, should they have gone for an open primary? And the second, was Tim Walz really the best running mate? People talk about Josh Shapiro, of course, the governor of Pennsylvania. Was he perhaps the better person, or did he stay out of it because he's eyeing up 2028? And I think there's a big question that not enough people are talking about, which is why are there not so many people? Why are there not enough people who are really going out there for Harris? She's got celebrities, but in terms of politicians, you can probably say, well, with Obama. I mean, the Cheneys, are they really, as enthusiastic? I mean, there are so many, there are so many Republicans who are saying, I can't vote for Trump. But that doesn't mean they endorse Harris.
Yeah, I just build off, New Mexico again. I think it's a good point that that swing states is a very much fluid thing. I mean, in 2004, New Mexico was 0.006% Democrat in 2000 and 0.096 Republican in 2004. And again, now it's not really looked at as a swing state, but again, like examples like that, Ohio, Florida, like these have been swing states. But again, this is the thing, like swing states aren't the same all the time, like things do change. And I just wanted to build off another point. I really think that is a great point about Tim Walz. And I think, again, I just think this is going to be the big narrative when she was really doing well in the summer. And I think that, again, I think it was a short-sighted decision to pick Walz. I think Walz was more progressive and brought in a certain aspect to the ticket. But I think the failure to bring in somebody like Shapiro and prioritize a swing state in terms of the way that you're picking, I think is going to be costly. Minnesota is not considered a swing state. It's historically Democrat. And I think, again, like, was that the smart choice to make? Like, politics is sometimes you've got to just make cold, hard calculations, not who you like or who kind of has the best vibes. Like, you've got to be smart and make smart decisions. And I think they were too preemptive in the summer and thought, oh, well, this is the landscape now, let's pick Walz. Well, I think if they could go back and look at some of the swing states now, including Pennsylvania, which is increasingly looking really, really close, like maybe Governor Shapiro would have been a much better choice in retrospect in order to secure Pennsylvania, which is at this point looking like a really necessary state for the Democrats in order to win.
I think Tim Walz does well, whatever. I think Tim Walz is just enjoying himself at the moment. I think he's kind of like, it doesn't really matter. If they win, he becomes vice president. And if he doesn't, I think he's loved it. I think he's really enjoyed this campaign.
Yeah, great. Just to finish off, because we've only got 3 minutes left with you guys. And with you. And with me, because we've got to go to bed. But I think let's finish off. Obviously, we're looking at these results coming in. We're like within like basically half a percentage point. It feels like in a lot of these cases. Give me your predictions as to where it's going. Give me literally, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I'm looking at the board because I can't think. Nevada, Arizona, Georgia. How's it going? Look at the board if you feel you've asked.
In terms of swing states that we started off the night with, I think Georgia, is Trump's. If Trump doesn't win Georgia, I think it's difficult. I think it's his best hope of the ones in terms of most votes we have in. I also think Nevada is one which we said, was kind of leading in the polls. I think he stands a good chance there. I mean, if you're really pushing on the immigration thing, you have to say Arizona. I think the big thing is always we just kind of said is the Sun Belt is where Trump's best hope is the Sun Belt, but he has to win one of the Great Lakes states. I think out of those, I don't know what you think.
I think Pennsylvania is the most likely to flip Trump. I mean, Arizona is literally 50-50 right now with 51% in. Georgia, I think, looks Trump. I think if with 85% of North Carolina ended up 3%, I would say would give that to him. Wisconsin, he's up 2% with 58 in. Again, I think Michigan will be okay for her. I think that Pennsylvania might be the one that flips, even Wisconsin could be, but I think that she's going to lose one of those. I think she needs Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, all three, and I think she's going to lose at least one of those, and I think that we'll lose it all.
I wonder if I could ask you for one more prediction. Let's say Trump does win. That means he'll have served his 2 terms in office, so he won't be eligible to run again. Kamala, presumably, is not going to be the nominee again next time if he loses. Would you care to make any predictions about who we can see as the future nominees for both parties?
the Democrats, I mean, I think the Democrats, if Harris loses, I think the Democrats are going to, there's going to be a big question in the Democrats about the different candidates they've tried out. I think there will be a quick kind of thing, a quick run away from this idea of having a female presidential candidate. I think there will instantly be that sort of thing like, oh, we tried it, you know, we tried it, we shouldn't go for it again. I think you have to, I think in terms of Democratic runs and riders, I think it's actually those Great Lakes states. It's people like Josh Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, whose term as governor actually runs out. So I think in terms of who's best placed, I think Gretchen Whitmer stands in a right chance.
Yeah.
I mean, the Republican.
I think Vance is. I think if Trump wins, I think Vance is the poster child. He's all in Trump, and I think that he's got, although he looks quite a lot older than he is relatively young, and I think that if Trump wins, I think he is the new MAGA. Yeah, I think even like you've got figures like Musk is such a kind of the way that he's come in and put all of his weight behind Trump as well. Again, like having him as a big part of it, I think that Vance will go through. And I think,
Democrat.
but I agree that I think Democrats, I think they should take somebody from the swing states, and I do agree that unfortunately, like having Ron Clinton and Kamala Harris, and had that, if that doesn't work twice, I do think unfortunately there will have to be a real think about whether a female candidate is going to be able to get a win. I think that's really unfortunate, but that may just be the harsh reality of the situation.
Thank you all so much.
Well, and then also with that, polls are closed everywhere as well.
Except
for Alaska and Hawaii. We can't forget them.
Lovely thing for doing. And guys, here's Shannon.
California declared as well.
Millie.
Oh my gosh. Let me colour in my last state.
She's up to 179, but I mean, please.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
She's gone.
Thank you both so much.
you
That
so
was
much.
so informative.
Oh, I love that. That last time was so good. I learned loads from you.
I'm just ready for bed, I tell you honestly, please.
Bedtime.
Yeah, thanks.
179.
Thank you for reminding us that, you know,
You back on
we
it?
exist.
Yeah. Right, guys, have
We are finishing off with a quote.
I've got my snacks.
So,
much love, much hope.
the final 2 hours, the fruit has been stolen for the first time. Congratulations to whoever brought in the fruit. So I'm going to start with a quote. Nate Cohn, the chief political analyst of the New York Times, goes, for the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. He has an advantage in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all three. There is still a lot of vote left in the voting so far. Trump is narrow, but discernibly ahead. What do you think?
I think the big story tonight is that abortion was not the issue that the Democrats hoped that it would be. Women have not come out in the numbers that Harris would have been hoping for, a drop of 2 points compared to Biden, based off the exit polls. And it seems, like you say, in each of the swing states, which Harris will need to win, that Trump is only just, but he is taking it in the lead. And although there are still votes to be counted, it doesn't look as though it's going to be easy to shift those results.
No, and I don't know how accurate this picture going around on X is, and obviously it is X, but for the Arab Muslims, there's an example of voting tally: 203 for Donald Trump, 59 for Kamala Harris, Jill Stein 153. So we know that the Gaza issue has really impacted there as well. But I think you're right. The big issue is that women haven't come out.
Someone's
and the
put on the
numbers
YouTube, ask Jamie what he thinks about a Trump win and that his predictions are wrong.
Thank you very much for that comment.
Fruit Mantle to go. That seems pretty anonymous name.
Well, tonight I think America had the choice between electing the first Black woman president and the first convicted felon president, and it looks as though they've gone for the latter. In terms of America, it means more of the chaos that we saw in the last Trump administration, to the extent which many of his former officials and advisors came out during the election campaign to criticize Trump, most severely in the case of John Kelly, a four-star general, coming out saying that Trump remarked that he wishes generals behaved like Hitler's. I think we see more isolationism from America. I think this puts Europe in a terrible position in terms of the security in Ukraine. I think there's a real risk that large swathes of Ukrainian territory will be handed over to Putin, and that by challenging the sovereignty of a state, he will be rewarded in that endeavor as a result of the Trump presidency. I think the rights and freedoms of women across the states are now at more risk. I think there's now no safeguards against individual states prohibiting abortion. And in terms of the US economy, if Trump goes through with the stuff he talks about in terms of tariffs, it will effectively bankrupt the average American who can't afford goods that come from anywhere but the United States. And of course, as we know, they rely heavily on goods, especially from China. Not a good result if Trump wins tonight, which is the way it's going.
Okay. Some breaking news, sorry, was yours the Adam Schiff?
No.
So Adam Schiff wins the California Senate race against Republican Steve Garvey, and
that sounds quite expected.
Idaho, Donald Trump is projected to win. Expected?
Yeah.
Okay.
Minnesota, Trump is leading, but it's summer. There's no point looking at it.
No, it's only 12%.
To be fair, the margins in North Carolina and Georgia have closed. They are now at 3 points with 10% left to vote and 3 points with 15% left to vote. So it could happen. Urban centres are doing what they say. It is still possible.
Yeah, no,
And
for
Georgia
sure.
will still have a lot of mail-in ballots to count as well.
Interesting.
So, you know, if you look at people who are watching still, they can look at the New York Times little swing chart. That's pretty good. And it hasn't gone in. It's going up. It keeps going up. But it's not there yet. It's not in the red, but it's quite in the red.
We knew this
It's not in the
election.
dark red.
Yeah, I mean, we knew this election was going to be close.
We did.
Although, you know, things like the Seltzer poll maybe boosted expectations in terms of what Harris could pull off. I think it's clear, obviously, that those polls were incorrect, and that if she's going to win, it's going to be by a very, very small margin.
Just going back to the whole, looking at the fact that women haven't turned up for Harris as much as we thought they would. How much do you think, especially with certain, I'm going to make a generalization here, but certain southern states, how much do you think domestic abuse plays a part in that? You know, we've already seen instances on Twitter of people saying, I forced my wife to have a mail-in ballot so I can see who she voted. Now again, generalizing and things like that, but we have seen that sort of intimidation by your partner in terms of voting. So how, you know, do you think that domestic abuse and violence is something that's played a part that we haven't actually really tapped into?
Yeah, so obviously, like you said, beyond anecdotal evidence,
Yeah.
it would be wrong to conclusively say what's happened. But it's perfectly, you know, possible that has happened in certain circumstances. Like you say, it's sort of postal voting and early voting has transformed the way that the ballot box, the polling booth used to be a private place for people to vote, as it should be. And like you say, in instances where, in terms of postal voting, it's obviously that privacy expands from the polling booth to the home, and you can never guarantee privacy in those circumstances. But I think the Democrats would be wrong to look at that in supremacy beyond the fact that something's gone wrong with their
Yes,
strategy
no, absolutely.
in terms of getting women out to vote.
And I think there were some quite targeted videos, weren't there, aimed at women, going that no one's going to know who you vote for at the ballot box, where they had women conspiratorially, and going at each other, and the idea of cancelling out. I think there's like a really interesting discussion around that, and around going back to some of the earlier themes of the night, especially around the trad wife movement and this inbuilt patriarchal attitude that women have. And I think that has been an issue, but I don't think it has been Kamala Harris's issue. I think her issue has been the one segment which I think Louis is joining us.
A treat.
I think one of the issues, I think one of the segments where we did discuss it is, did we know what Kamala stood for?
Yeah.
And I still don't feel like at the end of the night, I can still go, actually, compared to the British vote. So I know, I already know what Kemi Badenoch stands for. I knew what Rishi stood for. We all knew Keir Starmer's name. They were on point. I don't think the Democrats have had that.
I think the key tonight is that the Democrats have taken the issue of abortion for granted when considering other factors, like knowing what a candidate stands for, having some sort of policy platform. In those areas, Kamala was a weak candidate, and I think they've relied too much on fear-mongering in terms of the Trump presidency, right or wrong, and the issue of abortion. There's other elements to it, like you say, the loss of that Arab American vote. Again, they're an element of taking for granted the ethnic minority vote. We've seen that black men and women have been falling in terms of support for Kamala Harris when compared to Joe Biden. I think there's just a lot of areas where the Democrats have taken for granted the vote that they were seeking to receive, and I think that is maybe why they're being punished so far.
Do you think there's similarities between Labour and the Red Wall?
I definitely think so. Yeah, I think in that instance, Labour took for granted the fact that their core voters' opinions had changed and that politics had shifted, and Labour had not kept up with that shift. And perhaps this is Democrats the same, not accounting for Trump essentially, and that it's a different playing field when it comes to dealing with Trump electorally. And maybe these issues that on the surface appear rationally, women will choose to have their own personal freedom about what to do with their body and their reproductive rights. When actually, for a lot of women, as it seems, that wasn't enough, and it's sort of taking them for stupid, right? It's like saying that Harris was able to run a campaign without a policy platform, and with few people knowing what she stood for. But don't worry, they'll vote for her because they want to retain their reproductive
She's
rights.
a woman, you're a woman.
Exactly, yeah. And that obviously hasn't been enough for many women.
And I think it's not only I think when you talk about the Arab Muslim women and religion, we know that some Muslim women also are not, they are also pro-life. And so I think that was the thing that came across. Going back to the Red Wall comparison, Louis, having done a series where you travelled across all the Red Wall sites, with the voters you met and the way it's going tonight, can you see any similarities in that shy, not so shy, I'm sticking with what I voted for?
Look, I don't know exactly. Well, I don't know enough about the Rust Belt states to make a comparison. But a lot of the times in the Red Wall.
Oh, so you're comparing the Rust Belt states to the Red Wall?
I mean that's the similar places, right? Where you've got along the Great Lakes, you've got places of former great industry that have now collapsed, which is what the Red Wall is, right? Yes. But I'd have to ask Jamie if he knows about, with these Rust Belt states, were they blue? I mean, I think they were, right? They were blue for the longest time, where you speak to a lot of voters. I mean, I spoke to voters all up and down the country being like, my grandfather would turn in his grave if he knew that I voted Tory, because they were just Labour, and there was no question about it. And I wonder if that's probably a thing that's quite similar now with these things. But it's interesting, Shanaz, that you are saying, at what point do these voters just say give up on their politicians and be like, what, enough's enough? And you pointed to Ron DeSantis in Texas. Well, actually, I'd argue that's probably what happened in the Rust Belt states. They looked at the Democrat politicians that they had. They said our industry's collapsed, and it keeps collapsing. And I think the economy for Americans and for most voters is the most important thing in their life. If their jobs are going, and they're just going to say, you know what, enough's enough for them.
Just to briefly interrupt, and obviously I've not received this memo, but Harris campaign are sending out a memo to journalists to say they still see path, although Senator Katawala is saying it's picking up a 2016 vibe.
Katawala?
Yeah.
Sounds shrinking.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to say, do you want to touch a little bit about the Senate, because it looks like the Republicans are going to win the Senate,
because Ted Cruz has won.
Yeah.
So what does that mean in terms of, just to explain to people what that means with a Trump presidency and majority of the Senate?
Yeah, so the Senate going Republican was expected at the beginning of the night. The Senate goes to election every 2 years, but it's only a third of the Senate that will come re-elected. They have 6-year terms, and it's staggered in that way that about a third of them will be up for re-election every 2 years. The Senate is one half of the legislature in the US, and it is key for getting any laws passed proposed by the president. So Trump, if he was to win tonight, having a Republican Senate would make it a lot easier. But it also depends on the House of Representatives and which party has a majority there. But the Senate also plays different roles that the House sometimes doesn't. So in terms of the confirmation of Supreme Court justices, Trump used this to great effect, appointing 3 new justices to the court during his last term. The Senate will be key for whoever wins. And if Harris turns it around, it'll also make her first 2 years at least very difficult to get anything done. That's the nature of US politics, is that you often find gridlock when either the House of Representatives or the Senate are different parties. They both need to agree on issues, and as we've seen over the course of tonight, American politics is very divided, and getting stuff done in a bipartisan way is increasingly rare. So the Senate is good to touch upon. Just taking you back to the Rust Belt states and the comparison with the Red Wall, it's a very good comparison to make, because both communities feel as though they've been left behind, and it's this effect of globalization and the transfer of jobs from home to abroad, and it's a similar effect that you've seen in the Rust Belt in terms of them turning against the Democrats, as Trump has fed into the rhetoric that he's going to bring American jobs back, this protectionism, so protecting American jobs from places like China, etc. And it's that same phenomenon which saw them support Brexit. This again, it's sort of an isolationist movement, Brexit, withdrawing from the European community as a way to protect Britain. And you saw that in the Red Wall, and over the pond, you've seen it in the Rust Belt in terms of their support for Trump as well.
Okay, just very quickly, news from our favourite podcast, News Agents, one of our favourite. John Sopel has said it's now looking dismal for Harris. And Kamala Harris, looks like Kamala Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn, which I'm not quite sure where that is. And area 90% was in that Biden won with 88% of the votes. So they are losing some key crowds on that. Gosh, it's
NBC is projecting that 1 in 3 ethnic minority voters will vote for Trump. That's quite something, 1 in 3.
And the Harris campaign have now sent an email to all staff. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations. In Michigan, we are waiting a significant amount of votes to come in. in Wisconsin, we know there's a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Warwick. That seems like some quite pointed leaking.
Yes, and I think increasingly as the Kamala Harris campaign becomes less buoyant, I think you're going to see leaks like that because morale drops and suddenly everyone's looking to spread the joy, so to speak.
I wonder if we can move it to one of my favourite subjects is, has Keir Starmer and David Lammy and potentially Morgan McSweeney played a blinder? You know, they went to America, they went to observe both candidates, and who did they meet? Well, they didn't meet Kamala, they met Trump. Did Keir and David know what was going on? And apparently, David, you wouldn't expect him to be a natural friend of Trump, given Trump's remarks. Apparently, David and Trump hit it off, and Trump offered David second portions of food in his meal.
I mean, I think that, look, from a politics perspective, you're going to have to, governing is a bit like working. There are going to be people that you're not necessarily going to want to be friends with.
Right, we've got, massive news. We got our first swing state. North Carolina's gone to Trump.
Which we expected?
No, that's a swing. That's a big swing. Okay. That's massive.
16 votes to Trump.
That is massive.
It's a toss-up swing, but it's swing.
Okay.
Is this the marker?
Yeah, so let's
no, it's quite the marker.
Okay. So in terms of it, I think the Morgan McSweeney, Keir Starmer, David Lammy, they're very pragmatic. You have to work with who you have to work with. We see this on the world stage all the time, and I don't think you cannot do that. I think, was it deliberate not to meet Harris? I don't think so. And I think if you would talk to anyone in the Labour camp, they would go, no, it was a scheduling issue. I think that would Harris have wanted Keir's now chief of staff and campaign coordinator? Yeah, of course. But I think one of the things that we have to think about is how long that they had been preparing that mission and the tightness of that mission, which I think we've said over and over again, has been missing in the Democrats. And if they lose, I think the first thing they should do is send over a core team over to the UK to go, what did you do? And I think the disciplining and getting behind someone early, because I think a lot of people forget how long Keir had as a run-in to being Prime Minister, how long he was leader of the opposition, how stable it was, the kind of name recognition he had, which Kamala Harris just doesn't seem to have.
Yeah, I think a good historical reference would be John Major and Bill Clinton. John Major sending out members of his staff and to help the candidate against Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton then went on and won that election, and their relationship never really recovered. And when you consider the accusations from Trump's team of foreign interference on behalf of Labour, I think a Trump presidency has suddenly become a little bit more complicated for Starmer and Lammy to deal with. Not least because we know the previous comments Lammy has made about Trump and then the more general policy disagreements.
I mean, and it's really interesting bringing it over to this, what we think might be a slightly more strange relationship after Labour staffers went in their own time to this. If Trump comes over, do we see Keir Starmer, because I've just realised I've been calling him Keir like he's my best mate all night, do we see him taking a more firm thing with like the way last time Sajid Javid, none of the Sajids were invited? Do we see him going, no, these are my ministers, I don't care whether you like them or not, if there's a state dinner?
Yeah, I wouldn't see Starmer leaving people behind if that was the way Trump was going to treat those sort of engagements. But I think ultimately Trump's in 4 years. and you've got to look more long term. And the special relationship must endure if it takes a different form under Trump.
Do you think it does?
I do. I think, especially outside of the European Union now, and with no signals within the Labour Party that they're going to try and at least, go for a common market, etc. We are isolated, and without the special relationship with America, I think that ultimately always hurts the UK. And it's been our most important ally, since the beginning of the 20th century, and 4 years. So to have such short-termism, I think, would be misguided.
I mean,
I agree, but I would love to see the UK go and do even more with our natural allies of Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. We already have great work visa arrangements with them where they can come and we can go to any of those countries for 3 years and just pay the money. I think if we could push towards that, I mean, we've got to accept we're out of the EU now. We're not going to go back now for at least 10 years. That's not going to happen. Be realistic. So, culturally, I think we're very similar. We have the benefit of language. Yes, trade is difficult because they are so far away. But if we want to try and avoid this reliance on the US, which I think we do have to be aware of, I agree with Jamie that, a certain amount of reliance on the US is inevitable. We're forced into that. I mean, we are America's lapdog in some senses, but we shouldn't just be totally reliant on them. I think we could push more to those countries.
So I'm going to push back on you both here. I think one of the things that you're perhaps both alluding to is what was the more natural kind of order within IR with the US and the UK as big superstates and working together. And I think what we've seen with some of the emerging economies is that actually the UK and the US have both lost their prominence in the international order, that there are new players coming onto the market. I also will push back on the Europe thing. I think that there have been a lot more positive stuff coming on within our own industry. We know that the Horizons allows us to work program, which we know has received funding, and the budget allows us to work a bit more closely with European universities. We know that they are considering movement for young people. The name might be changing, but it's still free movement. I think it's a real typical diplomacy thing where you go, okay, we're not going to name it this because it's going to upset everybody, but it's still free movement. So I think that's going to be incredibly interesting to see if, because we're not calling it yet, Donald Trump wins.
Well, regardless, I think the UK should be pushing for, strengthening our relationships outside of this so-called special relationship, even if Kamala's in charge.
No, absolutely.
There's no saying that she's going to be in charge for 4 years if she wins, or even 8 years.
Okay. John King on CNN, it is now mission improbable if falling just short of 2020, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It looks like people are moving towards a call.
If it helps, Paddy Power had Kamala Harris to win at odds of 16-1.
Yeah, but the betting markets have been inflated the entire time. I don't want to listen to Paddy Power.
Can you imagine Paddy Power?
I mean, we should be listening to.
Okay, I am now. Oh, NYT Needle moves to Trump with a 90% chance of winning.
At what point do the Democrats, or should the Democrats ever gamble and say, you know what, we've tried all these centrist candidates against Trump, we've tried traditional politics, why don't we take a punt? Let's go for a Jeremy Corbyn type character and go for a left wing populist.
I don't think Americans.
That's not the country.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think they're radical enough.
The Democrats beat Trump with Joe Biden. This was a political operator that could show Trump for who he was, You know, had a uniting message, was the most experienced presidential candidate in recent history. You know, the Democrats won from the middle ground. Trump has gone so far beyond the middle ground that it's made it easier than ever to win from the middle ground. What's happened in this election is that it's been an election like no other. Kamala Harris has been the candidate for a few months, a matter of months, whereas throughout the whole night, I think if we've got anything across to viewers, it's that America is a heavily politicized country where campaigning is almost near constant. And to only have such little time to prepare, to get her message out there, to be known. And Trump's a formidable political opponent. You know, that would be difficult against anyone, let alone Trump. I think that's probably the underlying reason, beyond, you know, neglecting policy issues and relying on the issue of abortion, etc. I think the key issue is that, and unfortunately this tarnishes Biden's legacy, right? Because they knew for a while that Biden wasn't going to be able to run as a candidate, and they were basically just trying to limp through, get him through that debate relatively unscathed and continue going on. If Biden had have dropped out earlier, who knows what could happen? We could have had a primary. It could have been a candidate different to Kamala Harris. But unfortunately, that's all been and gone.
So if we are moving towards the idea of a Trump presidency, one of the things we haven't discussed tonight is his quite open discussions on authoritarianism. What are the likelihoods?
Less now that he's got in.
So you think he'll tone down that?
Yeah, if he lost, it would have been the danger, because I think Jamie will disagree with me here. We were discussing this prior to going on the live stream, but I genuinely think we saw how well prepared he was. I think he's a man that had nothing to lose. He was probably fearing the courts, but I don't know if the courts would have been brave enough to do enough, because I think we've seen what happens when you go against Trump. He's got his army of supporters behind him, willing to, you know, run into the Capitol with all of their weapons.
So what's interesting now is that Trump is going to face his sentencing later on this month. As many people will know, he's a convicted felon in the state of New York, and he'll be going to his sentencing as, if he wins tonight, the presumptive nominee to be the president. I mean, this is all such uncharted territory. Never before has a candidate of the likes of Trump succeeded in America. So it's all one big unknown, right? I think there was, before Trump came in 2016, there was lots of fear-mongering, and that didn't materialize in his administration, but there's lots of differences now in terms of what could happen. I mean, a lot of the people that restrained Trump, people like John Kelly, who stuck around, are gone. They're all gone. If anyone stepped out of line, they're all removed. You know, J.D. Vance would have, you know, signed off on those invalid electors.
Yeah.
He said that himself. You know, he wouldn't have had the courage, the little courage that Pence showed at the final stage to say that, no, actually, I'm not going to allow you to overturn the democratic transition of power. Lots of different things. Lots of things are different about this time around, but again, it's still unknown.
And what happens if he gets convicted?
This is
Can he pardon himself?
Yeah.
No, but can he pardon himself?
Until he's inaugurated.
Inaugurated.
Can he be inaugurated if he's behind bars?
He's going to have a Senate behind him, so they'll prosecute him.
Well, it's the judiciary that
Yeah.
is going to be key now, and the Supreme Court is stacked in his favour.
Yeah, so realistically, Trump is in a very nice situation for himself. That I think most people turn authoritarian because they believe they have no other choice, unless, like, if you're in a democratic country or a country that borders on democracy, you tend to go authoritarian when you feel backed into a corner. You know, look at Libya, for example. Take Gaddafi. Gaddafi backed into authoritarianism and he lost it.
I would like to make a statement about the state of democracy in America, though, because apart from a few small instances of bomb threats, the democratic process has been able to be executed in a peaceful manner today. You know, there hasn't been any reports of unrest like we feared. Maybe that's because Trump won. But regardless, I think, you know, in such a divided nation, democracy has still prevailed, at least tonight.
For now.
The systems are strong in America, that's to be said.
Harris has declared war. Sorry, New Mexico has declared war. Harris.
No, it's just right. It's right.
I thought you can see
No.
And also, that's a fair point, though. We're going to see Kamala Harris tonight do something that Trump couldn't do in 2020, and that is accept what people in America have said and allow for that peaceful transition of power. It's something he wasn't capable of his ego to do. It was something that his supporters weren't capable of doing, and yet we will see Kamala Harris. If that is the case, still there's results yet to come in, but if that is the case, she will concede and allow for that transition of power to take place.
So with a Trump win, if it happens, do you think we will see an increase in American refugees fleeing the country because of their sexuality, because of the dangers that they feel as a woman who could have complications from pregnancy? Do you think that we would see that? Maybe not on the scale as we see other refugees from other parts of the world, but do you think that's a possibility?
I don't know. I think the unique nature of the US is that the states have a lot of power, individual power, whereas you would see people fleeing the country perhaps in other circumstances, whereas in the states it would be much more common to see people maybe move states if the laws weren't of their liking. But I think it's a valid point that people will be feeling very worried about the Trump presidency, especially those who are vocal opponents, because, like you said, Trump has threatened to use the military to go after his political opponents, to lock them up. Violent rhetoric in cases such as Liz Cheney, we saw in the build-up, where he was alluding to putting her in front of a firing squad because she'd come out and supported Kamala Harris. I mean, this is rhetoric, and his supporters will say that it was taken out of context, and some of the stuff was jokes, and that he was, making the point that calling Liz Cheney a war hawk, and that she'd feel different if the country pointed out. How you can interpret it in any different ways, but the rhetoric is nasty stuff. And like I said, the unknown is what is real. And what is he actually going to act upon?
So just going back to the Europe question, I'm just going from something that Neutral has just tweeted. He's gone, the biggest question for Europe now is whether it's willing to step up to the plate for Ukraine against Russian aggression. How is Zelensky feeling right now?
Not good.
Nervous.
Yeah.
How are Ukrainians feeling?
Yeah.
I think, it's a terrifying situation for them. I think, we talk about Americans and how Americans might feel that, the minority of Americans might feel one way and the majority might feel great because of the Trump presidency. But, there are also real consequences to having a Trump presidency, and, that's to the people of Gaza, the Palestinians, as well as Ukrainians.
Yeah, I think they will all be feeling nervous, and I think European leaders especially. It's unsustainable.
Yeah.
It's locked you out.
The stream stopped.
Oh, that's it.
Quick, log stop it.
Oh, right.
I didn't know.
You forget.
No, I didn't unplug you.
Although I have a feeling, it keeps logged in for a month, apparently.
I don't know what's happened. I've got a question. Let's step away from the campaign in America, but looking at the American election from a global standpoint. This year, we've seen an abundance of candidates, incumbent candidates, get deselected. Is Kamala, but also Joe Biden, because are they victims of globalization? Not saying that globalization itself is bad, but the fact that we've taken a downward turn because of Ukraine, because of the energy crisis. Inflation is very much an international thing. Cost of living is very much an international thing. Are they just victims of what we're seeing across the world?
I mean, interesting comment on the.
So it looks like though North Carolina has been called for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's
And so just because we had the live stream thing and we're logged back in, Gaza, Netanyahu, where does he stand with the lack of American money?
Well, Trump's a supporter
But
of
has he
Israel.
not said that he will withdraw money from all foreign conflicts?
But in my understanding, he doesn't really give money to Netanyahu. He gives arms sales.
No, the Americans give quite a lot in aid, military aid.
Oh, okay.
It's like in the billions.
Yeah, I mean, Israel's biggest partner in that respect. But it's a more nuanced position than perhaps Ukraine, because the Republicans do rely on a lot of American Israeli support. But then, American and Israelis are divided on the policy that's being pursued by Netanyahu's government. So I think in terms of Trump's peace agenda, you may see a withdrawal of support from Israel, in line with a withdrawal of support from Ukraine. I'm not sure if we're ready to call Donald Trump as the 47th president.
Why?
It's looking very bad.
The way I understand America's situation with Israel, though, is that aside from the morality of the issue, is that America provides the aid so that they have a monopoly of arms sales over that country. Is that not the case?
Say again, sir.
The way I've understood America's relationship with Israel solely on a transactional basis is that they give money to Israel, so Israel buys their arms, but then they can't buy their arms from China.
Yeah, so that's a fair point, and it's often made that if you stop selling weapons, someone else is going to fill the void.
No, as in it's not like someone else will fill the void. As in because they give the aid, Israel are obliged to buy off the American companies.
And I think it's like reducing, and I can't believe I wrote about foreign policy relationships between Israel and the US. I don't think it is just anti-trade. I think, they've got a long history with like the settler community. And I think that there's a long link between evangelical Christians and Israel as well. So I think it's not just that. I think the Republican political base is a very pro.
Oh, absolutely.
Israel base, but I think going back to one of the early topics tonight is if we just go with this more isolationist kind of like policy where we stand at the moment. I think Jamie has the look of someone who is desperately like doing maths on behalf of.
I was going to say North Carolina has been called with 89% of the votes to go on a margin of 47.8% to Harris, 50.7% to Trump. Georgia has had 91% of the vote called, and the margin is 48.2% to Harris. That's 0.3% margin. It's looking as though Georgia will be going to Donald Trump.
Arizona is still very, very tight. It's
Yeah.
0.5. With 52%.
Trump is winning 100,000 votes in Michigan. Is that true? Let's check that.
Yeah, Trump is currently winning.
Yeah.
But 39% counted.
Pennsylvania is 82% in, and there is a.
It's not looking good for Kamala.
3%.
The Republicans in the UK Watch Party looks very happy.
I mean, if I was a Republican, I would probably be quite happy.
Yeah.
Does make sense. I'm sure there's a few beers going around.
Michigan exit poll amongst Latino voters. Here's an interesting one. Trump at 60%.
Wow.
Harris at 35%. Because they really did think with the Puerto Rican comment that he would lose a lot of those.
Yeah.
And also, quite concerningly, Piers Morgan is trending, but that's fine. He's going to be unbearable as is Nigel Farage. Here, that's the one we've talked, because I feel like we're having the foreign relations thing. When he was last in, he had a real thing about the fact that he was going to Farage as his go-to person. He's actually an MP now. Can we see him trying to pull? And I think Keir Starmer is definitely a stronger PM than Theresa May was. Can we see him trying to pull a similar stunt? And who would want to be ambassador at this time? Because we know the names that we're considering. There were big names being like used, like David Miliband. Our former Chancellor Cathy Ashton was a possible name. Do you think anybody would want that ambassador gig?
I doubt it. In particular, those two names that you've mentioned would have definitely been hoping for Harris.
Yeah, but I can David Miliband's too lucky
to win tonight, and they'll be on. I think both of them are already have very lucrative careers in the private sector that it would be difficult to tempt them away from that.
So Cathy Ashton is stepping down. Has that done?
Okay, interesting.
You have a brand new chancellor.
So I think it'd be difficult to tempt them away to a Trump presidency, essentially.
What's this do to Nigel Farage and not Farage?
Trump is very good at making people feel wanted and appreciated, but then when it's no longer in Trump's interest for that to be the case, dropped. And in terms of relations with the UK, Farage, in comparison to Starmer, is it's not going to give Trump any value. So I don't see that really becoming an issue. I think just in terms of Trump's personality, what we know about the guy and how he treats people, I think he'll be able to easily drop Farage in terms of dealing with Starmer.
Because I think here's something which is completely different. Theresa May was not in a strong position as Prime Minister, and the Conservatives were already on their way to the rather chaotic period. Boris was there in the background for more votes. Keir Starmer runs a tighter ship. He's got 402 MPs. He's not reliant on a hand-holding picture with Trump.
And Trump would admire that success that Starmer has achieved, and the power that he has.
But Keir Starmer does need allies. The Europeans that were once on his side won't be for much longer. I think Spain will keep their centre-left government. He's doing a very good job, Pedro Sanchez. Macron is not going to stay past 2028. He will have to go. Italy's right wing. Germany will go centre-right next year. Admittedly, that's a fine partnership for Labour. It's better than having alternatives even for Deutschland for certain.
I think it's interesting what this will mean for European politics in terms of the rise of the far right. And this will certainly be an enabler for that, even more so. Yeah, it would be interesting to see that. And there you go, you can see if AfD succeed in Germany, if the National Front succeed in France, then quickly you do run out of allies for Starmer. And again, being isolated without the protection of the European Union and its institutions, where does Britain go now?
Well, that's true. Someone's just forgot that JD Vance's comment about UK being the first Muslim country with nuclear weapons. He got his vice president making, just stupid statements like that. Where set the UK up.
No one but Trump is valued in a Trump administration. It's so self-centered that it's only Trump's interests that will be met, and the likelihood is that the UK will very rarely fall into that sphere. The UK is going to do poorly out of a Trump presidency for sure. And what does that mean for Starmer's government? Right? Starmer's got a very time scale to deliver for the British people, and the Trump presidency just makes that more difficult for him. In particular, what's going to happen to the world economy?
How do you think good old Nigel fits into this as a close friend of Trump? Trump wins. Nigel is an MP and sits in House of Parliament, but Starmer's the leader. Do you see there being this sort of
I don't know, a kind of relationship where Trump goes through Nigel Farage for everything and expects him to be the middleman to the UK government and giving Nigel Farage an even more inflated ego.
Yeah.
So I just on the Farage thing, I think it's going to be interesting for another reason as well. And that's the way Labour is already, their message is already on point about reform. And I think it's going to be interesting to see when you were talking about the rise in Europe, about the impacts of reform. So I wondered, like, when you two are thinking about this, because I definitely think that actually if I was in Labour or in Labour together, I would definitely be thinking, how do I neutralise Nigel Farage? And the best way to do that is to weaken the reform base that he's got. We know that, so where does this leave Nigel Farage? And also the one person who we've not mentioned tonight, and their reaction to it. How's Kemi going to be? Kemi Badenoch going to be thinking about
I'll say one thing. I certainly think Rishi has once again done the Labour Party a favour by calling the election so early. Imagine if Rishi had, realised, well, I'm going to lose anyway, might as well hang on until as long as possible, stay until December, and then Reform could have ridden on this Trump wave. They would have been like, Trump got in, we can do better. 5 seats could have been the predicted 13, could have been 20. I think Reform genuinely have a possibility of winning next election going up that much. So 100%, I think the polls show it. They've got their polling 22%.
Only won by-election since.
Also, it's the point that they've matched the UKIP vote that they received in 2014, and the far right in the UK has never gone beyond that amount of votes.
They were second in a lot of constituencies. It doesn't take, and you know how first past the post works. Once there's a belief that they can win it, I think it will attract more votes.
But I think just going back to Trump, because I think we're all kind of like British politics geeks and can talk about this and kind of get very excited. How does this impact Farage and Kemi Badenoch? Because Kemi Badenoch's brand of conservatism is so in line with, her comments on women, her comments on autism. How does this embolden those two? And who's going to be up for the first PMQs tomorrow?
Not me, that's for sure. I'm sorry, I was distracted by the Minnesota being too close to call. That's Tim Walz's state, who is Kamala Harris's VP pick. Still on.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, let me see that.
I don't know. You've asked a question, but I don't know what difference it makes to Kemi, to be honest.
Do you know?
Well, what do you think?
I mean, so I think you have to look at it within two separate conversations. A, whether we think that this will, so the current prediction is that Kemi will not survive till the next election. And I think that's perhaps why the more One Nation Conservatives have kind of like stepped back from accepting into that. But the other thing is whether if this emboldens, as you say, that entire Nigel Farage, he gets this elevated role because of his so-called relationship, although going back to something you said, Jamie, the fact that he didn't even let him, when he turns up like a pick-me to go, I'm here, and he didn't actually have that meeting.
No.
Does this embolden that kind of like, I don't even know what brand of conservatism to call it, that this current iteration of
Small C.
Yeah.
Brand of conservatism, Small C. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's not the Conservative Party.
See no to conservative in name only, like,
so
does it embolden them? Because do people go, actually, we can achieve that, and let's go crazier and crazier?
I think when touching on what's Kemi going to do now, Kemi has been firmly against any deals with reform and has firmly rejected reform. Nigel's movement isn't embraced by the current Conservative Party. The next election and the support reform receives and how successful they are depends on the Conservative Party and where they go. There is way more votes to be made from Tories that switched to Liberal Democrats at the last election than there are Tories that switched to Reform. If the Conservative Party goes into the next election with a leader that's pandering to the right, I think they don't do well as they could do, and it only emboldens Nigel Farage and his policies. If they switch tact and target those votes that they lost to the Liberal Democrats, they wipe out a large portion of the Liberal Democrat seats. They win back seats that Labour won at the last election, taking those moderate Tories with them, and Reform remains frozen out of British politics.
Okay, I'm just going with the FT for the economics. Investors regard Trump's strong showing so far, sending the dollar and Bitcoin higher.
Oh, God.
CNN and it looks like AP have given Nebraska to Trump.
Expected.
Yeah.
Expected, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I like the Financial Times. If you are still awake and you are a Warwick person, don't forget you can use your login for the Financial Times, and they have actually got their next update in countdowns. Next update is in apparently now, but there is no update. Someone in the Financial Times is as tired as we are.
We should. I mean, Georgia is getting there, 93%. I mean, I know the last bit's going to take a bit longer because there might be postals, but
I mean, look,
Pennsylvania's at 82.
Let's not 42 or 56 races have been called.
If Georgia and Pennsylvania then both go Trump, it's dire.
But if Georgia and Pennsylvania go for Harris,
well, Georgia can go for Trump, and Pennsylvania go for Harris, and Harris can still win.
Michigan hasn't even counted to par.
Yeah. As long as she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada.
The thing is, if Pennsylvania goes, it's not solely the electoral college votes that are going to either side. It's that, as the guy who was sitting here before says, I mean, they're demographically quite similar states. So you might expect if someone wins Pennsylvania, their likelihood of winning the other two increases.
Yeah.
Well, Georgia is demographically different.
It's a different state. You're right.
okay, I'm going to bring in via his Facebook our esteemed American expert within this department. His list update. Lots of counting in battleground states to go for it, but first of them now called for Trump. This is starting to look more like 2016 than 2020. Is Trevor wrong?
Probably not, it's Trevor. He's the boss for a reason, isn't he?
Here's an interesting stat. So it looks like Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn in Michigan, an area that is about 90% plus Muslim, and Biden won that with 88% of the vote 4 years ago.
That shift is huge.
And that was, I think I mentioned it earlier, that Michigan was probably the only state where the Gaza situation might have had an impact.
But I don't understand, because surely they would just, if I'm concerned about Gaza, there's no way in hell I'd ever vote Trump.
I wouldn't want Trump to be in charge.
I would take the hit with the Democrat, or worst case, I would just cancel my vote or vote for the Green Party. I mean, I really don't understand how Trump can pick up any of those votes.
Is Virginia a swing state?
It shouldn't be.
Okay, well, she's projected to win it.
Okay.
That's what we expected.
If Trump was all doing the beginning of it.
Shouldn't have been close, although it's not very close now, to be fair.
No, it's got 87% of the vote.
So Virginia's an example of how it can change in the latter stages of the count. And when you've got 84% of Pennsylvania, there's still a potential that can happen. Georgia less so, we're into 93% now, but again, it's close in Georgia. It's 2%. Less than.
CNN are saying that Trump has outperformed his 2020 numbers by 3%.
Wonder if I could move to another one of my favourite subjects of, is the American system, specifically for the Electoral College, just fundamentally so stupid?
I mean,
yes.
Like, I don't know any other place presidential elections like this.
where they were like, let's get an entire election decided essentially by housewives in 7 states.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, like, again, I'm going to bring this back just for the clips. You know, as Roy and Elias would say, housework is economic work. But going back to this like tweet, it is a bizarre thing.
Beyond bizarre, I mean, almost every presidential system I know does 2-round voting of basically the candidate that's least hated wins, where you have to say, unless a candidate gets more than 50% in the first vote on nationwide, then it goes to second round. Like, why does America do this? I know they love their states. I know it's come from this willingness for states to be independent, but it made more sense at a time when states were far more independent. Even now, like, they're getting closer and closer. Federal government's ever expanding, except when Trump gets in. It's just.
But also, it brings it down to personality politics.
Personality politics anyway, but yes.
But that's less so in other, like if you take, for example, the UK, people voted for their local candidates. You know, in a way, although while he is important as leader, I think if you the Labour leader can be interchangeable, the Conservative leader can be interchangeable. It's why we see these really like characters like Christopher Chope and Mark Francois, like. Well, I don't think it works like that.
You can go, yeah, but the American system, in the way that it's built with its checks and balances, the fact that they don't have like these policies, I don't think is solid. The fact they rely on personality is not solid because of the system. It's because the president is not the leader of the party. So the party does put out their party policies, right? They do have like a manifesto. But that manifesto is not used by the president because he has views separate to the Republican Party.
Just gonna update them.
Which I think is important.
Oh, I was like,
And also colour in Hawaii.
are check and balances increasingly becoming a myth?
No, they're in the American system. I mean,
But they're in the system.
Where have the balances and checks and balances been destroyed?
They're in the system. My bank balance is there in the system, but it doesn't mean I listen to it.
But where are you to suggest the checks and balances have been eroded?
Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court's always been like that. Just because it's gone Republican doesn't mean the checks and balances have.
I don't think
more or
it's
less.
ever been so consciously packed, though.
So isn't that like that's what the president's been doing this millennium, at least to my knowledge. Just because Obama was Obama had a 5-4 Democrat majority in the Supreme Court, though.
Yeah, the composition of the Supreme Court changed rapidly in the Trump's presidency. That was
just good luck,
essentially. You know, the court.
Sorry, that's supposed to be 3.
What? Right, I've got it.
I was about to say that. I was thinking, are we calling it? Do you know something we don't? Oh, guys!
What?
Final hour.
The one positive takeaway from this election is that we might get a result before.
We don't, yeah.
I mean, the way it's going,
Okay.
we might get results before we all.
If Pennsylvania and Georgia are both getting close, I can.
But I don't know if Pennsylvania's going to be called.
Please.
Again.
Oh, there we go. So Pennsylvania's.
Does the UK want Trump or Harris?
Instead of Harris.
No, Pennsylvania's just narrowed significantly.
Oh.
2.9%, 2-point gap.
Towards who?
Towards Trump still, but 15% of the votes still uncounted.
And are they in the high urban density areas? Where? Do we know where those votes are?
Someone does.
Like,
Yeah, so if we look at Pittsburgh, is obviously the big one. Still 6% of Pittsburgh to be counted. Kamala Harris is on 60% of the vote in that area. If we look at the other urban area around Harrisburg, only 71% of the vote has been counted, and Kamala Harris leads with 54%. Philadelphia area, lots of votes still to be counted. So in Philadelphia, 76% of the votes have been counted. Harris is leading by 78%. So like I said, still with
so there's a lot more votes.
Still with 24% of the votes to be counted.
Yeah. So it could be that.
Still.
Yeah, it could be that we are. I think.
Yeah, Elon Musk has already celebrated something, but it's true. He had tweeted out was a game set match, but he's not the most reputable source.
No.
All we can say is that if Harris turns it around, the optimism of our democracy and the lack of violence that we've had tonight
is going to be over.
For sure, because it's way too close. We said this in the build-up to the election. If we were to avoid violence and unrest, Harris had to win a sweeping victory. That's not going to be the case. And if she does win,
oh dear,
it's not going to be nice.
Louis, what was the idea? Gosh.
Yeah.
So either way is, you know, if you're a Harris fan, it's not great because you might win, but there's going to be violence.
Okay, so turning it to you two, what does your generation do? Like to stop this?
Yeah,
and
because our generation putting it in.
I mean,
males
and
are
I'm
conservative.
not saying that it's up to your generation alone, but considering those demographics and considering your gender.
Yeah, I think one issue that we haven't really discussed all night is climate change.
It has been, because I think we briefly but it just hasn't been
a real feature, and yet for our generation, it's perhaps the biggest issue that we will have to contend with politically and seek to solve. And another 4 years of a Trump presidency, when we look at the stuff put forward in Project 2025, often considered a blueprint for a second Trump term, it's going to set us back even further. And depending on how you sit on the severity of climate change and how we're going to have to manage with that, it's not the right direction with Trump that we'd like to see. And I think for our generation, that's going to be one of the biggest issues.
So why, considering your generation, because like you are one of the bigger demographics, and when I say you, I'm talking about that young white male voter base that he has. Why isn't it an issue considering how much it's going to be your generation that's going to be impacted by it?
I was reading a book on this actually recently, and the guy was making the comparison between how nuclear war was imagined in the 1960s and how climate change is imagined today as these two massive events that would lead to a worldwide catastrophe. But one point that he made was that when we talked about mutually assured destruction and when we've shown films of it, there really is nothing left. But there is no one. Everyone is gone in those imagined apocalypses, he called it. But when we look at climate change, and I think a big portion of why it's not taken as seriously as it should be, is that we get told about these horrific things that are happening, that floods, hurricanes, tropical storms, sea levels rising. But it's never imagined in this way at nuclear wars that there will always be some small bit of humanity, even if it's just 1% will survive. That idea of 1% is extremely powerful. Comparing 99% to I don't exactly get what was going on about. But I thought it was very interesting because you would think, I mean, they're two very similar ideas. And even today, it's climate change still, even though all of us acknowledge it in the UK, there's still, it's easy to step back and say that 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, we can fix it, we can turn it around. The nuclear war has that snap to it.
Yeah. Do you think it's the way the nuclear war was presented? Like you had really powerful like warnings that people are taught how to make shelters. I think if you ever watched a cartoon by Raymond Briggs where the wind blows, there was this really loads of scary, like I think
there was also global consensus.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone agrees. And it's one of the reasons why the possession of nuclear weapons has preserved peace like we've never experienced before. It's because everyone agrees that it is mutually assured destruction, that a nuclear conflict would be the end, whereas not everyone agrees that climate change would be the end for humanity. And not only that, a lot of countries don't behave in that way, even if they do believe that that's the case. Superpowers like China and India are still relying on fossil fuels to develop. And you know, we can criticize them rightly or wrongly. We did exactly the same to develop as a nation. Obviously, before we realized the full extent of what that was doing to the climate. But you don't have the same consensus, and you're right, you don't have the same fear-mongering that you had with nuclear conflict. It's not in everyone's faces as much as it was. And like you say, the danger scenarios with the climate aren't as extreme as the danger scenarios with nuclear war. People have got too much on in their lives to think about these issues, is the honest truth. Maybe we will come to understand that it's the economy, stupid, with this election as well. Everything is subservient to how people feel they're doing economically and their self-interest. And if, you know, climate policies like banning the production of petrol and diesel cars means they have to fork out way more to afford an electric vehicle, they're not going to want to do that.
So I'm going to put up your perspectives because you are the editor. So you're writing the editorial piece the next couple of days. You're addressing a letter to people your age in America. And how do you rebuild from this moment? Like if you are in a university right now where we know that crowd tends to be a bit more liberal, how does perspectives, if they lose and it's looking more likely, how do you get them to rebuild without, and I don't think the Democrats have that Labour together, you know, they don't have that Morgan McSweeney, and I don't think Keir Starmer is going to give up his chief of staff to this.
Well, I think first and foremost, I urge them to have a perspective of the situation, which is that
nicely done. And by the way, this is available online.
Yes, perspectives.news. In the fact that Trump will be here for 4 years, and there's a very short amount of time, and politics can change in those 4 years, and not to dwell on the fact that if Trump wins tonight, and get bogged down and glib about it. I think, you know, we need to be able to bring the best minds to issues such as climate change. And these are issues that are going to be generational to solve. And short-term blips like the second Trump presidency aren't going to stop us in that endeavor. It might slow progress, it will disrupt, but it's not going to stop that effort. And I think for young people who really believe in solving that issue, they shouldn't allow a Trump presidency to deter them from that. You know, it's working towards these issues and not forgetting the bigger picture, I think, is the key message that you look to get across.
And I think that's so important because I have to say, I do remember being here the first time and going off to an outreach day. And actually, it does not feel that long since we had those conversations. And actually, it is a different for students in the UK. It is a different thing because we don't even have a Conservative Prime Minister. We've got a Labour government who is actually doing some quite hopeful things. You know, Edmund Banstafon, the climate change might not go far enough, is still quite hopeful. And I think that there is something about building strong. One of the things I was going to say is, like, let's think about how in this final hour, how it impacts our industry. Like, how do you think academics should behave? Should there be do we stop holding all our big conferences in America? Is it anti-conferences?
No. You can't punish America for this political choice. There's probably, and like we said, most college-educated people didn't vote for Trump. But I just think that's a bit harsh.
You also don't win next time around by just blocking it out and effectively ignoring it or silencing it. I think if, for example, the university had the potential to get Trump in for a talk, let's imagine, the outrage on campus would be immeasurable. But it would be a valuable exercise to hear what he has to say, because if he wins, he's just convinced the nation to vote for him. And I think where the left in particular goes
Is this
wrong.
a prospective invite to
to President Trump?
Someone in the,
Of course,
someone in the also exec team is going to just invite.
Yeah, well, but this is the issue, particularly with the left, is that they often find themselves unable to consider the other side, and never open to the idea of learning from the other side. And I think Tony Blair is often very good at this, of actually recognizing problems and recognizing why people vote for those on the right, issues such as migration, and saying it for what it is very valuable, and hearing it for what it is valuable. And I think, like you say, it'd be wrong to want to silence those voices or ignore them, because that's how you create these echo chambers, and that's how you lose.
I totally agree.
What happens though if, say, he enacts a Muslim ban?
Yeah.
It's a threat. Do colleagues go, well, we'll go over there and we will, say, oh no, we're really sorry on your behalf? Or do academics go, actually, let's move it over here? Because actually, we know, and it's not, I'm not kind of like calling by any means for a BDS movement, but actually hitting countries economically with cultural, and we know that these movements work. And, even though you're saying that, I'm just saying, like, how can we not influence, but how can we build that resistance to those kinds of like messages?
Just do the opposite. Just keep doing what we're doing.
Keep talking.
Just do what, focus on our country. We don't have to follow Trump. If he wants to do that, he can do that.
But I'm talking about
the opposite.
I'm talking about the role as a university, as international institutions, and I'm not just talking about Warwick here. I'm talking about academics within the UK.
Yeah,
and across the world, actually.
I think that's a valid point. And like I said, the Muslim ban is not a hypothetical, like many things we've discussed about tonight. It's something that happened, and that Trump enforced. And that's an interesting point, that if an academic summit or the likes of that was held in the US, and suddenly academics from Muslim countries weren't able to attend, I think you would have to think twice.
I mean, what about your exchange years? If you think, and this is like now aimed specifically at students, if you are going, great, I want to go on exchange to, say, I don't know, California, but that your fellow Muslim students, your fellow trans students can't go, people from racialized identity, what do you do? Do you go actually in solidarity? Let's not go, and let's kind of like really go, actually, these decisions impact us all, in a moment of solidarity. Especially, and I'm also asking you both as young men on this one.
Choose to.
Yeah,
I'd say it might be a good idea to go over and
be that face.
Yeah, see how this is all right. I don't know. I'm not in favour of shutting things down. I've got a question though. We've got a guy from California on the live stream who says his promise is to not swear and be polite. Would we like to chat to an American in America right now?
I've just spoken to an American in America. She's not happy.
Okay. I am going to. This is aimed at school kids.
Yeah, don't risk it.
Yeah, I'm so
Sorry,
sorry.
mate. There we go.
I'm so sorry. I
I'll
have
ask you.
to.
Right, then tell them that feel free to comment.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
we'll respond to you in the comments. That's fine.
Yeah, we're really happy to respond to comments, but I do have to have one eye. So we, Amanzi, we are.
He said no problem. Sounds like a lovely guy. And I appreciate he must be suffering right now, living in California, Paris voter.
So we're pushing these two young students on if they're off an exchange year in, say, California. And there's a Muslim ban and trans students. What do they do? This is an act. Like, what do you do?
You vote for Trump. Take it back. He's happy then.
What do you do?
Oh, I said the ideas. I think.
No, sorry, I was opening the door.
I think he probably would still
Come
go.
on.
It's very difficult. And it's also understanding whether or not your protest is misguided. You know, by not going to that California university, are you harming Trump? No, you're harming the institution, which you're trying to contribute towards. And I think you have to be careful with that. But then, you know, emotionally for someone, and I've got friends, you know, who, if the Muslim ban was in place, wouldn't be able to go, and reconciling that personally with yourself would be very difficult. For sure.
It also depends what that internship or what that year is, right? You know, if it's working with, I mean, it's in California, but could it be something as part of the Republican Party? You know, that might just be like an absolute night. Or, you know, I don't know, it's still experience.
There's also about the potential that you could go there and be the voice on behalf of your friends and colleagues that wouldn't be able to go there. Voice of like defiance. In some respects, very difficult decision to make, I think, and one that you don't want to have to make, and that is what underlines why Trump would be so harmful for America.
I feel that great, to be honest. I like the point. Unless, like, okay, if you're going to work for the Republican Party, you're going to help out Trump, this is a whole different story. To university in California, apparently, like, they haven't done this, they haven't done any wrong.
But institutions are still, you know, and I'm going back in history there, like relationships with universities did suffer, their sporting fixtures did suffer because of their role in enacting these. Because the universities will have to then all comply with the Muslim ban. They will not be able to accept Muslim students from abroad.
All the US universities.
Yeah, because of the Muslim ban.
Yeah.
They do not.
Well, it's not even up to the universities. They can't enter the country.
Which did happen, I believe. There was in it would have been pre-pandemic, people who were offered places before the ban was put in place, then couldn't come to the start of term because the ban was put in place between them getting their acceptance and them actually travelling to start the term, start the semester.
Yeah, it's really awful stuff. And like you say, most people have a friend or colleague which this would apply to. And when you put it in that perspective, it becomes really difficult. And it also brings to home, you know, it's very easy when we're talking about US politics or politics in general to think very abstract, but it's only when it's sort of brought home to you in personal circumstances that you realise the impact.
You know, I've got friends that are trying to have babies. I've got a lot of, you know, I've obviously made a lot of friends over in the US, and some that are trying to have babies. There are some that are just, you know, that have immigrant parents. There's some that are just, you know, just trying to be a woman. No, some that are, you know, that are gay, that don't know if, you know, I know a gay couple who live in California who have been married 3 times. And I believe it was the first time they got married. The marriage just overnight became it was unrecognised because of a federal law that came in. I can't remember the ins and outs of it. So, you know, they were married, and then all of a sudden the US told them that they weren't. Then when it became legal in California again, they got married, and then they renewed their vows. So they've been married 3 times now. But it's just crazy that overnight they were just told that, you know, the marriage, the wedding that they had, it didn't matter. It's not legal anymore. It's not. It ceased to exist.
Yeah, and it's just surprising that those personal stories have not resonated across the entire electorate.
Yeah.
And it just shows you what a huge and diverse country America is. And like the discussion we had earlier, we had Will on, who'd been around America, and contrasting with your experience, you both had completely different experiences in the same country.
Yeah.
With the same, you know, with ordinary people. And I think that's just demonstrable of how, like I say, unique and diverse.
But I think the personal stories also, that's, you know, the sort of not realising the impact of personal stories isn't just a uniquely American thing. I think you see that all over the place. I think, you know, one of the things that I see very often here in the UK is that, why do I need to care about climate change? It isn't going to impact me. You know, those people in Bangladesh who are suffering through horrible floods, and those people in the Horn of Africa that are suffering horrible droughts, that's not near me. Why do I need to worry about that?
Yeah.
And now you've got this flooding in Spain, and last year Spain was on fire.
Yeah.
You know, Greece was on fire. And it was like, but it's still not close enough to us, so people still don't care. Or you know, it's not that they don't care. It's like, it's not near me. It's not affecting me, so I don't need to be that bothered about it.
Yeah, there's a very, very famous quote from priests, not to you know, put emphasis on the Nazi comparisons, but Martin Niemöller, a priest in Nazi Germany during the rise of the Nazis. And essentially the quote goes, you know, first they came for the communists, but I wasn't a communist, so I didn't care.
Yeah.
Then they came for the Jews, but I wasn't a Jew, so I didn't care. So on and so forth. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to defend them. And that's the sort of thing, right? You know, as long as it stays just far enough outside of people's lives, it's easy enough to ignore.
What did Estimate Bay posted that tweet about something? It was just ridiculous. I'm trying to remember now. It was like, it went viral like 3 months ago. Oh, someone needs to remember.
Sorry, just to interrupt. Big Clock, yes, we are that invested in the American election that we're staying all the way over there, over here.
What's that poem called? Estimate Bay.
Hold on, I think I've got it.
It was terrible.
There we go. Estimate Bay used a poem about from the
smoking ban. For the smoking ban. What was she thinking?
But no, the poem itself is very.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
exactly.
Justify.
Yeah, no. But that's what you want to be cautious when misusing it. But I think the general idea it's getting across is definitely applicable in issues like climate change and issues like abortion.
Yeah.
As long as it stays just far enough removed from people's personal lives, that you know, easily able to ignore it. And unfortunately, in some circumstances, it creeps up on you until it's too late.
Very true.
I'm just keeping an eye on the chat. Bless, we've still got 5 viewers.
It's your 30-minute countdown, guys.
It is. Okay. Sorry,
come on,
guys.
Pennsylvania, just announce.
Lucius, don't worry. And which way do you vote, Lucius? So someone Lucius is against. Sorry, guys. The place is pretty much.
It's safe to say Trump on the Senate. That was pretty much certain.
There is tweets coming out that Trump will make a speech shortly.
Oh, come on, please. Just
okay, do it within the next half an hour.
He's going to sleep deprive me.
If by any minimum call any of the 5 viewers are closely connected, if you could do it within the next half an hour. Can I just say, This is one viewer up from the 2020.
Well, we had good views.
49, 48.
I voted straight ticket, Lucius. We are sending you solidarity because this part's not going to go to.
I want to talk about something. Right, Washington DC. Okay, you can't have your cake and eat it. Why, if they want to have Washington DC giving 3 electoral colleges, why on earth are we denying Puerto Rico and Guam, both federal districts, a vote? Also, what sort of democracy is it where people who are supposedly in the country, in Guam and Puerto Rico, just don't get to vote who their leader is?
Yeah, so speaking to the guys earlier, if we clarify on the Puerto Rico issue, am I right in saying that as soon as Puerto Ricans arrive on the mainland US, they then...
So just to interrupt, we've got a very adorable message for Jamie. Josh is going to bed and sends love.
Love you, Josh.
Guys, that was a really special moment.
No, I just said they're not states, but they're federal districts. But if DC gets electoral colleges, why should Puerto Rico not get electoral colleges?
So I think, if I'm right in saying, Puerto Ricans gain the right to vote as soon as they arrive mainland US.
Yeah.
So that's to clear. They do have a vote once they arrive mainland, but you're right. There are voter discrepancies in these territories because they are considered states. It's all part of the fact. Same goes with electoral college, that the American Constitution is extremely rigid. It's amended very rarely, and some of the ideas that the Constitution was built on are now outdated. And yet, because of the nature of the Constitution, because it's so difficult to amend it, they remain in place and they don't function to a modern standard.
Okay, so election news. Ilhan Omar has won re-election, which I think was pretty much expected.
I don't know who he is.
She's one of the squad.
She's one of the squad.
I am okay. Bringing this back in the last. Let's bring it back to Coventry. In half an hour. Well, I think there's an interesting kind of conversation about where the left goes from now, and
which left?
With the Labour left. And I think in Coventry we've got a pretty good representation of all the left. We started at the beginning of the night doing that comparison between like the Jeremy Corbyns, Zara, AOC. If you are on the Corbyn Zara part of the party and you're trying to push Labour left, of course Corbyn is now an independent, but if you are on the 5 independents, the kinds of left wing of the Labour Party, where do you, and guys, it's got so bad here, Jamie, to watch revival coverage. Where do you stick with us for 20 more minutes?
Oh, I'm listening.
Where do, what are they feeling today?
There's a space in the centre for them. I'd welcome them with open arms. I know a lovely seat that they can come and join.
No, but if you are a real socialist left party, what do you do today to go, is this a time to rebuild the movement? Or do you go, actually, our movement is over?
No, this is the moment, in my honest belief, like full seriousness, no bias. This is the time to roam behind the centre left, let them get growth, let them fix the country. Because I understand, maybe they want to invest in services more than most people would be happy to. Fine, I get it. But it's been in this market world, you can't borrow to invest anymore. We've seen even with Rachel's borrowing now, how much the markets just went up and gilt bonds went up, because the markets just react. They literally own us. So the only way to do it is to raise taxes, but that's gonna impact growth. So stick with the centre left, get growth going, get money into the economy, and then we can perhaps start shifting more to that side of the world.
But hasn't Snipes shown you that maybe that centralist, which Kamala kind of represent, is enough?
Sorry, I was going to say, I agree with Louis in that you need to get that investment. Whether we like it or not, we live in a capitalist society, right? And we have to adhere to the rules of capitalism until we can get to a place where we can bring in other parts of, whether it's whatever it is that's going to come in, socialism, Marxism, whatever it's going to be, to make it do that better.
That's what New Labour did so well, is that they recognised that fact. And although they were prudent to start, by prepping the economy in such a way, they were able to finish their term in office by bringing record levels of investment into public services. I think often the left, the Labour Party, is limited by their idealism and lack of pragmatism.
People aren't going to like what I'm going to say here.
I'm sure we could bring in Lucius from the American perspective.
I also want to say that it looks like Georgia has been called.
Yeah, CNN is saying stand by.
Yeah.
Okay, before we kind of like start counting down, Lucius, who is like, thank you for joining us from America. And we now have 6 people. People are waking up. It's saying people vote with their wallets and financially people are struggling, and that's what's happened here. It's definitely going to cost us in the long run. Project 2025 is going to do the US in. Do you not think that galvanized the left to make a real resistance movement?
What, in America?
Yeah, on a more socialist level.
Yeah,
the way we saw it.
they can, but the American system is not built. Well, I said perhaps they should try a bit of left-wing populism. But you guys have rightly, I think, probably said that's unrealistic. There is the unpalatable option. But if I look around the world today, the most successful actual left-wing parties, and it's debatable whether they are actually left-wing, are left-wing anti-immigration parties. So is that the route that the left has to go in order to beat Trump?
I'm not sure, but thank you to all these people that are logging in for the last 20.
How many people are?
We've got 7. We had 5 to go.
FYI, CNN has called
Georgia.
Okay. In which case, just so that I've done it first in the world, with 20 minutes to spare, Jamie, for the American election.
I don't want to.
I might predict Trump to win, so I'm taking that.
Okay.
It's not over until it's over.
Can I just say,
I've only got 2% counted.
Come on, the bars.
Okay, I am going to call it so that I am the first person in the world to officially call it an election thing.
Yeah, Ron Stewart called it. He called it wrong. You called it right.
Exactly.
Well,
I'm
Elon Musk
about
did say
to.
8% match about an hour ago.
No, but we're on an election live stream, so.
Georgia's not cool.
What is it? Paul Blitzer says. Historical moment. I'm calling. And I'm so sorry, and I'm going to comfortably eat this chocolate. Trump 2024 victory. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. What's Scaramucci saying? How many views have they got?
They have 14,000. Scaramucci is in complete meltdown mode. He was on the first stream, and it seems like he's still going. He's
Scaramucci, a good bloke. I mean, he did work for Donald Trump.
Oh,
well, he's got. No, they're on their own.
Rex, you're right. Vance is going to be after him. I think we have got a long haul of.
Louis, you said you were going to say. I'm going to say something that you might not like, and then Chanel broke it, but had some breaking news. Can you remember what you were going to say?
We've got 9.
I'm intrigued. Yeah. What you were going to say.
No, I don't know. I don't know if you can call them left-wing parties, because for me, being pro-immigration is sort of stipulation of being a left-wing party.
Well, when you say WhatsApp chat.
But
Democrats or
no. I can't see Democrats or Labour ever being anti-immigration. I think our societies are two immigrant-based societies. But I look more at the far left in France.
Right.
Definitely have and well, they are anti-immigration, have some quite racist tinges to them. Now the far left in Germany with the BSW, and there's this, and in Eastern Europe too, the far left is becoming this anti-immigration parties.
It just is the circle.
Is that the only way for a left-wing government to get in, to be a nationalist left-wing government?
I mean,
I want to have some hope and say no.
no, look at Brazil.
I don't know, Real Brazil. Lula's back in.
Yeah, and he followed a really right-wing,
Yeah.
quite autocratic president. So I think, going back to my
Brazil is
original
also a
point,
country of immigrants, though.
but I think going back to my original point, I think actually the more socialist movements within the country party don't have to despair.
They should give it a go, I reckon. They should, give Bernie. Well, Bernie's a bit old now. I don't know about AOC, but you seem to say that she's gone down a little bit.
She's gone soft.
So
She's losing a lot of. I'm surprised. Like, I'd be surprised if she wins her next election because I think she's falling out of favour with the constituents.
So if it's not Bernie, if it's not AOC, is there a credible, strong left-wing firebrand they can bring in?
No.
Not really.
That's a bit sad. Maybe they should give it.
I think if they can't accept a conservative brown black woman, they're not going to accept one of the squad.
Huh?
Not
Right, yeah, sorry. I thought you were talking about Kemi for a second. I was like,
I think the only person that might be, and she's not even left at all, potentially Elizabeth Warren.
Oh my gosh, I've forgotten her existence.
And she was a Massachusetts senator, so.
She's been very quiet.
She's been very quiet the last few years for sure, but
None of them are going to be.
she's probably
a bit of an avoid discussion. None of them.
no. But then she's the only one that would be, if you're going to say something.
Yeah.
She called the world tax.
Okay.
She did, yeah.
This next point is.
And she did free school meals.
Oh, if anyone could give us the point, I don't know. I've given up now.
This next point is for
John Locke.
pure mischief, and also because I hope this crowd finds this segment. Meghan.
Who?
Meghan Markle.
What about
I
Meghan?
told you it's pure mischief.
What? Meghan Markle?
She can stand.
No, if you're going to go with anyone being with them, you want Michelle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, Michelle Obama will not stand. I am
I
really.
can't believe you just suggested Meghan Markle.
Meghan Markle before Michelle.
That was right.
No, I did say it was that pure mischief, but I actually think out of the two of them, you have more chance of Meghan Markle standing.
No, I think Americans don't.
I don't blame her. She's a dislikable character. She literally was like, I don't want any publicity, and then made a Netflix show. Explain it.
These are the views of individuals.
They're just like, she's just, oh, never mind. I'm not a fan of Meghan Markle or Harry, to be honest. Also, like, right, sorry, you brought me onto this now. Harry, why do we love Harry? Harry was just objectively not a good guy. He dressed up as a nasty person. Like, oh, okay, we'll just gloss over that. Right. But he saved some animals in Africa.
Okay, he's WhatsApping at this.
Sorry.
I mean, he's just like.
So, oh no,
I mean,
it's the
I know
one
what
thing gets so over on the WhatsApp chats.
Do you think Trump? Oh, so I've got a good question. Will Trump win the popular vote?
Oh,
I didn't even think about that.
manager is talking.
Currently.
Yeah. Where
So I
are
was like, projected down.
We cannot go live to it.
Yeah, get it up. It's just.
So, yeah, he's basically saying that they're not, it's not over.
No, it is not over.
No. He's saying we will continue to fight. So I did see something saying Harris will not address anyone during the night. But I just shared an article with you guys on the WhatsApp group about people's election snaps and some food superstition. So someone said that on election day 2020 they made beef stew and Trump lost, so they were going to make beef stew again.
Yes.
Well, talking of superstitions, Trump ended his campaign in the same location that he ended his 2016 campaign. Sort of in a superstitious fashion. So, even the candidates have lots of different superstitions that they rely upon.
Thank you to the 9 people who are going to see us through to the end. I would like to say this is a massive moment of doubling of growth from where we were this time last year.
More questions.
And if you are from the university, we have been incredibly neutral all night.
Yeah, you're from Bolsoft as well.
If you're from Bolsoft, congratulations. You've got my vote.
Is there any likely is there any likely elections to declare in the next half an hour, 15 minutes?
I don't think.
Okay then, in which case to finish off the night, because we've still got to return and move back to normal.
He's comfortable.
Reflections on the night. Off studio audience, as I'm calling you, Amity, what is your
My final remarks.
Yeah, from the studio audience, like we've got.
My final remarks is it's been great content, great presenters, and great speakers. It's been a good night, even though it's not been the result that maybe we wanted.
Jamie.
Yeah, I'd like to agree with that. I think it's been great. I think we've had lots of great people coming in from perspectives today, and it's worked really well with the academics that we've brought in from the call as well. And I think despite maybe a lack of information throughout the night, we've still brought really interesting coverage, analysis and discussion. And yeah, although the result looks like it's not going the way a lot of us would have wanted it to.
Thought it was very neutral.
Sorry, yes, thought it would go. Regardless, we've made the best out of this situation.
Okay, Louis.
Oh, it's been a remarkable success of a live stream night, hasn't it?
I think it has. So, in the last 13 minutes, what I am going to say is, if you have decided to watch an entire live stream as a school student after the event, there are a couple of things to take into here, especially for your essays. I'm going to do the essay things.
Essays.
Yeah. All students did actually prepare, and they came with facts-based. So if you're using this as part of your PMQs club, just think about the way that they found key issues from a huge election. The other thing I am going to say is this reflective of the kind of experience you can have when you come to university? Yes, it is absolutely reflective of that. The idea of the magazine, and I'm not just holding it up because I've got 12 minutes, but actually you can get into this. I think if you're not someone who would want to be in front of the camera, this is a great way of getting involved. This part I will say to, if you're looking for examples of good writing, because you have got the option to write about this as part of PMQ's club, this has got some really good accessible writing. But for the last 12 minutes, my reflections, apart from the fact that it's been absolutely amazing working.
Before your reflections, Nancy Pelosi got re-elected.
Oh, and that Nancy Pelosi. What about, here's a name. Thank you, Lucius. Thank you for staying on this. Katie Porter.
I don't know who she is.
She is the one who I call the Darren Jones of the
Why do you call her the Darren
because
James?
she turns up with like smart analysis.
That's very Darren Jones.
She's
thing.
very good. Watch her in Professional Hero. She's very good at coming back.
Okay.
Especially with stats.
I am going to make an incredibly bold prediction that the election after this, we see a Porter Jones presidency prime minister. That's, and I am saying an election after this. I've just realised what I've said. Mr. McSweeney, if you are listening.
It's 5:50 in the morning.
It is 5:50 in the morning. I was thinking maybe like 10 years down the line. We obviously want a double. No, we want that 3-term at least.
Apparently, we had 18.2k unique viewers.
Looks. How many?
18.2k unique
Oh,
viewers.
fantastic.
With an average watch time of 25 seconds. But some people watched for a long time. Wait.
I'm so sorry, Quest unknown, that we are blah blah blah. But thank you so much for being one of our 6 viewers.
No, okay,
we really appreciate your input.
This is really impressive. If you go down our top 100 viewers based on how long they stayed watching the live stream, the bottom 100 still watched for 16 minutes. Which is quite a long time. And then up to 50 people watched for over an hour.
Okay. Wow. Can I just say, someone logged off after that remark, so if you were looking for your, I'm sorry if you were from that part. Oh, 8, no. Okay, so not the next election, but the election afterwards, my prediction will be
SNP to get trounced, Labour to secure a majority in Scotland.
More bread, sir. More bread, kind sir.
So the New York Times indicator is now 95% chance of victory for Trump.
95%. Well, I called it before the New York Times.
I don't know how. I don't think
you did. Particularly 80% in the last 3 hours.
No, I'm sorry, but have they called it? No, so we've called it first.
You called it before. I think Rory Stewart is still refusing to accept that his 2-week early call was wrong.
Rory Stewart, yeah.
Rory,
he will be dying.
on our podcast.
Oh no, I want to know what Alistair's saying right now.
You should have come onto our thing. Quest for Unknown is throwing such shade.
Oh dear.
Mate, what do they say?
Does he know what time it is for us?
I know.
He's underestimating the dedication.
I know. But also, bread is really bad. Scotland needs freedom.
Oh, sorry, I've instigated this.
Yeah. Can I just say, obviously, if they democratically vote for it, then we will support them.
Of course. But they didn't, so there we go.
The dollar will lose value against crypto. Is that a thing?
Jesus, crypto.
Wait, have we got comments? Can I see?
Yeah, there might be.
There's a lot about crypto.
Trump's heading to Parliament.
Oh wow!
Oh, we're doing it now.
It's soon. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris says she won't speak tonight.
I didn't.
Republicans' predictions win the Senate, as we expected. Trump takes the lead in key Pennsylvania county.
Leading Wisconsin.
Seems to be in every state where votes have been counted. Trump has improved on 2020 performance.
Okay, so we have.
Did they win the majority in the Senate yet, or was that too early?
They're going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting that.
Yeah.
We are going to.
Pennsylvania's on 92, please.
Okay, come on, Pennsylvania, you've got 6 minutes to call.
No, they don't have to get too much. If he's leading by 3 points when they get to, like, I can't do maths, but
no,
4%.
Yeah.
Do we have any politicians?
6. They have to say you get 5%. They need 3% more of voters to declare, and then we can know Pennsylvania. Presuming they keep going at the same rate. I'm not doing that.
I mean, the counts slow down towards the end.
Yeah. Get chopping Pennsylvania. Right. Britain exit poll is absolutely amazing.
Apart from the one
They actually have the content that you want.
Yeah, the content that you want. No, it was good for us this year because it was like Reform 13. I'm party. Yeah,
No, but I'm saying that exit polls have been wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it's much easier to exit poll in the UK.
Yeah. I mean, voting after today, I kind of like will hug all the volunteers in local voting things and also all the counters. Because my God, Sunderland, do it fast.
Sunderland are very good. I mean,
And
Nevada only on Tuesday. The polls closed like
It's
almost
empty.
4 hours ago.
Like, is that you know how in big shout out to the still as of right now, maybe not so much in the future, biggest democracy in the world, India. You know how they have like by rules that you have to have an electoral booth within is it 8 miles or within every village or something?
Yeah.
Does that exist in America?
I don't think so, because that's where they have the big massive queues.
It's like how far does an American have to travel to go and vote in an election?
It's equal, I mean, I know in the UK, obviously, we're a lot smaller geographically, but there is a booth, there's a polling station at every, you're always within a walking distance of your polling station.
How many were we able to walk to in?
Oh yeah, we walked to like 3 polling stations in less than an hour. Well, less than an hour.
Is that commentary?
Yeah.
So the urban areas have them, but then Britain is in a way like each community will have an area where they're capable of holding.
People have been waiting. People have been queuing before. I think there was one person that said that it was recorded in 6 hours, and then queuing got.
That's ridiculous.
Thanks for staying up from California.
Legends.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Are you a happy Californian right now, or a sad Californian? So curious.
It's always sunny in California. You can't.
Is it always? Oh no, it's
It's Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's always sunny in Philadelphia though. I'm not so sure anymore.
Not at the moment.
No. That's the other bothers. Alaska must be like surely they're struggling to get some polling stations at south in those communities.
Which is, I think, going to be our final reflection for the night. That actually, as much as people moan about the British system, we stand our exit polls. We adore our fast counters, and for those of us who have been at counts, we love the conversation and the banter, and the fact actually that you can go into. And there's such a lack of security.
I value the fact that I'm not queuing 6 hours to go and vote.
Yeah, and also, like, I've just thought about it just now as my final thought tonight. If you do go to a camp, like, appreciate the fact that you're not going to need a police escort outside.
I mean, police presence and everything, but you don't feel unsafe.
Think about this though, like, remember when you had the Christmas election, people were like really worried actually that
people wouldn't go out.
Yeah, they wouldn't go out, it's cold and elderly. I just Googled it. Alaska right now is like -4. Oh no, sorry. So it's only 3 degrees, in Alaska. But like, in the November election, Alaska must get bloody cold sometimes.
Yeah.
Do they really think about these people? Well, I guess they live there, they're probably used to it.
That's true. But you still will be standing 4 hours in that.
What about in Florida after the hurricane hit? Have they been all able to go and vote?
Good point.
I don't know about this.
Some people haven't managed to get back to their homes.
Yeah, I thought she's pretty solid.
So apparently the county of Calaveras is good. Thank you.
Excellent. What county?
Calaveras.
I know like a handful of counties.
Sierra Nevada Mountains. Okay, we are in our final minute.
I'm busting for a week, so I hope this is the fastest minute of my life. Well, do you know what? Seeing as I'm into the national elections, we might as well talk about what other elections that we can look forward to coming up soon.
Yes.
Palau was also today. Wow. But I think Palau would be a different time zone, so they might have had it. Oh, yeah, Guam we know about. Oh, the next election, Sri Lankan parliamentary elections.
Oh, of course.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're gonna go left wing. See, it's not all doom and gloom if you are a lefty. Sri Lanka's elected a proto-Marxist president for the first time ever, an outsider candidate, amazing guy, well, reasonable guy, has some bad sides. Parliament elected to do the same. Sri Lanka, that's the country you should be watching if you're a lefty.
Final minute, we might see you in the next midterms if I'm doing it. My God, Amity, pull me out. That Amity Panay, whatever decided.
I hope I've graduated by then.
Well, have you back?
Yeah, I've
Okay, very true.
But Jamie, before I log us off, have the final words. You started tonight. And you
What a night.
tonight.
We knew it was going to be close.
Wait. Go on, sorry, you keep going.
It still appears extremely close in those key battleground states, but overall, it's been a very successful night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, who have performed better than expected. And some of the swings we've seen have been really, really huge. So far, we've seen no examples of unrest or violence. Again, we expected that maybe there would be, so fortunately, so far there has not been. And America has gone to the polls, and America has decided who will be their 47th president. And at this stage of the night, it looks overwhelmingly likely that that will be Donald J. Trump. But,
And on that note, if that's not good, you're going to take off.
Springsteen will not be happy.
No, he will not. Well, that's why I played it. I was going to play Portrait at the time, but